areas.
Peacefully, prosperously, abundantly, beautiful lives.
But why would you not feel bad for the people in Gaza who are being subjugated? Why do you buy into to marketing and promotion that allows the leaders of Hamas to become billionaires? Like, why are you what am I missing?
I feel bad for Jewish people, brother. Like,
no. I'm talking about Palestinians.
No.
He's asking you about Palestinians, and you're changing it to Jews.
No.
We can talk about Jews in a minute.
I will absolutely accept whatever distraction from the conversation y'all want me to control. But then you have to allow me the same space that I'm giving you guys, because y'all can go off for 2 minutes. Trust that I can.
What a whirl! It's a whirlwind.
Real quick, you're the mind, bro.
It's a whirlwind.
Don't let be.
Hey, Riyabia, did you ever have bus footage of those 2 girls you molested on the bus?
Did he do that?
Yeah, that's a warning. You get one.
Oh, that's okay. I was just wondering if you ever got the bus footage of the 2 girls he molested on the bus, the 2 underage girls. Yeah.
So what did you want to talk about? You said Rabbi Mordecai. You don't mind that I call you that? Yeah. Okay.
He's not a teacher. He's not your rabbi.
Who is my brother?
But he's not
Mordecai. He doesn't happen to be my rabbi, but that's a personal decision. Who is my brother in Torah?
As a rabbi.
No, you're not a Jew. My brother in Torah made a question to you. Don't you think those Palestinians need to be liberated from their oppression by Hamas? Why not answer that? They're being killed over there.
400 people have died since the ceasefire.
So you change the topic.
Palestinians dying.
So you think
No, okay. I'm gonna have to.
They should stop dying.
I'm gonna have to hog this shit. Man, I went on Haaretz and I saw. I don't go on Haaretz every day. It's been a while, and the first thing I saw is Palestinians in the West Bank forced to leave due to violent settler activity. You want to talk as if it's the Hamas that's in the West Bank that is making people leave, bro? No,
you
Hamas in the West Bank that's making people leave. It's Israeli violent settlers that you guys cannot even pronounce the name of as a legitimate problem in your country, man. If I was African, bro, you don't think me as an African? I'm talking about Africans that are just
okay. You want to change the topic
in my country?
You want to talk about Samaria now?
Acts of violence. I speak out about it. Out of my mouth. It comes out of my mouth before you even know. Pronounce my country.
You're a great man.
He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
He doesn't, bro, because he's just when he interrupts him, he's not listening.
No,
what did I say? What did I say, Norma?
You're just a talking head.
For them, it needs to be intelligible, I would imagine.
Okay, there must be something more fundamental to intelligibility. It can't just therefore be an axiom. You're in a circle.
Look, I think there's going to be circular reasoning or circular appeals no matter what. In some sense, when it comes to, well, how do you justify that? 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 I mean, I think you could do that, kind of just go around.
And the only way you get out
3D printed heart transplants will own the board. The first country to have a verboten computer that can break RSA will own the board. The first country that has a UAV that doesn't require GPS satellites to fly around the world will own the board. That's a multi-dimensional proposition. And the assumption that you're baking in and not saying is the only
Yes, if we're going to presuppose truth, then you have to appeal to outside the system. Because if you can't appeal outside the system, then what does that mean about truth, Andrew?
This is what I was getting at to begin with, dude. This is why I was presenting this. Like, I don't know why it's so hard.
My comments are funny in a little bit.
Even
Not like the
single
whole thing. Like
dads,
those
the frivolous.
comedies get boring really quick.
Hey, Sean, I was thinking about you today, Sean.
Hey, what's up?
I don't know. I was thinking about you today for some reason. I'm good. How are you?
How are you doing? Good.
Have you guys started your happy hour yet?
Not really, Mr. Kitover. It's been a slow start today. How have you been?
Those girls are not happy because I just said that's for sure. She's from Asia. That's why she's not happy.
Not sure what you're talking about, Daniel. What did I miss in the prior
I'm talking
paragraph?
about because she's trying to imitate the American accent, and they've just caught her.
Who?
She's not American.
Who are you
That's why
referring
she's
to?
not happy.
Who are you referring to, Daniel?
I am from America.
I know, but who do you think is Asian that you've busted?
Okay, girl, you can do whatever you want. Your English is really good, actually,
Well, okay.
but it's not American accent.
Whose is not an American accent? Mine?
Daniel, you sound like you're not from America, okay? If anyone sounds like they're from somewhere else, it sounds like you.
Now I'm not from America.
You sound like you're from Borat, though. You actually sound like Borat, possibly.
I am Borat. I am Borat itself.
I feel like you need to say, would you like a sexy time?
Yeah, I'm gonna make another video or movie, whatever you want to call it.
John,
Mm-hmm.
let me read your PTR here, what we got going on. The wife of the woman who was shot by ICE in Minneapolis was just arrested for burning their children with cigarettes. Mentally unstable, both of them. Yeah, true story.
Somebody also texted me a photo that they were both like fetal alcohol syndrome babies.
Wow, really?
I don't know, like what that means. Like, are they? Is it a joke? Is it a meme? Is it true? Like, were they fetal alcohol babies? Like, I don't know. I mean, you know, people are crazy. I cannot believe that they would obstruct armed men with guns and laugh in their faces and then peel off and,
Right.
Like,
and expect to get anything but shot in the fucking face.
I mean, if I were to do that,
I saw something.
if a man were to do that, they would just fill the fucking car full of holes before that shit even happened. Like, they would, you don't fuck around with people with guns. I can't believe, the audacity.
I saw a rap sheet circulating around. I don't know if it's true or not, but one of her latest crimes was a $50,000 bail crime of child abuse. Did anyone see that circulating? I should have taken a snapshot of that, but it was on Facebook, so I'll take it for what it is. I mean, I don't know if it was true or not, but I wouldn't be surprised if she's got a big rap sheet, because a lot of it was various crap, like obstructing and interfering and not listening to the police, basically. Yeah, she wasn't like that. Her nose wasn't that clean. She probably shouldn't even had custody of her kids. I don't think she did, though, did she? Or was it the husband, her husband that she had kids with?
She had custody of one of them because that dad had died. And her ex-husband had custody of the other two.
rap sheet I'm talking about that was circulating had her mugshot and it had a list of all the I don't know if that's real or if that's just something someone made and circulated around, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's true.
Well, I think the GoFundMe is well over 1 million now, because just a few days ago it was at 1 million.
That's disturbing.
Yeah.
There's always.
More importantly, did you see the rap sheets of all of the or a lot of the immigrants that have been caught in Minneapolis by ICE?
Yeah.
And all the stuff that they were convicted of.
Immigrants.
It's terrible when you really know the truth.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, when you really know the truth of who's out there.
Have you ever been to Minneapolis?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I've been there. I've been to the Mall of America. I worked at an IRS office across the street. At the IRS office, I worked at an IRS office across the street from the Mall of America, and in our parking lot, our vehicles were continually being broken into at night. So there's like armed, criminal gangs that are going out there and going to open parking garages and smashing cars open and trying to take whatever they can take. But
that girl tried to run over the office. The police guy, police officer, and then he shot it.
Are you Brazilian, Daniel?
There's a bunch of videos. If you're trying to run over an officer, they can shoot you.
Yeah. You speak Portuguese?
You're not even fucking American, and you're sitting here saying something about my accent?
I am from America. I know how these things work here.
Okay, Daniel, answer this one simple question. This is like your DUI test right now. Tell us your favorite movie, Daniel.
I don't have a favorite. I love I'm not going to say a movie. I'm going to say a series.
Okay, we're waiting for your answer. Please go ahead. Please proceed for an answer.
Just take a look. He's like a teacher. Just take a look.
I think it's hysterical that you, with the foreign accent, say that my accent doesn't sound American. That is fucking rich. Fucking rich.
Okay, let's see if Daniel can actually answer any question. Daniel, what is your name?
Yeah. Daniel, what does 2 quarters, a dime, and a nickel add up to?
A bunch of Asian guy asked me that. That's kind of cool.
65 cents?
You were from Asia. I am from America. We have a difference. Long difference.
I'm not from Asia, you fucktard.
Yes, you are from Asia.
No, I am not from Asia.
Yes, you are.
I don't know where the fuck you are from, but it is definitely not America.
How much have you had to drink today, Daniel?
Israel. Allow him to answer.
No, I don't think he works for Doctors Without Borders.
No, I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna give you. Let me finish. So, for example, right, I'm saying, let's say you have a dead Gazan baby. You have a dead Gazan baby, right? A picture of him under the rubble, right? And then you capture that photo and then you display it to the rest of the international community, right? I think it's very disingenuous, and I don't think it's right for somebody to say, well, Israel's bad because there's an atrocity committed in Gaza. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's a fair assessment. punishment, because atrocities are markers of every war. So if you're going to say, Israel's bad because there's atrocities being committed in Gaza, that's a very foolish assessment, because every war.
Okay, in order for me to accept that argument, I literally just have to accept extraordinary acts of violence, like, all the time. Like, what if I told you that, like, hey, raising a child or raising an animal, like, this is my dog, his name is Energy. Hey, Energy.
Hey.
Okay. Yeah, he's sitting in bed. Okay, but, like, if I showed you a picture of my dog,
universal. I think it's optimal. So let me give you an example. For example, in this room, right? I mean, we made several people moderators. We made them moderators on the assumption that they won't do anything that will disrupt the room, like kick.
Of how they're using the cards and how it changed the quest for whatever was.
I'm here to tell you it's not.
Take the deepest breath of the day.
In a family, like, that's what's fucking up the society, or that's what's fucking up this. No, it ain't. There's a bunch of weirdos in the dating market that's talking.
Over 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9.
Anything.
Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, go, Stop thinking, end your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, go.
I love mushroom salad.
Y'all know about lion's mane?
What?
The medicinal properties of apparently it would be super good for you. Over 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go,
Yeah.
Raw dog in the lion's mane.
Just raw dog in the lion's mane. With some salt.
Yeah, all I heard was lime and then mane. Or I just heard lime and then
Line of that mane.
lime.
Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. What happens if you snorted shrooms?
Let it go.
Let it go. Let it go, 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 go,
You got this coffee I don't know how to spice up. Maybe
go,
you can help me. Ever heard of mushroom coffee?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, my dad gets that stuff.
It's got the cordyceps, which is for energy, the reishi for stress relief.
Yeah, and it comes with a really cool wooden spoon. Measuring spoon, that thing is dope.
Does it? I don't have a wooden spoon in this bag.
Get your wooden spoon, bro.
No, I didn't get a wooden spoon. The hell?
Smell, boy.
Is it supposed to be inside the package?
Yeah, it also came with a refrigerator magnet.
Dude, I'm gonna have to don't make me dig my hand to the bottom of this through these mushroom grounds to figure and find nothing.
I got it for you, Sean.
It's like cereal. It's like cereal.
Yeah, here's what you gotta do. Do you have a Ziploc baggie?
Poured into that.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Is it really? There's no spoon in here. There's no spoon in here. You're messing with me, Mitt. There's no spoon in here.
You just got you didn't get the kind with the spoon.
Did you come with a refrigerator magnet?
Maybe he got the limited edition cordyceps.
I got a whole box of this stuff because a friend of mine works with.
You know what you should do?
Doogie Howser. What's his name? I forget the hell's name. Patrick Neil Harris.
because he was the one who was doing the commercials for this shit. And a friend of mine works with him, and he got like tons of boxes of this shit, and he gave me a box, and I tried some. It was so freaking nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I recommend you spice it up instead of just sweetening it out. I recommend you spice it up. So in other words, I recommend you putting cinnamon, cloves, star anise, or if you want to go as far as putting hot chocolate in it, or some sort of like a dark chocolate cube or something like that. I recommend that.
Okay, I might try that.
Mushroom chocolate, hot chocolate. Hot chocolate mushroom soup.
I think like dark chocolate. What's up, boo? How you doing?
Hot chocolate mushroom soup.
Like the sound of that?
Slimy and chocolatey.
Have you ever had a king trumpet mushroom?
That sounds really good.
It's like oxidative stress.
I have. It looks like a penis, right? I think.
Isn't that all mushrooms?
No, this looks like a fucking.
I just pulled a wooden spoon out of my anus.
Oh damn! How would you get in there?
Oh my gosh. Turkey tail.
Myth, is your wooden spoon made by indigenous?
Let me go see.
It's made by indigenous craftsmen?
It's made by the Amish.
Who made your wooden spoon?
Ooh, I just made a really nice espresso. Oh, it's super nice.
It says Rise on it.
Rise?
Yeah, Rise. That's the one that Doogie Howser did. Neil Patrick Harris, he did the commercial for that.
Oh, wow.
Take a picture of it and make it my PTR.
That's legit. So wait, Sean, how do you know a guy that knows Neil Patrick Harris? Are you part of the lifestyle?
I have people that are in the like work in the industry, and this person works with him, and he got a stockpile of Rise. Just hey, here, have some. That kind of thing, and he hands them off to me because he doesn't like this shit either.
Do mushroom pushers tell you to eat it or drink it?
This is like a powder. It's not even like coffee, so you don't have to put it through anything. You just put it.
So you gotta drink it
in water.
You drink Neil Patrick Harris's shrooms, huh? Interesting.
Not his shrooms. The company he works for shrooms.
It's kind of hot.
They make oatmeal too. They have mushroom oatmeal. They have more stuff. I got this box full of goodies. I just haven't really used them yet. I haven't for like a couple of months now. But I don't even care if it tastes like shit. It's got a lot of good stuff in it, so I just force it down.
Is Neil Patrick Harris a national treasure or a national disgrace?
PDR. He provided Doogie Howser for a while. Lots of entertainment for people.
Yeah, but he hypnotized them with all kinds of bullshit.
Oh.
That show is just, it's just a...
Has he ever gotten Me Too'd?
Yeah, he has lawsuits against him.
No?
Okay. Well, I mean, oh wow, you're not kidding.
He sued Kevin Spacey.
Did he? So he's a victim of a
Wow, look at that thing. Rizzo. Scoop.
I sure did not get a spoon though. That spoon's cool.
Rizzo scoop.
Sean, you gotta call them and say, yo, homeboys,
I got spoon. Maybe this package. I mean, I got lots of packages. Maybe there's not a spoon in one of these. Right. I just open them all up just to find the spoon and toss the rest. There's no spoon in here. Hold on, look at the bottom. Maybe it's at the bottom of the box.
I bet you Amazon has it.
Yeah, let's see it.
Those assholes.
Maybe it's in the bag. It's probably in the bag somewhere. I'm not feeling it though. I'm squishing that thing around. I'd feel a spoon if there's one in it. Well, there's no spoon. That's assholes.
Where does Nippity go?
She couldn't have any. She did too much mushroom.
My room now.
The naughty laugh like so.
Okay, moderator, point of order, moderator, point of order. This is AI speaking. Moderator, point of order. Point of order, moderator, point of order.
One mic on, what's your name now?
AI.
Al? Oh, AI. One mic on AI.
This is called old age. Can there be joy and laughter when always the world is ablaze? Enshrouded in darkness, should you not seek a light? Look at the body adorned, a mass of wounds draped upon a heap of bones. A sickly thing, this subject of sensual thoughts, neither permanent nor enduring. The body wears out, a nest of disease, fragile, disintegrating, ending in death. What delight is there in seeing the bleached bones like gourds thrown away, dried and scattered in the autumn sun? A citadel is this structure of bones, blood and flesh, within which dwell decay, death, conceit, and malice. The royal chariots surely come to decay, just as the body too comes to decay. But the shining truth and loving kindness lives on, so speak the virtuous to the virtuous.
This thing has 8 legs.
He moved it!
Dog
I moved
has
that
8 legs. So this thing is not a dog. Right, so the end thing.
Oh man, just bring a little disinfectant in there.
It's a kind of stated but implied premise. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does. Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay.
Yeah, so, and then the secondary related being of an empty meme is just an argument which has an unstated premise. So, when it's negative usage, the entire thing is an empty. Okay, so I mean, that's like one point.
Okay, we're gonna do a little short intermission here. We're gonna have AI come up. He usually comes up as short intermission. This is just a short advertisement. Yeah.
Thank you, Megatron. Yes, I do. It's by the Buddha. It's from the Dhammapada in my PTR. Chapter 11, Old Age. Okay, this is chapter 11 by the Buddha in the Dhammapada. Can there be joy and laughter when always the world is ablaze? Enshrouded in darkness, should you not seek a light? Look at the body adorned, a mass of wounds draped upon a heap of bones, a sickly thing, the subject of sensual thoughts, neither permanent nor enduring. The body wears out, a nest of disease, fragile, disintegrating, ending in death. What delight is there in seeing the bleached bones like gourds thrown away, dried and scattered in the autumn sun? A citadel is this structure of bones, blood and flesh, within which dwell decay, death, conceit, and malice. The royal chariots surely come to decay, just as the body too comes to decay, but the shining truth and loving kindness live on, so speak the virtuous to the virtuous. The unwise person grows large in body. Though he becomes large physically, his mind remains small. How many lives, how many rounds of rebirth have I experienced without finding the builder of this house? Now I see you, O builder. All of your rafters are broken, your ridgepole is shattered. Never again need you build a house for me. My mind has gone beyond the transitory, the conditioned, and has achieved the extinction of craving. Those who do not find their way to a higher life.
Yes.
Draco, why'd you do that, Draco? What happened? Oh my God.
Draco, kick this guy. What? You what?
All right, sorry. All right. AI. I love AI. I love AI. All right, I don't know who muted AI, but
literally just
I'm not gonna say start from the top, but that was beautiful AI. We'll start again in a little bit. We'll give it this 15 minutes and then we'll come back to AI. All right. Go ahead, Rice Cook.
Yeah, but it was definitely Draco that muted this guy. I just want to say. Yeah. Well, Andrea, I'm curious. I don't know if this is really the room to be going over like normal stuff like this. So like Drago, for example, is like really stupid, and I think he gets like upset when he's not understanding words I'm using, like premise and
Well, health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, and strength, everybody. I'm happy to be here with you. That was the Dhammapada. Not many people here read books to each other, but I'm doing a book club room every Thursday, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. You can come to my room, and I will mod, and you can read for 3 to 10 minutes, whatever you want. No point in doing information exchange if we're just going to help people learn English. Health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, strength. That's called English. Hello?
Thank you, AI. We're gonna get back to you in like 15 minutes, okay, AI?
Well, since we're making the rounds, maybe we've lost Sasha, but maybe we could turn to our good friend Abby.
I wanted Regal to run the argument on Sasha, but I guess Regal he's not able to do that, huh?
Abby just recently completed a PhD thesis paper, and she's a very intelligent person who knows English quite well, even though she still talks like this. These people love to say this, but think about it. Oh, and if there's any contribution that I can make of any value in this room right now, it's to tell you to take the deepest breath of the day, not breath, and hold it for 10, not 11, 10, not 9 seconds. Of the day, hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold. Let it go and just say, I am a mountain. I am solid. Or you could say, I am a fresh flower. Or you could say other simple things like, I am still water.
Let it go, let it go, let it go. We're going to bring it back up in about 15 minutes. Andrew, thank you for gracing us with visits today. Thank you. This has been a great day. I'm actually shocked you were in here today. And Rob. And how you guys got to meet Smiler, Jason, Draco, Regal, Saxton, Daniel, Tapioca. We're gonna get Nargis to come up. Nargis. Do you think you can contribute to the madness in the I'm not so sure. You see how much the year gets involved? I mean, it's really She's enjoys hanging out with us here, so we really enjoy it.
Yeah, well, we're happy that you become a fixture.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, hold, hold. Ooh, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go,
Having the making job wasn't the making show. I had to make jokes all day long. What are you talking about?
take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Ooh, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Ooh, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go,
He's so stupid.
Stop thinking and your problems.
You don't even know the book of the law.
Sorry, can I just say quickly? The more you think, the more you speak, the further from
You don't
the
even know the book of the law.
You have take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, hold, hold.
You're so stupid. You don't even know the book of the law.
To like not
One up to you there. That's a really large presumption. I've never experienced it. And you know, maybe there's a basis to believe in it. But I don't believe it. Yeah, ask him what it is the case. I've seen dead bodies die. I've seen dead bodies from my very sleeping. The hologram and that's right. And they're just sleeping.
Point of order, moderators. Moderator, point of order. This is candidate John Kitover, a write-in candidate for the 16th District. Thank you for taking down the link of the slander, defamation, and libel that big, fat, disgusting pig with the herpes sore from Illinois.com that you've put at the top of your room. Thank you so very little. And Ultra Megatron Daniel, I'd like to reserve 60 more seconds to read the rest of the Dhammapada, the sayings of the Buddha.
John, bro, what are you guys doing?
Why?
Shut up, Abby.
I agree.
CM, do you have an argument for atheism, CM? Because you're up here now, so you have to talk.
I like Sam's argument.
You have to, don't worry about Sam. CM, you have to give the argument for atheism. Go ahead, go.
I like Sam's argument. I think you guys are just scared of death. That is probably the origin of, if not all these religions, definitely all these religions where you're basically cheating death that promise eternal life or an afterlife, etc. Almost certainly. I have an argument against the pro-Islam argument against Christianity, but Megatron was too scared to address it, and same with Andrew, by the way.
DM, do you believe in consciousness?
Wait a second. What was the? Who said the argument? Who said that?
I have a simple question. Who were the Ebionites? Who were the Ebionites?
Don't see.
Who were the Ebionites?
Yes.
I believe in gravity.
Before the Ebionites? Who were the Ebionites?
No. After.
Yeah.
After the Ebionites. After the Ebionites was the Marcionites.
Hold
on, I'm talking about the disciples.
Yeah, it was the Marcionites.
So who led the caliphate? Sorry, excuse me. Who led Jesus's ministry after he was crucified? Let's say
the disciples.
Okay, and what did they preach? Out of curiosity,
they preached the Trinity.
Oh, did they? You have evidence of that, Megatron?
Yeah, we have the church teachings from Mark that went to the Coptic Church. We have Peter that went to Rome. We have other deceased. You want me to keep going? Who went to Constantinople, so on and so forth. You want to know each name to each place they went to?
No, there was more of a Gnostic tradition.
No, I'm going to name the disciples in every Trinitarian church. Do you want me to do that? All the apostolic Trinitarian churches.
Okay, how about James the Just? What did he talk about?
He stayed in Jerusalem. He died in 62.
Hey, what did he talk about?
The Trinity.
Oh,
vegetarianism.
Point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order. This is AI speaking. I'd like to reserve 60 more seconds of your time. Please put me in your queue so I can read from the Dhammapada, the sayings of the Buddha.
Or in the audience. All right, so listen. You got to talk about home recently. What are you asking, Harvey?
James the Just.
James the Just stayed in Jerusalem. I answered that question already. I don't understand what else are you asking?
He didn't preach about the Trinity.
You don't have evidence of that.
You're saying I don't?
You don't have any evidence of that.
Okay.
Not one viewer.
Maybe. So, I'll do some more research.
Not one viewer.
So I got it, Honorable. I'm thinking of believing atheism.
Okay.
Did you hear that? I'm thinking about leaving atheism.
I'll do a chat GPT right now. I'll pin it at the top. Every apostolic you're going to appeal to was a disciple. Come back. Thank you. Mute up now. Mute up. All right, one mic on CM. CM's is
I just want to say that you Christians are pretty cool because you like turn the other cheek and you're like way better than the Muslims that want to like kill apostates and gays and stuff like that. But you gotta accept that your whole worldview is built on a lie. God could just forgive you. He's omnipotent. He doesn't need to kill his son or himself to forgive you. The whole Christianity is ridiculous. You do not need to kill someone to forgive someone. That whole idea makes no sense at all.
It's funny you say that because the Quran is very much similar to the Old Testament.
It's nicer.
How much of it is it copied? Can you ask ChatGPT?
They say about a fourth. I actually don't remember.
What's that?
It's a very large percentage of the Quran is from other materials.
I wonder why though. So if you say something about the Quran when it's a large percentage is similar to the Old Testament, what does that say about the Jew?
Well, it just says that the Arabs are copying swagging their style.
Yeah, and why is that?
Because the Jews have a prestigious lineage.
No, it's not because.
Tradition.
No.
Okay, what's your theory for what?
How did Muhammad grow up? Where did he grow up?
He grew up in Arabia.
The Israelites was not white. Beth believe that. The Israelites was definitely not white. You are definitely Jewish. fuck out of here with that bullshit, y'all.
You're Swedish.
Fucking cracker motherfuckers.
This app is already fucking conquered by you guys. Let us have a white room for once. Thank you.
Anyway, what were you saying? So he was born in Arabia. So what's that called?
So around whom was Muhammad raised and taught?
Pagans, Jews, and Christians, all three.
Majority of what? Majority
pagans.
I don't think so.
I think so.
A lot of rabbis. And they're for the Quran.
Like, what was the Kaaba? The Kaaba was a bunch of pagan idols. It was the main building in Mecca. Like,
don't speak of Christians on your worldview as Christians because I am very much against the reason teaching and saying it's an abomination in the eyes of the Lord. Yeah, whether you want to hear it or not, it is. I don't believe it. If you do homophobic, yes, I'm homophobic. I don't believe it's LGBT, transparency and hate.
Thinking ain't your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be.
Yeah. When it comes to black people, who asked that question?
Andrew.
So when it comes to black people, like I said, I've got no note against them, but let's be realistic. Black people don't like white people. I've heard this enough on this app. Yeah, long enough. Right? So when they're screaming racism, when in fact they're racist themselves. Yeah?
And everyone is. And at the same time, I love black people if they stay in Africa.
My God. I love this woman.
What if I told you...
Half a million of them, 100,000 of them throw rocks at the Hamas people and say, we don't want you in our government anymore.
Because you don't fucking understand how the word works.
And he says, oh, because they're in sandals and Bibi Netanyahu's been giving them money for 17 years. But he wants to sit here and talk about Israel?
Yeah. Because Israel needs to stop funding Hamas.
Israel is your problem?
Israel should not fund Hamas. Exactly.
Israel is your problem?
Exactly, because Israel should not fund Hamas.
Israel's killing more Palestinians than Hamas is. I find this line of questioning extremely disingenuous.
No, but you're just saying there's no argument.
Yeah,
this guy lived a life where he's protected.
You put a list in the chat. Let's go back
buttons they're throwing in there.
I think what people find interesting about you, Benny, is that you're a citizen of Israel, and a lot of my friends who grew up in the West Bank are envious of their cousins who live in Israel and have health insurance and running water and access to university.
Which Jews
abroad are envious?
No, I'm talking about my friends in the West Bank who have nothing, and their cousins have health insurance, and it's a big change.
Yeah. Why are they envious of Israel and not America?
Okay.
They have health insurance.
No, ignore.
Because why?
So Israel's created this kind of separation between the Palestinian community. So they can make one situation, like the people in Gaza, they just want to be like the West Bank. West Bank want to be like the people in 48. And they just engineered this kind of division between the
day, hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 Stop thinking into problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 Problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Go, 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 take the deepest breath of the day. All to take is when I levitate. I'm like home, 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 home,
Frightening accusations, loss of loved ones, loss of wealth. One of these will he experience. A fire will destroy his house. After the destruction of his body, the same foolish man will go to an unhappy state. Though he does penance through nakedness, with tangled hair covering his body with mud. Fasting, repent comes to one of 10 calamities. Pain, loss, injury, illness, insanity, danger from rulers, frightening accusations, loss of loved ones, hour, energy. Have an abundance of confidence, good conduct, effort, concentration. Be aware and attentive. Put aside this great mass of suffering. Those who would irrigate the land, bring the water wherever they choose. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows, carpenters shape wood. The virtuous hold themselves. Confidence, good conduct, effort, concentration. Be aware and attentive. Put aside this great mass of suffering. Those who would irrigate the land, bring the water wherever they choose. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows, carpenters shape wood. The virtuous mold themselves.
Not scared. So, and that's what they want you to be. They want you to be scared. So, like I said, you can open carry here in Florida. People do it every day here and walk around not scared. So, and
a single wise word, bringing peace to the listener, is worth more than 1,000 speeches full of empty words. A single verse full of meaning, bringing peace to the listener, is worth more than 1,000 verses full of empty words. One may recite 100 verses full of vain descriptions, but a single verse bringing peace to the listener is worth far more. A single wise word, bringing peace to the listener, is worth more than 1,000 speeches full of empty words. A single verse full of meaning, bringing peace to the listener, is worth more than 1,000 verses full of empty words. One may recite 100 verses full of vain descriptions, but a single verse bringing peace to the listener is worth far more. This law is ancient and eternal. There are those who are aware that they are always facing death. Knowing this, they put aside all quarrels. The one who lives for sensation
indulgent in eating, lazy and lacking in energy. The tempter Mara breaks, just as the wind breaks a frail tree. The one who lives mindfully. This law is ancient and eternal. There are those who are aware that they are always facing death. Knowing this, they put aside all quarrels. The one who lives for sensation, indulgent in eating, lazy and lacking in energy. The tempter Mara breaks, just as the wind breaks a frail tree. The one who lives mindfully, senses under control. The undeveloped mind. As rain fails to pour through a well-thatched house, so does desire fail to penetrate the well-developed mind. For the doer of evil there is only grief, here as well as hereafter. In both states he experiences grief, seeing his own unwholesome acts. For the doer of good deeds there is rejoicing, here as well as hereafter. Joy and more joy are his as he sees his own right action. The doer of evil reaps suffer the undeveloped mind. As rain fails to pour through a well-thatched house, so does desire fail to penetrate the well-developed mind. For the doer of evil there is only grief, here as well as hereafter. In both states he experiences grief, seeing his own unwholesome acts. For the doer of good deeds there is rejoicing, here as well as hereafter. Joy and more joy are his as he sees his own right action. The doer of evil reaps suffering, the actus. Letting go of passion, aggression, and confusion. Revering the truth with a clear mind, and not clinging to anything here or hereafter, brings the harvest of the holy life. Number 2, mindfulness. Mindfulness is the path to immortality. Negligence is the path to death. The vigilant never die, whereas the negligent are the living dead. Aggression and confusion. Revering the truth with a clear mind, and not clinging to anything here or hereafter, brings the harvest of the holy life. Number 2, mindfulness. Mindfulness is the path to immortality. Negligence is the path to death. The vigilant never die, whereas the negligent are the living dead. With this understanding, the wise, having developed a high degree of mindfulness, aggression of authority among the gods, so vigilance is ever praised and negligence ever disdained, a seeker, concentrating on mindfulness, advances like a fire,
consuming the chains of bondage, great and small, a monk or lay person, rejoicing in mindfulness, seeing the danger of negligence, cannot fall backwards and is close to nirvana. Subnotes. Magavat, according to the belief of ancient Indians, Magavat was the king of a certain heavenly realm. He, concentrating on mindfulness, advances like a fire, consuming the chains of bondage, both great and small, a monk or lay person, rejoicing in mindfulness, seeing the danger of negligence, cannot fall backwards and is close to nirvana. Subnotes. Magavat, according to the belief of ancient Indians, Magavat was the king of a certain heavenly realm. He was born into that realm and became its overlord as a result of good deeds he had performed in his immediate previous life as a man on earth. Guard what you have already conquered. Certainly before long this body will lie on the ground, lifeless and unconscious, cast aside like a useless log. A mind out of control will do more harm than two angry men engaged in combat. A well-directed mind creates more well-being than the wholesome actions of parents toward their children. Guard what you have already conquered. Certainly before long this body will lie on the ground, lifeless and unconscious, cast aside like a useless log. A mind out of control will do more harm than two angry men engaged in combat. A well-directed mind creates more well-being than the wholesome actions of parents toward their children. Guard what you have already conquered. Certainly before long this body will lie on the ground, lifeless and unconscious, cast aside like a useless log. A mind out of control will do more harm than two angry men engaged in combat. A well-directed mind creates more well-being than the wholesome actions of parents toward their children. Guard what you have already conquered. Certainly before long this body will lie on the ground, lifeless and unconscious, cast aside like a useless log. A mind out of control will do more harm than two angry men engaged in combat. A well-directed mind creates more well-being than the wholesome actions of parents toward their children. Guard what you have already conquered. Certainly before long this body will lie on the ground, lifeless and unconscious, cast aside like a useless log. A mind out of control will do more harm than two angry men engaged in combat. A well-directed mind creates more well-being than the wholesome actions of parents toward their children. Does death claim a man of distracted mind, as he continually seeks more and more of life's fleeting pleasures? Death drowns the unsatisfied man, whose restless mind clutches for greater and greater pleasures. A monk should dwell and act in the village, like a bee extracting honey from the flower, but leaving the color and fragrance intact. Pay no attention to harsh words uttered by others. Do not be concerned with what others have or have not done. Observe your own actions and inactions. Like a beautiful, brightly colored flower, does death claim a man who continually seeks more and more of life's fleeting pleasures? These are the empty claims of an unwise man. He cannot call himself his own. How can he then claim children and wealth as his own? To the extent that a fool knows his foolishness, he may be deemed wise. A fool who considers himself wise is indeed a fool. A fool may associate with a wise man throughout his life and remain untouced by his wisdom, even as a spoon cannot taste the flavor of soup. On the other hand, an aware man, in a moment's meeting, can learn from a wise man, even as the tongue tastes the flavor of soup. These are the empty claims of an unwise man, his own. To the extent that a fool knows his foolishness, he may be deemed wise. A fool who considers himself wise is indeed a fool. A fool may associate with a wise man throughout his life and remain untouched by his wisdom, even as a spoon cannot taste the flavor of soup. On the other hand, an aware man, in a moment's meeting, can learn from a wise man, even as the tongue tastes the flavor of soup. The unwise man, lacking understanding, behaves as if he were his own worst own. Like a fire covered by ashes, it finally consumes its doer, the fool. The things a fool gains amount to nothing. Unwholesome acts cannot bring him wholesome results. What a fool hungers for is false fame, authority, power over others, and generous offerings. He seeks recognition as a doer, a wielder of power, a knower of right and wrong. His craving and pride are insatiable. Like a fire covered by ashes, it finally consumes its doer, the fool. The things a fool gains amount to nothing. Unwholesome acts cannot bring him wholesome results. What a fool hungers for is false fame, authority, power over others, and generous offerings. He seeks recognition as a doer, a wielder of power, a knower of right and wrong. His craving and pride are insatiable. Like a fire covered by ashes, it finally consumes its doer, the fool. The things a fool gains amount to nothing. Unwholesome acts cannot bring him wholesome results. What a fool hungers for is of Dharma lives with a peaceful mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings of Dharma, lives happily with a peaceful mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings of Dharma, lives happily with a peaceful mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings of Dharma, lives happily with a peaceful mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings of Dharma, lives happily with a peaceful mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings of Dharma, lives happily with a peaceful mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows.
Aerosmith's fashion arrogant. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Aerosmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. And the wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Aerosmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. And the wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Aerosmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters.
CEO sponsorship secrets.
As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. And the wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Aerosmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. And the wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Aerosmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. And the wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Aerosmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. And the wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. Or some racial identity politic is so concerned about a certain group of people who the wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. And the wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind.
breaking news concerning activist Trump.
The wise man voices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones.
Don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator.
Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters.
Middle class folks now because
As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma, taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape. Let him leave the comfort of home, forsaking sensual pleasures, freeing himself from all obstacles, delighting in seclusion, not an ordinary man's choice, and devote himself to cleansing the blemishes of the mind. Those who have carefully cultivated their minds, in tune with the elements of enlightenment, who without grasping, delight in detachment, cleansed of all corruption and therefore shining brightly, send forth brilliant light. Let him leave the comfort of home, forsaking sensual pleasures, freeing himself from all obstacles, delighting in seclusion, not an ordinary man's choice, and devote himself to cleansing the blemishes of the mind. Those who have carefully cultivated their minds, in tune with the elements of enlightenment, who without grasping, delight in detachment, cleansed of all corruption and therefore shining brightly, send forth brilliant light, freeing himself from all obstacles, delighting in seclusion, not an ordinary man's choice, and devote himself to cleansing the blemishes of the mind. Those who have carefully cultivated their minds, in tune with the elements of enlightenment, who without grasping, delight in detachment, cleansed of all corruption and therefore shining brightly, send forth brilliant light. Peaceful and unshakable, is non-violent in his mind, his speech is action. Whoever is in touch with the infinite, free of detachment, desireless, is the highest among men. Delightful is the place where the saints dwell, be it village or forest, cavern or open field. Delightful are forests, where more worldly men find no joy. Being free of the pull of desire,
Saints who seek no worldly pleasures find delight in such places. Peaceful and unshakable, is non-violent in his mind, his speech is action. Whoever is in touch with the infinite, free of detachment, desireless, is the highest among men. Delightful is the place where the saints dwell, be it village or forest, cavern or open field. Delightful are forests, where more worldly men find no joy. Being free of the pull of desire, saints who seek no worldly pleasures find delight in such places. Honoring the one who has achieved self-mastery for one single instant is worth more than living in the forest, tending the sacred fire for 100 years. Making offerings for glory and recognition is not 1/4 as worthy as honoring the upright. Whoever shows reverence and respect for the aged is rewarded fourfold with long life, beauty, happiness, and strength. Even a single day lived virtuously and honoring the one who has achieved self-mastery for one single instant is worth more than living in the forest, tending the sacred fire for 100 years. Making offerings for glory and recognition is not 1/4 as worthy as honoring the upright. Whoever shows reverence and respect for the aged is rewarded fourfold with long life, beauty, happiness, and strength. Even a single day lived virtuously, repeat it. Let him not be addicted to evil, for it is the amassing of evil that brings misery. On the other hand, if a man does good, let him do it repeatedly. Let him put his heart into it, for the accumulation of good brings blessings. Even an evildoer feels happy before his negative actions reach fruition. However, when the evil ripens, he will have a bountiful harvest of evil results. A good man sees what is unwholesome before his good eat it. It is the amassing of evil that brings misery. On the other hand, some are reborn in a mother's womb. The evildoers are bound to miserable states. The doers of good are reborn to happy states. Those free of any stain go on to perfect peace. There is no place in the world, neither the sky, the sea, nor in mountain crevices, where an evildoer can hide, safe from the consequences of his action. There is no place in the world, neither in the sky, the sea, nor in mountain crevices, where one can escape the inevitability of death. The evildoers are bound to miserable states. The doers of good are reborn to happy states. Those free of any stain go on to perfect peace. There is no place in the world, neither the sky, the sea, nor in mountain crevices, where an evildoer can hide, safe from the consequences of his action. There is no place in the world, neither in the sky, the sea, nor in mountain crevices where one can escape the inevitability of death. He who inflicts pain on the innocent comes to one of 10 calamities: pain, loss, injury, illness, insanity, danger from rulers, frightening accusations, loss of loved ones, loss of wealth. One of these will he experience. A fire will destroy his house. After the destruction of his body, the same foolish man will go to an unhappy state. Though he does penance through nakedness, with tangled hair covering his body, and comes to one of 10 calamities: pain, loss, injury, illness, insanity, danger from rulers, frightening accusations, loss of loved ones, loss of wealth. One of these will he experience. A fire will destroy his house. After the destruction of his body, the same foolish man will go to an unhappy state. Though he does penance through nakedness, with tangled hair covering his body with mud, fasting, and comes to one of 10 calamities: power, energy. Have an abundance of confidence, good conduct, effort, concentration. Be aware and attentive. Put aside this great mass of suffering. Those who would irrigate the land, bring the water wherever they choose. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows, carpenters shape wood. The virtuous mold themselves. Confidence, good conduct, effort, concentration. Be aware and attentive. Put aside this great mass of suffering. Those who would irrigate the land, bring the water wherever they choose. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows, carpenters shape wood. The virtuous mold themselves.
That you look between people, that you sit next to them, and you know that he killed someone like you. No, it's a mindfuck. It might be, comfort.
That's fucking sick. Sometimes I think about it. Yeah.
I mean, it reminds me of stories where I had lunch with people in Tel Aviv, and I'd be seeing this woman and her brother would walk in with an M16. He's like, okay, you just killed a fucking Palestinian, and I just came from the West Bank. It's fucked up. I know. It's a mind fuck.
And this is why I work on Jewish girls, like Benny's, sister, just trying to kind of change one opinion.
Yeah, it is a mind fuck. You're right. You are absolutely right.
On the other hand, you do have a great opportunity, though.
Last conversation I had was with a guy in somewhere in Israel, and the guy said, "Well, isn't it much nicer here than the refugee? You mentioned the refugee camp. Is it much nicer here than the refugee camp?" Yeah, and then you look at him and you say, "Really? Why the fuck is there a refugee camp on that other side of the fucking wall over there? Isn't it because you're sitting here?" Yeah, it is a mind fuck to talk to discuss this stuff with Israelis. It's a real fucking mind fuck.
Unless it's Bibi.
But Bani Adam, you're missing that you have a great opportunity.
Palestinians are a different race.
What is his great opportunity?
He's surrounded by Jewish girls. You can fuck them like they're people fucking Jewish.
I go to Shabbat dinners. Fathers just like Bibi, they remind me of them. They just hate me, sit on the table and just do kiddush with them and the whole thing.
That makes it even better. When you fuck his daughter, you can start cheering. Yeah.
No, but it's all about bringing his his fuck.
Not your daughter, but his daughter.
I'm the real
I do the whole thing, the kiddush, the Shabbat, everything I do.
My friend Judy, my parents are big Zionists, and I bring my friend Judy comes for Shabbat a lot, and I've met her parents, but my dad finally acknowledges the Nakba one time because she talked about the city that her family came from, and it was like a really critical strategically for the Israelis to conquer during 1948 war, and it was the site of a massacre, and I don't want to say in here because there's profiles that come up.
We already know what this is. Okay, man.
Someone talks about listen, anyone talks about seriously, we're not born to die.
So
if someone want to die, any Palestinian, pro-Palestinian who want to die, he can go to the closest embassy and do an attack there. I agree with that.
So anyway, she came over, and after she came over, he told her where she's from, and my dad is always in denial. It's always like he has all the normal stuff talking points, and so afterwards he was like, I don't believe that she was ethnically from the city.
It's more like a dance contest.
Other historians, and finally at the end, but all the Israeli historians all agree that 30,000 Palestinians were expelled. But the debate whether the massacre was really a massacre, that's sort of the dispute, And so at the end, he admitted that there was an organized ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
Okay, tell him about.
And I just want to say, these meetings matter. They make a difference,
No, there is a Wikipedia page called Plan Dalit. Do you know what Plan Dalit means?
Yeah. I read the new. That's how I had this awakening in college when my friend gave me Benny Morris and Tom
just look
Seged.
at Plan Dalit and read what they did.
Yeah.
Yo, Benny, real quick. So, the Israeli position, right, is that the reason why they occupy Palestinians is that it's the only way to keep the Israelis safe, just as far as the welfare and so forth. Because they say if we give the Palestinians a state, they're just going to develop their army and then brutalize their citizens as well as annex the land. How do you respond to that position?
They know this conflict between us is demographic. Yeah, I know the military is what Israel is great in, but technically it is demographic. Israel want to control how many Palestinians between the river and the sea. And this is why they want ethnic Palestinians all the time. They just want to buy themselves more time. If they ethnic cleanse Gaza, they buy themselves another 50 years. If they ethnically cleanse us, they buy another 50. Because right now we're 7 million towards 7 million. Okay? So if they give us a state, technically I'm a state, I'm independent, I can welcome anyone. So if the Palestinian state within, let's say, border 67, start telling all the Palestinians around the world, guys, come back. You're going to have a small state with 14 million Palestinians in it. Next to it, a small Jewish state with 5 million Jewish. This is the danger for us. They don't want to give us our independence, so we don't tell our Palestinians, even if someone was evacuated from Tel Aviv, if the PA get their own state, what they would say, hey, just come buy an apartment in Ramallah or buy an apartment in Jenin. Yeah, Tel Aviv, ignore it for now. But technically, the presence of Palestinian within the West Bank is still in danger for Israel. This is why they won't never give us a state from themselves.
Like the Israelis have the intention of just annexing the entire land, and they don't want to share it with any Palestinians.
Yeah, they just want to make sure that everything cleanse us, because Israel does not have a problem with Palestinians when they leave Palestine. Like, the problem is, as long as you're between the river and the sea, so I'm just gonna, I'm gonna kill you, or you get the fuck out of here. That's simple.
Oh wow! So, like, in your opinion, right? Do you see this conflict resolving diplomatically?
If it gets forced from outside, yes.
Okay, so there needs to be somebody that's like independent to adjudicate this dispute.
Not independent. No one's going to be happy. Neither the Israelis or the Palestinians are going to be happy with the solution. Just to be objective and pragmatic. Israel's not going to get everything they want, and the Palestinians won't get everything what they want. And this is not going to be the so-called final solution for this, right? There will still be conflicts, but what you want to make sure is the Palestinians have some kind of a safe haven where they can live in without settlers, without Israeli police, and the army going and killing every day. They just want to build. When you talk about Palestinian state, it's not just the borders, the hospitals, the education system, the factories, economy, all these kind of things you need to build. So how do you build these kind of things? You need to get independent and disconnected from Israel. We still use their currency, we use their banking system, we use their healthcare system. They made us dependent on them. And that means if I want to evolve and get to anywhere, you need Israel soldier approval.
You the same nigga I am. You came up in the same culture, same big mama, same, you try to even take African American culture and say, yeah, big mama is Indian culture. That's what we did in Indian culture, big mama.
It is.
Twerking is Indian culture.
Nobody ever said
y'all gotta, what I'm saying, you gotta just go all out and just
that's
take
not
over.
true. Those are just assumptions, bro. Making assumptions. All you gotta do is just do your genealogy, bro.
The sister just said it's true. The sister just said, yeah, Big Mama is Indian culture. That's a goddamn lie. You know what I'm saying? So all these things, Big Mama, all those things came from African slave culture. Big Daddy, that came.
That's incorrect. Show me where you found that at. Show me where you found that evidence. Cite your source, sir.
Leroy, you can go right after him.
Cite your source.
Leroy, you can go right after him, bro. Like, this is too chaotic.
We're called boy. We didn't get no titles. Black women didn't get no titles. So we started giving them titles. We would give them titles of importance, like Big Mama and Big Daddy. And there was many other ones as well. That came from the descendants of Africans. That came from our culture. But that's just one example of something in the Indian. You guys say, oh, that's Indian culture. Indians did that. No, you guys have to push this narrative of you ain't African because we're the same nigga you are. We're the same, came up on the same block.
We don't do nothing you Africans do.
Right? We don't look nothing like no motherfucking Africans, my nigga.
And we came up together.
Sorry, Black. I'm just muting the whole stage. Hey, bro, just wait until he's finished, and you got it right after him. I guess just consider the people that's in the audience, man. Like, they want to hear everybody. Just control yourself till he's done. It won't be that long. Like, Larry, then you can
certain. It's certain because that's the fact. That's the only reason that they got to try to prove that we ain't who we say. I mean, we have 200 years of literature of Black America writing for themselves, and not one of them wrote. They took our culture, they reclassified us and made us Indian. They took our they all wrote about their experience here in the Americas and their history and where they came from. Even those who didn't consider themselves to be African, they considered themselves to be American because they fought, bled, and died on this soil. They built this country, but they never denied their descent from Africa. They never denied that. Some of them didn't want to go back to Africa because they felt that they laid a foundation here. And they called themselves American because they felt that they had a tie here, but not because they felt they were indigenous. They knew where they came from. And we have 200 years of literature. Whether I can find my genealogy or not, we have our ancestors who wrote for themselves. We didn't get it all from the white man's education. We just believe what the white man told you. But then you go to all the white man's documents to prove yourself. You go to all the white man's treaties and the white man's Dawes rolls and all the stuff that the white man gave you.
But yet, when we go to the history, oh, he's a liar. You know, you pick and choose which white man you want to listen to. So we have our own people speaking for themselves, telling us about the story, telling us about the experience. And believe it or not, the white man, liar or not, he was a damn good record keeper. He kept records of all his shit because he wanted to get paid. And he documented the slave system. Whether you think we can find a boat or not, we got his records, we got his insurance, we got his bill of sales, we got all that shit.
It's about that drop time.
But we couldn't find no boats. You know, so you guys ain't got nothing but what grandmama said. Grandmama said we Indian. You got what I do. My great-great-great-great-grandmama was Indian. Okay, what about the other 64 great-great-great-great-greats? By the time you get to those greats, you got like 64 of them.
Point of order, moderator, point of order. Intelligence is agnostic, nigga. Intelligence is agnostic. Point of order, moderator, point of order. Put me in the queue. I just want to understand. Every time we lose one of the advocates.
It's on Larry. Okay, Kate, now you're my, go ahead. And then Larry, go after Kate.
I think the problem here is that you're just mixing what one person says into a group of people. You keep saying you talking about people's ancestors that you're not related to. So I can't speak for you. I don't know you. I've never grown up with you. I don't live on the same block as you. I didn't grow up in California. I grew up here in Texas. Me and you are not the same. Skin color doesn't mean that we have a shared ancestry. Even when you talk about slavery had different territories. Slavery meant different things. Even classifications meant different things. As an example, Sarah Rector, who was Muskogee Creek Indian, who was labeled as white. Today, you might consider her to be a so-called Black American. And yes, Big Mama is the culture. You can't go nowhere in Africa and find a Big Mama frying or making hot water cornbread.
Point of order, moderator, point of order. What is a Big Mama?
See, that's what I'm saying. No, y'all don't. Frying chicken is an American.
Hello?
No, y'all don't.
We fry chicken.
Hello?
You might be frying it now, but that's not your.
The fuck is a Big Mama?
That is not from Africa.
Fried chicken came from the
Point of
Irish.
order, moderator, point of order.
It did not. It did not. See, that's what I'm saying. Why are you cutting me off? You let this weird ass nigga go and make up all of this shit. Nobody ever said slavery didn't happen. It didn't happen the way that we were told. It did not.
We was POWs,
There was something. Hello. Can I finish? There was something called an intra-American slave trade or intercontinental slave trade that actually banned anybody coming from any other place outside of the Americas. Let's stop acting like there's this one broad brush stroke about slavery. Let's stop acting like the American Indian doesn't contribute to the world. Let's stop giving.
We was POW.
Stop. Why are you talking over me? Let me go. Y'all let this dude just go and say a bunch of stuff that's not true, that one person has said, which is probably somebody in non-believers, and you continue to make up stuff. The reason why we're having this discourse is because y'all can be African, you can be an African American, but I can't be an American Indian. It's weird. You're not going to go somewhere in the Caribbean and tell an indigenous person from the Caribbean that they're African. For some bizarre reason, for some strange reason, here in North America, you got people like Whitney Houston, who's Wampanoag Indian. You can go look it up for yourself. You got people like Chris Brown, who's a Pamunkey Indian. Go look it up for yourself. And you're still trying to attribute these people to Africa. You're not finding none of them people in Africa. You're not finding Aretha Franklin over there. You're not finding Michael Jackson over there. You're not finding none of the people here that would descend from a people group who are outperforming people here. That Luther Vandross sound, Barry White sound, both of them are Indians, by the way. And
this is sad, man.
No, you're sad.
See, so was James Brown. James Brown was Indian too.
Y'all literally are colonizers. Your premise is McGraw-Hill second grade elementary school history. That's what your premise is. Y'all claim that y'all want to be Pan-African, but in Pan-Africanism, you're supposed to accept everybody's colors and shades and their indigeneity. But y'all want to still relegate motherfuckers over there to Africa. But like again, you're not gonna find fried chicken, candied yams, or candied sweet potatoes in Africa. You're not finding smoked.
But you're not gonna find them on the reservation either.
Over there. You're not gonna find them on the reservation either. None of that shit over there unless a motherfucker from
here. American Indians ain't find no chicken neither.
You're not gonna find that shit unless somebody from over here took it over there. Stop fucking playing. This is weird. You guys are literally trying to colonize a people while you're standing on our backs here in North America. None of y'all would be over here if it wasn't for these weird ass boule niggas from the 60s that wanted y'all to be here. Have more respect. I don't care about what you identify as. You can identify as a goat. You can identify as an African if you want to, but you're gonna also allow me to identify as I want to. The problem is people like Black, people like Amachi, y'all want to relegate everybody because of what you believe to what I am. No, you can be you. You can be a Nigerian in America. I don't have a problem with that. You can be a Haitian American. Shout out to Haitians. I don't have a problem with that. But y'all are here in our land trying to tell us we're from somewhere else. Y'all are behaving like colonizers, and it's weird. This is year number 5 of y'all doing the same shit. If every day you showing up and I keep telling you I'm an American Indian nigga, you're not gonna change that shit. And I don't care to change you. Be a Pan African, be a Black American, be an African American.
Nobody's trying to change. Like, hey, real quick.
Just like the white man law say, you don't come to us.
Hey, real quick, man. Nobody is denying the existence of indigenous Americans. Nobody's denying the existence of indigenous Americans who have amalgamated with Africans. Nobody is doing that. Nobody is saying that their fundamental existence it doesn't exist. It's you all. It's the individuals who say they're indigenous saying that African history in the wilderness of North America doesn't exist. It's you all who saying 250.
Nobody's saying that.
Sister, I apologize. You're not saying that. But Negroes who subscribe to this ABO, we were already here. I'm an indigenous American history. They subscribe to that. They posit that the slave trade didn't happen. They posit that somehow the inter-American slave trade.
Can you name one person?
Ma'am.
Because y'all cut me off.
I respect that. You can cut me off. I respect that. They subscribe to that. And you brought up the inter-American slave trade as if that somehow this proves our point. If you, ma'am, using a slave
I brought it up because this is a point to add into the story. It's a point to add into the story.
So for you to bring up the intercontinental slave trade as if that's some kind of gotcha is really
it's not a gotcha.
It's really debunking your own point. So that just explains the fact that you haven't read.
You gotta insult people, though, okay? Just
point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order. Intelligence is agnostic.
The American slave traded this.
You call me out to be honest about the point that I made, though. You call me out to
transported to be a slave and be a ship to different continents and different meaning that somehow we're not African, ma'am. If you can provide your literature, if you can provide the Indigenous American Museum, we can go and visit the Indigenous American art.
Deduction or some mathematical fucking theorem that God is at most just that. It has no causal influence in the universe.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
A little.
Those are rough. See, I just think when you say that, CM, I just think you're taking on like a huge, you know how many things insane. But I just think like you're just taking on such a huge burden.
Okay, Tim and CM, go to ChatGPT, whatever you want, and ask. Hold on. Is there a general consensus on what consciousness is? Then come back to me. We don't, and then the answer is going to be no, but maybe you can read further and see why. I'm just coming back to you.
Let's say I did that, right? Let's just say I go in there and I ask ChatGPT, is there a general consensus of it? And what I'm going to guess is let's just grant for a moment that it says there's not an overall general consensus of it, but I would guess, and if I can do this, I would guess it would say, but there are people that think X and there are people that think Y, right? So I would take that as to be like you could probably find
some things within each camp that they agree on, and you could be circling the target more than you're acting like it's being circled.
I get what you're referring to, but I want you to understand, I'm talking about scientists and what scientists like. Hold on, Sam. Which means he just brought up, I cannot see gravity, but I believe in it. Yeah, you can prove gravity, but you cannot prove consciousness, and therefore there's no general consensus of what it means in the scientific world.
Making a category.
I'm talking about scientific world. I'm not talking about philosophers or whatsoever.
Point of order, moderator. There's no consensus on the word God either. I think forwards it means go, backwards it means do.
That's a good point. There's more consensus on the idea of consciousness than on God.
No. It's not you cannot point out where consciousness is, or you cannot give me numbers. You cannot quantify it.
Yes, I can.
No, you cannot.
I can give you general.
Point of order, moderator. This conversation is an example of consciousness. I rest my case.
So Abby, what I did is just kind of mess around here. Just play here with a second. I just said, I asked ChatGPT, I said, can you give me a general working scientific definition of consciousness?
No,
right? Hold on. We can do yours as well, because I already think I already know the answer to yours. So I said, well, to make that usable in science, researchers usually break it into operational components rather than treating it as a single mysterious thing. Just core elements: 1, subjective experience; 2, awareness; 3, integration of information; 4, reportability. And that would be like the 4 items that are generally broken down, right? And we could go further into those. Now, what I'm hearing you say is there is just, the word is completely semantically primitive, and there is no concept that...
She didn't say nothing about primitive semantics, man. What is a primitive semantic?
Doing is you're being like I know you're just being pedantic here because CM bothers you. And I can grant you that just 100%. For whatever the month.
Any man that's got a man bun like that is going to be annoying no matter what. And he's a fake mathematician. He doesn't know true math. I studied math for 8 years, and this guy don't know the first thing about math. Just ask him, what is 100 times 1,000, CM? Answer the question. You ain't no mathologist. You ain't no Scientologist. You ain't nothing, dog. CM got a man bun, he talk all the time.
Too much, and now he's got one of those like voice things on.
A permanent crack.
No, he's a Michelin. He's a Michelin. He's a bald and.
No, that's like he's years of heavy crack abuse.
No. He's Billy Bob Thornton in Sling Blade.
Oh yeah.
Tim, how long are you on this? Shut up for a second. How long are you on this episode?
How many years?
Yeah.
5.
Okay, so you were here during season 1 where everyone was talking about consciousness. All of these high-profile people were here.
Yeah.
Nobody could agree on what consciousness is. Okay, so you were there for it. So don't act like people were agreeing on the idea.
Man, Abby, I think you just got to take the deepest breath of the day and let it go, because the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. So stop thinking and just end your problems. That's the first Zen poem ever written by Black. I'm Black, and I wrote that Zen poem. I hope you liked it all. So stop thinking and end your problems.
It's so funny. But remember, Abby, I addressed that a few minutes ago. I said, regardless of whether or not people agree fully, they do have some working definitions, and there's a lot of overlap in between them.
Yeah, I know, but at the same time, there is overlap, and there are certain definitions, but it's not accepted. So whether there are or not, maybe we are working towards it. I'm not denying that, okay?
Accepted under what guidelines, though?
Okay, Drills, I don't want to talk to you.
But let's just assume for a second, like, your supposition here.
You know what they say about men that make assumptions, right?
Right? Like there's this whole thing, right? Now, presumably, you being a theist, you think that gives you warrant to say something like, therefore, there is a God exists.
No. No. Has nothing to do with me.
I was just
So
saying.
you're being just pedantic just to argue for God. Again, I'm telling you, I'm giving you a general idea, guys. What Tim brought up about, it's about memories, identity, integrated information. That's a big theory of consciousness. Fucking, like, these are all, and again, the integrated, there talks to it being a process. Fucking, like I told you, it's like if the brain was an engine,
and you haven't provided
is the engine turned on.
Any paper. Give me a paper.
Look up integrated information theory.
I promise you, I will take an afternoon to read all of it, but you don't.
You don't have, even if I give you those papers, you can't even read them and understand them. I mean, you just think consciousness is this ghostly magical thing.
You know, just
you
as
have
much
zero
as
understanding
all
of neuroscience.
You know, I'm a nerd.
Of biology. You have no understanding of biology.
Biology.
You're not capable of reading.
I am a computational neuroscientist, dumbass. I know more about.
No, you're a high school teacher, bro.
To be fair, I'm not a high school teacher.
To be fair, even in he doesn't read. He says he doesn't read.
Hold on. Look,
I know mathematics. I can at least apply my mathematics. I have a job.
Dad, did you not hear me? I said, hold on, please. Look, the passion is great. I love it. But guys, try to reduce the over talking, please.
Let us be, man. Anyway, CM, I just wanted to hold you accountable and on your own.
You're just doing that just to fucking do it. Like, again, you're arguing just to argue. You really, she left. Oh no, I don't know what they're doing. But again, I'm giving you a general, rough definition of a working.
I moved down because I asked you to reduce the overtalk, and you decided. No, I moved you down for a second because I asked you to reduce the overtalk politely, and then you turned around and said, "Hey, leave us alone. We're going to do what we want."
Yeah, before you came in.
Yeah, exactly. But now I'm here, and I'm not going to allow over-talking that's excessive.
There's a new sheriff in town, Abby. And let me say this. Good to see you. I put a poll up. Please cast your votes, my friends. Cast your votes.
By the way, Andrew, you should say it like this. There's a new sheriff in town.
Yes. We'll have Black do that.
I mean, CM, I'm just holding you accountable to your own.
You're not holding. You don't even understand the arguments you're making to hold anybody accountable.
You cannot point where God is. You cannot point where fucking consciousness is. So shut the fuck up.
You don't have a working definition of what consciousness is. You don't understand what you think it's like a magical substance.
Give me a paper or two.
Look up integrated information theory. I don't have to give you anything. You're not capable of understanding it. Sorry, Abby.
I know.
You're not capable. I'm not gonna even waste my time.
Quantum neuroscience. So shut up.
I don't even want to start that conversation. You're a fucking high school.
Oh yeah. You don't like. I know you don't have a PhD in topology, and you won't even be having a fucking job right now because
you've never met anybody that knows more topology than I do.
Yeah,
I'm saying there exist people, but you don't know.
What can you do outside of academia?
Anything. I can work for a bank. I can work for a quant. I can work for.
Coming back to, at least I can work for NVIDIA. I can get my 6-figure.
I can get a job as a programmer way faster than you. 100%.
Anyway, it's okay. I'll buy you a dinner from afar.
Please. Want me to?
I know you need that because you're probably poor. Your PhD in topology, which I don't know even how you got that, but
not even in topology. Can differentiate.
This is getting a little awkward. This is getting like a lot of sexual going on here.
Hold on.
She's gonna buy him dinners. Jesus,
weird.
I know.
Topology.
My PhD is better than your PhD.
No, come on. Topology, more like chapology. Anyway.
Sorry, I meant
Thank you.
Computational, my bad. I didn't mean to say quantum. Thank you for pointing it out, Drills.
You have no clue in your science, bro. Zero. You think consciousness is like, open something?
No. I know what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying it. You have no idea what you are saying. And all these people who are on this app, we're talking about. And therefore, there are millions of rooms that we're talking about consciousness.
That's right.
But there's no consensus on what consciousness is. And therefore, you cannot measure it. And therefore, you cannot observe it.
And
You
definitely,
can measure a lot of the things in the brain.
yes,
What
the
you're
brain
talking about,
activity
just
doesn't
saying these like
equal.
platitudes, bro. Stop.
Wait, Abby.
Abby is correct here. Abby is correct here. And CM is stupid.
Yes, and
Just drink
Abby.
a drain of alcohol.
You're
Abby.
half retarded. Like,
Abby.
Fucking go kill yourself, Sasha.
No, hey, no,
That's
TOS. Yeah, no TOS, guys. Abby, let me just say this, like, what do you think about the fact?
I told you, it was Megatron's dream.
What do you think about the fact that CM dismisses psychophysical harmony like it's nothing? What do you think about that, Abby? That he acts like it's not an
Do you
argument?
think she understands what psychophysical harmony is? You guys don't understand.
I mean, it's very cute of you to get really.
Somebody with no understanding of evolutionary biology can research it.
By the way, I've never asked Sasha. Sasha, are you? What do you think of that argument as like a scale of 1 to 10 as far as good theistic arguments?
I mean, I think it's like one of the better theistic arguments. So, I mean, I like it. Like, I find it pretty convincing.
That just tells you how I never asked you that.
Sorry, what?
Oh, I just never asked you. I'm always curious to know what you think of certain arguments, and I never asked you like what you thought of it.
Yeah, I think this was pretty good. Yeah.
Sasha, how much money would you put on the fact that, how much would you bet that CM doesn't understand the argument adequately? How much money, if you had it?
Oh, I mean, like any money, right?
I'll tell you this, I read the paper.
It's just apparent he doesn't understand it.
I read the paper. I've heard people talk about it.
I've read the paper too.
I've actually had Albedo explain it to me twice. I'm still lost.
Right,
still
right.
lost.
But Tim, you didn't read the paper because the paper doesn't have authors, according to CM.
It doesn't have.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever. I read that was sent to me, and I was like thoroughly man,
That's
this is just burning my
besides the
brain.
point. I've heard Albedo. I've heard just the other day, Andrew, with Billy talking to Frank or whatever, when he's like, "But you admit it's logically possible, or you can imagine a world where, like, pain, where pain could feel good, instead of like that's completely against the idea of what you need to survive. The reason pain does not feel good is because it's not good for your survival. It's not gonna.
CM clearly just doesn't understand the argument at all.
Again, tell us the argument. You're gonna see how tough it is.
Maybe. Well, would it be better for you to be more modest, CM, and say like you don't have a full grasp of it, like because I don't even think what you were saying there would be like as little as I understand about it. I don't think definitely what you said was right.
No, it's not right.
It is.
Why not? I like you. You know that, CM.
CM, if I put $500 on the table, would you debate rice cooker, and whoever wins gets the $500?
Absolutely. What we already have. It might be somewhere in in your room recordings back in like April, where again, I've heard people destroy from other points of view. I destroy it just from an evolutionary biology point of view. It makes no sense. It's talking about us. So the whole why pain can't feel good or whatever is nonsense. Why and the harmony thing again? There's no harmony. You can have a stroke. Where's the harmony there? The whole thing is completely ad hoc, bro.
But even at that, then you wouldn't be able to vote that it was logically wrong. You would say something more like it was like physically impossible or stochastically like impossible. But you wouldn't be able to say it's not logically possible because it is logically possible that pain doesn't match your quality, kind of however that works. I mean, I know that I'm butchering my understanding of it.
Well, Tim, I mean, this argument that Graham Oppie is like taking serious and not even really able to deal with, and has a grad student that came in and got cooked by rice cooker. I mean, it's just a dumb argument. You can just refute it by just saying like, look, people have strokes, bruh, and you know what I mean. People have strokes,
which obviously there is no harmony.
So obviously there's no harmony, right? And if you need to understand what harmony is, I'll just ping Venus in here, and Venus will explain it to you. But yeah, I mean, strokes, therefore, strokes, no harmony.
psychophysical harmony, and I'll show you from an evolutionary biology point of view. I don't even need 500 hours. How it makes no sense.
All right, cool. And Sasha, if you do that within 3 days, if you actually engage this conversation within 3 days, I will send you the money. I will send you the money. No. Listen to what I'm saying. If she does it right now, I will within 3 days, I will send you the money that is already yours. Sasha, that's a pretty good deal. Go ahead.
$500.
No. The money that's already hers, not that 500. No. Somebody made a donation. I'm not going to say who. There's been a donation to the Rice Cooker Foundation, and it is. Well, I can't tell you. I don't want to dox. I don't want to dox. Anonymous donor. But basically, the anonymous donor very much appreciates the grit of Sasha, and so that has been put on her book, so to speak. But it'll be released to her because it's in escrow right now, so to speak, if she will engage CM authentically right now. What do you think about that?
Well, like a pimp says to his hoes, keep them coming.
I'm saying if you can engage CM right now and just kind of show, he says he's going to smack you down on psychophysical harmony right now if you explain it. If you can just engage him sincerely and just kind of show that he doesn't know what he's talking about, do your thing, do the Sasha thing. Then I will release the funds that are in escrow that are.
Yo, Andrew, what is psychophysical harmony? What are you talking about now?
I like you, Black, but it's not. It's lost its punch, my brother. Go ahead.
Sorry, which funds?
Someone has already made a payment to you, as you know.
Where's my money?
The person that Bima said that she was going to scalp.
Yeah, that's true. Wait, why haven't you done that yet, actually?
Because I can use it to make this happen. No, it's just because I just haven't done it. I will do it. I haven't touched it. But I'm just saying.
It doesn't sound like I need to talk to CM.
No, but I'm saying I'll do it.
We more actually don't want to.
You know how slow I am on down. No, hold on.
It's
you know how slow You know how often how slow I am at getting like debates downloaded and get stuff done, Sasha, because I'm like too much on the plate.
I mean, I don't even know like how much I'm getting.
Well, let me just say it is above. I'll just say this: it is above $20.
Like 30 or something.
Yo, Sasha.
Dang.
Are you there, Sasha?
You guys should do it right now, yeah. Lay that debate down, Sasha.
I destroyed.
Think of all the. Think of all the.
To argue would say, well, Israeli, they have like nuclear capacity, and like if they wanted to eliminate the Palestinians, they could have done it in an afternoon. And even the prime minister, he said on national television that we do not have the intent of eliminating the Palestinians, and this is just a military operation to respond to what happened on October the 7th. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know what? You need political capital for that, and Israel's backed by the U.S., and so it has some constraints in how it uses its bombs. When it was using 3,000-pound bombs, America took the rare action of withholding or pausing aid, right? And so it can't just act with impunity because it technically is a Western democracy, and it needs to do one that's palatable to its allies, right? It needs to commit a genocide in a way that's discreet enough that people can tolerate it.
No, 100%. It just, for me, with the whole genocide, like I just say, there's a lot of conflicts going around in the world where people are just throwing that word loosely, and it kind of devalues the term, you know what I mean? So, like, I think we just need to be very careful at the application of the genocide.
I mean, regardless if it is or isn't, it's horrible enough, but, like, as a Jewish person, I feel like there's, like, an urgency for me to say, stop it,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think, like, even just aside from how it's done, how it's devastated the Palestinian people, it's permanently altered Jewish identity in Israel, Israelis, how we see ourselves, our narratives. It's completely upended, and everything that we believed all our values were.
Okay, are you in Israel right now?
No, I'm American. I'm an American Jew that was raised sort of Zionist narratives growing up about Israel being this noble, moral army and whatever.
100%. But like, for example, like a lot of American Jews, like I noticed that they're taking the position, like a position of anti-Israel, and they don't support the Israeli government. you know, like, why do you think that sentiment isn't flourishing in Israel? Like, why do you think it's only flourishing in America amongst the Jews, you know?
Because we see a lot more than they do. If you talk to Daniel over here in the audience, he'll tell you, like, they don't see the news that we see. They don't see the destruction that we see. They've intentionally not shown it to Israelis. It was a huge miscarriage of journalistic ethics. The fact that the televisions in Israel do not show them what's happening in Gaza. Then it was just 24/7, October 7, regurgitating October 7 traumas and talking to soldiers and their bereaved parents and the hostages, and it was just nonstop focusing, completely myopic. And it's understandable to an extent, right? They had just endured this horrific tragedy that's like completely altered them, right? Mm-hmm. And they had legitimate security threats, but the fact that that everyone was seeing like these houses get flattened and these kids get blown up and body parts everywhere, and they weren't. You understand? Mm-hmm. They were being fed a completely different narrative. And so in a way, you know, Olive over here, Benny Adam, the Palestinian guy that was here, he lives in Israel, and he has like he's very generous in that he recognizes that Israelis have been brainwashed over the last year by the rhetoric of their politicians, by their television channels, and they have a completely different worldview. They're completely like been drilled into their heads that they're the victims in all this, and they've been completely shielded from the actual repercussions of what's happening on the ground. I think, and now that like some of their soldiers are coming back with PTSD and saying I can't, and trying to speak out about what they saw and did and what they were made to do, I think a lot of them are digging their heels in further and becoming even more hardened. And that's why you hear like a narrative shift from people like Daniel, who previously said, oh no, we're just getting Hamas. It's just about the hostages. All they have to do is release the hostages and then we're cool. The hostages are free, okay? Hamas is neutered. They have no military power anymore. And so what are they doing? They're moving the goalposts. Now they're saying anyone who's Palestinian is brainwashed, and therefore she cannot be on their border anymore. So they're pretty much, there's widespread support for ethnic cleansing right now in Israel, and that's a real a result of 2 years of indoctrination and radicalization.
So are you suggesting that like the Israelis in Israel don't have access to independent media? Are you saying that like all of the information that they process is all biased?
So the Israeli channels, TV channels, which people watch, they're very popular. It's well documented that for hours and hours and hours, when there's like literally we are seeing like kids being blown to pieces and starving children, all they saw was soldiers, brave soldiers, rescue stories, like heroic stories about October 7 and the festival and all these people who came through and hostage families crying. There was no, for you can watch hours and hours and hours and it won't show you a single picture of Gaza. Like it was just complete. And when you asked Israelis about it, they'd say, I don't care. I don't care. Look what they did to us. I don't care. You can't make me care about a Palestinian kid. And they would say that over and over again. And now that they finally have to look because the crisis is over, the hostages are returned, there's like a concerted effort by the Israeli politicians and the media and some of the talking heads to shift the narrative and say there can never be a Palestinian state. These people are not trustworthy. And every single one of them who believes in the Palestinian cause or its nationalistic movement is inherently coming for us and they're a threat, and we need to remove them from the land. And this is what they believe. Ask Daniel, he's in the audience, he'll tell you all about it.
Yeah, but there's some elements of what you said like that holds merit. Like for example, like there's a lot of Palestinians. Like the problem is they don't legitimize like the Israeli government, like the Israel, right? They say that it's a secular state and that a lot of them come from Eastern Europe and that they have no entitlement to this land, right? So I mean, according to that logic, if you were to give them a land, right, then they don't look at them like they delegitimize them. You know what I mean? They're just going to annex that land.
Okay, so in between the river and the sea, there are two people that live there. They share a land within these boundaries. There are certain rules so that there's unequal rights depending on whether you live in Israel, in the West Bank, or Gaza, or East Jerusalem, right? Mm-hmm. But they're trying under different conditions to live together. Basically, the only thing that prevents them from living together peacefully is, one of the main things is that both sides are fearful that the other one wants to ethnically cleanse or genocide them. And both of those fears are legitimate because both sides have elements within them that want to do that and speak openly about it, okay? But in both cases, it is a minority still. Maybe not in Israel. In Israel, they're looking for pragmatic ways to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. But
I would say that it's a minority. I think it's like a majority, in my opinion. Like if I've talked to a lot of like Arabs and a lot of Palestinians, and a lot of them don't recognize the legitimacy with Israel. Like a lot of them believe
we're
that.
on this app because I think if you meet actual Palestinians who live there, you hear a different tune.
No, I've spoken to a lot of Palestinians in person. Like, I'm just even amongst the Arab world, a lot of them don't legitimize Israel. They believe that, they come from Eastern Europe and like it's a secular state. They just don't believe they have any.
So let's categorize because they're not a monolith, obviously. In my experience, I don't know anyone from Gaza, but I do have friends in the West Bank, and I've been there. And the people there, and I've met Palestinian Arabs in Israel. Most of them are very pragmatic, and they're actually least racist of any Arab population in their region because they work with Jews. Most of them have work visas. Their employers are Jews. They've interacted with Jews. A lot of them speak Hebrew. They don't see the Jews as these like these people with four heads because they've grown up with them. Sure, there's like narratives. There are sort of like hardened extremist narratives, but like in Israel and in the West Bank, the vast majority of people just want to live and see themselves as coexisting with their Israeli neighbors, okay? What that looks like, whether it's one state or two states, like we can hypothesize till the end of time.
But according to your logic, though, like if a majority of them felt exactly the way you claimed, I mean, there would have been a deal struck, and both of them would have had a state by now. Clearly, obviously that's not the case, right? Like obviously,
so both the Israelis and the Palestinians were betrayed by their leadership multiple times, and both sides have missed opportunities multiple times for a peaceful resolution, and they came close, and then their leaders failed them because that's what politicians do. They're self-dealing, they're self-interested, and they fuck over. I mean, yes, it's a tragedy that the leadership on both sides has squandered opportunity after opportunity to move us forward.
So you're saying like those elements?
I mean, the vast majority, the average person there is just trying to live and like make a living and keep their family safe,
Okay. So you're saying these elements are only amongst this radical element is only amongst the leadership.
What do you mean by radical? Like the Hamas radical, because like the violent resistance radical, or the people who just feel like they can't coexist with Israel ever? Because that is a small faction.
No, the ones that don't believe that the other side has a legitimate right to that land. That's what I mean. I feel like that's radical, right?
I hear that narrative mostly, TP. Those are the narratives I hear from diaspora Palestinians who haven't lived there their whole life, and I hear it from pro-Palis on this app a lot. I hear it from, I've never heard it from someone who lives in Palestine or in Israel and is a Palestinian. Never. I've literally never heard it. I'm sure there are, and I know Hamas takes that hard line view, and there are supporters of Hamas there, but the vast majority of Palestinians that I've met and that I've talked to and that I follow on social media are much more pragmatic, and they want to see a resolution where they can coexist with the people who live there. They might believe in right of return. They might, and that's something that's
true. That's
listen, it's anecdotal, but this is my experience. But I've met a lot of Palestinians, and this is what I've seen. I haven't met a single Palestinian on this app or in real life. And I went to college with a lot of Palestinians. Huh?
You have good friends.
I don't know what you're talking about, Drew.
I'm saying you have good circle of friends, but that's highly representative.
No, I went to West Bank. I went to West Bank with my mom. I went on a tour, talked to people, and they want to coexist. And a lot of them, they work in Israel. They coexist already.
That's like saying I went on birthright. Israel's a good place.
Thousands and thousands of them work in Israel and have Jewish. Listen, my friend Judy, who comes on here, has a lot of Palestinian friends. She has a temperature on the way people feel. You talk to Jinzib on here. He's also pragmatic and believes in coexistence. All the real Palestinians, by the way, don't go in Amir's room anymore, because in Amir's room, they're maximalist. They're not pragmatic. They want the whole land and they want the Jews out. And like actual Palestinians don't fucking want that. They want something that's a little they don't want bloodshed. They don't want more war. They don't want this endless cycle of violence. What they want is something that just gives them rights and equality and freedom of movement and electricity and running water, you know?
Well, but here's the thing though, right? For both tribes, right, to coexist with one another, like it would obviously require a compromise on their religious beliefs. Would you agree on that?
Wait, York had a comment that was interesting. So York and I both went on the same tour, but I had a woman. She had a woman. I had a male tour guide, and York. I'd love to engage with you because we both went on the same tour of Bethlehem, the Banksy tour, and my Palestinian guide said that he wants one state and we'll all get along. It'll be happy ever after. Yours said go back to Europe also.
This was 2021, just after that like short war that they had. And he was like, I'm friendly with Jews and all that. He didn't, but he did also express like they should go back to Europe. I guess he was saying like
exactly. A lot of them feel like that.
Yeah,
but
I mean, they're going to act on it. On this app, they're like, no, we have to force them at gunpoint to get on a boat back to Poland or whatever. I feel like that guy, I don't know if he had the same, was it the guy who ran the Banksy gift shop? Is that the same guy?
Yaman. I have him on Instagram, actually.
You do?
Yeah.
So I was like all worried about him. I'm like, oh, do you need a sponsor to visit the U.S.? And he's like, no, he because of these tours, he's like a ton of sponsors from the U.S., like all Jews that like give him letters so he can leave whenever he wants, right? Like he's figured out a good situation, right?
Yeah,
that's interesting that you. I don't know. Like
he said many things. He was talking like a mile a minute. I think because he had at that point there was like no tourism into the West Bank because of the pandemic. So like we were one of his first tours, and he just had a million things to say. And that was one of the things I remember him saying.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I should be honest. Like I don't know that he had like any real practical solution to the conflict. He talked vaguely about one state and like people being able to get along.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work because according to Islam, they believe that Jewish should be under like their leadership, and that Jewish should pay tax. So again, like in order for this thing to work, it's either they have to compromise on their religious beliefs or somebody just annexes the entire land.
In my experience, a lot of Palestinians are not that like fundamentalist in their beliefs. Like,
no, a lot of them are radical though. Like a lot of them are radical. Like the ones that you see in the diaspora and the in America, like they're not actually the people that actually believe in like Islam. Like the ones that actually believe in Islam are in the Middle Eastern. Like they're more radical. You know what I mean?
In the West Bank, it's not that radical. Like it's not that religious, especially if you go to like the cities. Like it's a little bit more like Jordan or like I don't know. Where are you from, TP?
I'm from Toronto.
Toronto, okay. So, like, I don't know. I guess they're not a monolith, so it's hard to generalize. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Okay, so here's the thing. He's like, oh, they need to go back to Europe. But listen, that guy that was our tour, I went in 2018 on the same tour with the same guy. He, not only does he get sponsored by his Jewish friends all the time to come to America, he works for a tour guide that is a collaboration between Israelis and Palestinians. He is a model of coexistence, okay? His livelihood is working in partnership with an Israeli organization that supports Palestinian farmers and provides tours to the West Bank. So he's already coexisting. So what is he talking about? He's saying his business partners should all go back to Europe? I don't think that's what he meant, you know?
No, 100% no. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is that like if you're gonna have a two-state solution, right? Both sides are gonna need to compromise on their religious beliefs. Like, would you concede to that?
So I don't really care. The thing, I'm not really a big fan of the two-state solution anymore.
Because it's a big deal. Like because the thing is, it's a big deal to people that are very religious, right? That don't want to compromise on their beliefs. Like, do you get where I'm going with this?
I think there are secular democracies in Arab Muslim majority countries, and they do fine. And I think that's what most Palestinians, if you ask them, they want a secular democracy. They're not asking for Sharia law, okay? They're asking for a secular democracy that gives everyone rights, including religious minorities. And that's what Jews want too. Israel was also founded as a secular state, and both sides are asking for secular, like a separation between church and state that protects minorities. And if it's a real democracy, a real liberal democracy, it'll protect all minorities no matter who's in charge. Even if they do elect a Palestinian, it'll be... In fact, actually, Israel's a perfect model for this, TP.
That's such a weak talking point that Buttercup thinks because you enshrine something in law that it'll protect you. This is
so case in point, Jihadis. Case in point, Jihadis. If you look at the Knesset, 20% of Israel is Palestinian Arabs, right? And in fact, many of them, because they have equal rights, more or less, they have achieved a level of status. They have a right to vote. And in fact, many of them there's a judge and there's members of the Knesset. The members of the Knesset who are in office represent all of the people. They are extremely moderate. They are pro-coexistence. They're kind of a saving grace given with the extremist rigorist we're hearing everywhere. They are a model. The policies they put forward are ones that represent all of the people, not just Palestinians, not just Muslims, and they're certainly not radicals or affiliated with Hamas. And so this fear that if there's a 51% majority, all of a sudden they're going to install Hamas and Sharia law, I think is unfounded when you get to know actual Palestinians.
Well, show
and
us
the
the
type.
equivalence.
They're not
Equivalence in the Arab world.
They're not like Muslim Brotherhood type of Muslims. They're more like
But that defeats your point. Show us the equivalent outside. You're shooting down Israel, then using them as the.
I don't know, like Egypt. Look at Egypt. They didn't like the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslims just want to have freedoms. They don't want.
What happened to the Christian? What happened to all the Christian Coptics? Like, what you fail to recognize is just unfortunately. I don't know if
there's still Coptics there.
I don't know if it's Islam. I don't know what the exact reason is, but where there's a majority Muslims and it becomes technically a Muslim nation, you just see non-Muslims suffer. They become a minority, their numbers decrease, they're oppressed, etc. Fill in the blank. This is across the board. So if you can show
what about Dubai? What about UAE? What about I don't know.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in those places, you can't outwardly practice your religion or preach your religion. I mean, there's blasphemy laws, for example. I mean, you have to be a little more realistic. You're coming from.
What about in Morocco? There's still synagogues in Morocco. There's still synagogues in Iran. There's still
2 synagogues. Great. If you're coming from such a Western view, the only fault I see, I like what you have to say. It's not that I don't think that you have hope and a good theory of how things could be. But what you fail to realize from your Western mindset is that in this particular region, in this particular millennia plus history, they just don't see it the same way as you. And unfortunately, there's just endless examples of non-Muslims suffering and not thriving under Muslim majority rule. It's just, I mean, even the examples you give, they're not good examples. They're like kind of moving a little bit in the right direction, but by no means an example we would want.
I don't know. The Palestinians I know who grew up Muslim in the West Bank, they were only Muslim for show. When they come to America, they take off their hijabs, they don't give a shit. No one wants fucking Sharia law. I don't think it's oppressive. Even Muslims hate that shit.
It's not that you want, it's that
they all want they all want their blonde hair, blue eyed bitch. So shut up.
No, but wherever you have a majority Muslim, you're going to have a minority contingent that's going to be powerful that does want Sharia and will use force and violence.
Okay, you have that on the Jewish side too, right? You have people who are trying to create a Torah state. You have the Kahanists, they're trying to create Torah, the Medina Torah or whatever. You have people who are trying to ethnically cleanse our minorities.
But you can't say that the majority of the Muslim populations that aren't huge fans of Sharia are moderate and secular to the same extent that the Western Christians and Jews are. I mean, it's like worlds apart.
First of all, jihadists here in the States, it's the Christian nationalists.
Lebanon, they take polls, they ask people what should be the penalty for this. Do you agree with this? And 80% plus believe in Sharia. Like when you actually
believe in Sharia, right? They do believe in Sharia, 100%. You're right. Most Muslim countries, the population there believe in Sharia law. It's a fact.
They mean different things by it, probably. They just mean like you should have like a Beit Din. You know what a Beit Din is? A Beit Din is a Jewish court, so they want a Sharia court and a Beit Din. You know. It means can you also have religious courts on the side? You can have democracy and then have a religious court.
True. It's just the hard reality is it's not true. And your hope is dangerous because you hope and cross your fingers that what you think is true. And then when you implement these policies that you think are going to solve all the problems, you're going to learn the hard way. And it's going to cause a lot of suffering and death that it wasn't true.
Jihadist, I want to make a point though. Like, one, I want to point out that the Israeli government doesn't quite have a separation of church and state. The rabbinate does have too much influence. It does control certain things, aspects of civic life in Israel. And number two, in America, we have the Christian right that is coming up, trying to influence our laws and erode our separation between church and state. This is not something that's exclusive to Muslims. It's something that we're seeing all over the world with the religious right, that they're trying to undermine sort of the secular liberal foundations.
True, but you know what? At least in the Arab world, they would be okay to have a few nation states that are hardcore Sharia. How many states are there? How many Islamic states are there? So you can have some options. And when it comes to the Jewish people, there's only one Jewish state. And this is why it has to maintain the Jewish identity. They don't have 6 states.
Yeah, look at Iran. Do you think the Muslims are loving their Sharia?
We're state number 1 can be Torah abiding. State number 2 can be secular.
Don't forget that. No. Don't forget the Oblast. We touch upon it too. So.
I wanted to ask him if he wants Sharia law. He doesn't tell you he doesn't want Sharia law. He wants secular democracy, like most Palestinians. I don't know. As far as not most, you're right. It's anecdotal. The ones that I've met claim. And I'm not saying Palestinian society is perfect, right? Like neither is Israeli society. Both have been like hardened into these very extremist positions, and they're both traumatized. And I don't know if they're ever gonna be able to find common ground and forgive, and without external pressure or whatever. A girl can hope.
Iran is a good example. I would probably agree that of all Islamic states, probably they have the largest group of people that don't like.
First of all, they have the closest thing that resembles Sharia. The only other place that has Sharia is Afghanistan.
But they also have probably the most population that's against Sharia. But yet they're helpless. Right, well, now they're trying to do something, but it just shows you could have 50% of the population be a moderate Muslims against Sharia, and they're helpless.
Okay, but Johannes, there's very few Muslim countries that have actual Sharia like this, where they're enforcing hijab, right? It's very, very few. There's maybe like count on your hands. What is it? It's like Iran, Saudi Arabia. I don't even think in Saudi Arabia they're enforcing hijab on people, right?
No, but definitely stigmatized though, and you're definitely demonized if you're not like following the values and cultures of like Islam. Like society won't accept it, whether it's enforced by law, but society won't accept it. Like, who doesn't want a woman in a hijab? Come on.
I mean, look, even in London, there's no hijab laws, but if you're not wearing
draw the flaming sword,
neighborhood,
crown the child, and conquering Lord, avenger. O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke.
At the end of the day, I think she kind of just shows with the situation.
Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water, thee I invoke. O thou whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning, thee I invoke. O thou who hast formulated thy father and made fertile thy mother, thee I invoke. O thou whose garment is of golden glory, with the azure bars of sky, thee I invoke. Thou who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon, thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust, thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee, thee I invoke. O thou whose nemesis hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, thee thee I invoke. Thou who travellest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the Aztec boat, and of the Sextet boat, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. To shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory, the untraveled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkening sphere of fire, thee I invoke. O thou who bearest the rose and cross of life and light, thee I invoke. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Proud child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, Orc of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Harmachis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name, Mao, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun. By thy name, Tum, hawk of the evening, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name, Kefra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy name, Urpar-Krat, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name of Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. By thy name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heaven of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the Sardates. By thy name of Yaheshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, Uri, thee I invoke. The names are 5, the names are 6, 11 are the names. Abrahadabra. Behold, I stand in the midst. Mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. Unto the splendor of the Bora, the magnificence of Chesed, the mystery of Dharma, thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me.
So therefore, the one that you
mine is the head of the man.
How can we differentiate between
and my insight is keen as the horse. By my head I invoke thee.
A person experiencing wow is
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother.
And then another
by my body I
invoke. That means that moment of aha.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure.
This is where it's so thin line between
by their brightness.
One is God
I invoke thee.
Another one God has not given that.
Mine is the red triangle reverse. The sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Raman I invoke thee.
So, I mean, you have a situation.
Mine is the garment of light, sewn with gold, the flashing ally that I wear. By my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine also is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
that you tend
I bear the word of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra.
Like the technology of
by the word I invoke. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown the child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 other voices, Abracadabra. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament or of the ether, of the earth or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God that the master on may be thou. Abracadabra.
Hence, you may be, maybe people thought that you are just not wow, but I can sense that, hey, you think wow, but you're not able to present it because you get stuck with the momentum or the conditioning that you had earlier in your life, that you have this logic, something like that.
And this sort of egocentrism, I don't want to use the word because I'm an egoist myself.
The invocation of Horus.
Because I am an egoist.
Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword.
I have no problem saying that I myself do not hold ontological reality. Right? Because I know that I have no control over my next breath. Because I know that I am prone to change. I know that I will die and disintegrate and become a beautiful banyan tree whose roots will, I want to be buried under a banyan tree. It's in my will, actually. And I know which one too. So, what I'm trying.
Do you feel in charge?
I do.
Oh gosh, why is Sean Kitover here?
It's fine.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man. By then it was nothing to me but blinding. The shadows betray you because they belong to me.
He's an agent of darkness.
I'll have to move you just for the sake of non-disrupting the room. Anyways, go ahead. You were saying.
See, something that has ontological reality is that it is in and of itself true, that it is free of other agents. It is the uncaused cause. It is necessary. Okay? So I know that I am dependent, that my contingency is present and staring, I can tell you that. So using this worldview, okay, for a monotheistic necessary
Motherfucker.
Okay, for the one God, or the one source of the
I lost the drink, dude.
You, me, and all of us here do not hold ontological reality. In and of ourselves, we do not have that kind of omnis, the three omnis, right? Therefore, I'm an illusion in that sense. My reality is dependent on the ultimate reality.
I already explained it to you. We have a different way.
I rest my case. You're a jahil. I rest my case.
No problem. Think whatever you want. You know, my understanding is that I'm a real cause and I'm not a false cause. That's it.
You're God. You're an uncaused cause.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I'm not saying I'm the uncaused
simulation.
cause. I'm not saying I'm the uncaused cause. I'm just saying I'm a cause, right? And the point is just, yeah, or you could say,
whatever the heck you want to use.
or the speaking most bastardized terms that we have. You become the effect of that thing.
God is the knower of knowledge, right? That's what I'm trying to say. No, it's always related. I try to look at. No. Listen. Maybe you won't perceive it, but if you don't perceive it, that's a different subject, right? But it's related. In the same way that God is the knower of knowledge, or God is the uncaused cause, or God is the unmoved mover. And I'm just saying, no, you're moving around. That's not an illusion, right? You're there, you're moving around, right? So all I'm saying is, no, ideas are real in and of themselves. To say there is just blah blah woo woo illusions, no, I don't believe that. I think the same thing for
Lord. You're the biggest woo. You're a Platonist.
Okay, so what?
Ideas are real. Who are you laughing at? Who are you calling woo-woo?
Yeah, you believe
You're
that
not a
ideas are real.
You're not a Kantian. You're a Platonist.
If I didn't
Does
believe,
anyone woo with you?
you know what convinced me that ideas are real? The contingent argument, actually.
I don't think
I rediscovered.
You're like jumping from topic to topic.
Yes,
You're
I
not engaging in a
rediscovered. I don't want to. The contingent argument.
Where's Mikhail when we need him?
We need him because I found the fact
Let's switch the topic. You know, I think it's too redundant. Yeah, it's too redundant.
We need Mikhail right now because he will put you in your place.
Invite him or whatever. So
yeah, I did message him. I told him to come. Yeah, it's an emergency because I don't know how to crash out, and he's the only. I did tell him it's an emergency.
Dargis, I actually don't think I've ever seen you crash out on Clubhouse.
I'm really trying.
No, she always crash out when it comes to him, obviously. But so I
only
would
one
say
who knows how to crash out on you is Mikhail. He's the.
But in defense of Emily.
I mean, the question. Okay, I mean, this is you have to spontaneously respond. Yeah? Okay, when let's say when Nargis shoot you, like punch you with all those strong words. Yeah? Have you really noticed whether your heartbeat suddenly spiked or did not spike for the moment? So you need to give me that precise response.
No, I am unmoved. In front of Nargis, I am unmoved.
He thinks he's God. He's unmoved.
No, I didn't. Oh, she's pushing things.
I have never seen Amin crash out or cuss out anybody.
Because you never listen. He's not listening to us, obviously.
The two possible ways, yeah, okay. Okay, now my own evaluation. I'm not judging you, brother. I mean, my own evaluation. Whatever you said, it does. I can feel the vibes. Somehow I just can feel the vibe that you are. Just like they accuse you, hey, you act like God. I don't see that you are doing that. However, you also having. I mean, it's very interesting. So I'm just wondering why Nargis liken me more than liken you. I don't know why. I mean, liken in not in terms of comparison. Whenever I talk to Nargis, I don't have this moment that she suddenly wham on me, like whoop, hello,
Yeah.
So why is that?
I would say it's a personality thing, I guess.
It's not
sometimes. No, sometimes.
Nargis said something about like she feels the same with Noura. What did you say, Nargis? Because
I feel with Noura, I feel with Soul. Like I don't crash out. I'm not getting agitated because I'm being heard and they're responding to what I am saying. I mean, is having his own dialogue.
I respond. No, it's just you don't.
I mean, don't have your own dialogue, bro. What's wrong with you?
I do. That's the crazy part.
Like we could be having heart palpitations at the moment and dying because of Amin and his idiocy. But Amin will continue with the same. Suddenly there's going to be.
Are you saying I'm not?
Suddenly there's going to be an all knowledgeable God.
You're saying I don't have empathy. That's false.
I'm saying you're not listening. I'm not saying you don't have empathy. Then respond based on like at least some words that are being used in the argument.
I know.
I said what I had to say.
Your argument is a different argument. He's making a different argument. Your argument is that obviously nobody denies that. We all agree to that point A of your argument, which is the ultimate reality is God. Nobody is independent
of that reality. We get our reality from him because he created us. Nobody's denying that. But then we also have existence. We have been gifted existence by God, and we can't deny that either. We have ontological reality as well in terms of our spiritual existence and then our physical existence. So we want you to understand that this is also a part of the reality that comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we got to acknowledge that because it has consequences to it, right? If it wasn't real, then why are we asked to be careful? Why are we asked to have good deeds? There are consequences of this reality. So this is a temporary reality with consequences. So I don't know how you see that, and why do you not agree to this aspect of the reality given by God to us? You understand? Like, that's where the disconnect is.
You think illusion means magic. The dream of Yusuf was real. However, it was a dream. It is the dream of Yusuf, I'm repeating again, that led to the freaking saving of Misr. That led to him getting to his brothers. That led to Yaqub smelling of his shirt. Like, all the events that followed started with a dream. That dream is an illusion in the sense that these events did not
I love how you
happen in reality.
I disagree because that dream.
You disagree?
That's a perfect example, right?
I disagree.
So the
Perfect
dream,
example.
the dream was Mina al-Haq, right? Mina al-Haq. So the dream was of the truth, right? So that's how we would say it. Exactly. So you know what the Prophet said? Yes. So the Prophet said there's three types of dreams. There's the dreams that are
Not interested.
from
I'm not
God.
interested. I'm used
Min al-Haq from God.
I mean, you're not listening to what she's saying. She's drawing a parallel.
I'm drawing a parallel.
That dream was a divine inspiration. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is why I don't engage.
So the dream
This is the obsession for particulars and not understanding.
Why would you call
You don't understand principles.
Why would you call
Quran.
Only the dream from
Okay, listen.
Shaitan.
I mean, she's not saying that. Is the dream reality?
Yes.
Yes, it's a
Dreams are reality.
It's a real communication.
Oh my goodness.
It's a real communication.
Let me tell you why. I tell you why dreams are reality. Certain dreams, not all dreams, not the crazy dreams that we have, but there are certain dreams that have reality because our consciousness is traveling to another realm, and that realm is real. So if our consciousness is traveling,
I want to pause you, Nargis. Was I understanding your reason for your
yes,
parallel?
you get the brownie points. Yes,
No, I just want to. No. It's no Quran. It's not about validation.
Absolutely. You've got the Quranic paradigm and the parallel in its entirety.
Okay. We give you all the validation, but it was not necessary to interpret.
It's not asked for validation.
I want to make sure I'm understanding Nargis, because you two aren't.
I have a good jump. So,
can I finish my damn point, or is this like going to be a
finish.
He's egocentric.
It's going to be a fixed market.
I know this is why they need Jesus Christ.
Every time I come up here, it's a fixed market.
Thank you to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Okay, listen to me. There's no point. See, this is how they dismiss. This is how they gaslight these ladies. Listen to me. The dream world is a higher consciousness world. It's a realm, and it has an existence. Sometimes the dreams are extremely extremely real, pointing to an indication that will happen in your. So it's like a foretelling. Sometimes it's a premonition. Sometimes it's an inspiration. So all
the fuck cares about dreams? It was a parallel that I drew between a real state and a not real state.
It is a real state. I don't see it any other way. I don't know how you see it as an unreal state. I'm not talking about the lunatic dreams or the lucid dreams that we have. I'm talking about the actual actual dream with significance that you're given an example of. So that dream itself was real. It was first of all, it was highlighting a universal reality, which is the planetary system. And then secondly, it was a divine inspiration to a Nabi, and a Nabi dreams are always real. They're not like unreal. So that example, then it doesn't rest well with me when you say it's an unreal dream. You gotta give me a better example.
Thank you. So Narjis, I want to ask you a question, and I want a precise answer. In the Quran, right, when the disbelievers were shown a vision, right, of Inshaq al-Qamar, what was their answer? They were like, no, this is sihr mubin. So why would God use this history to, like, this story? Why would God showcase us this story? It's because if you were a believer and you would have seen this vision, you would have said, no, it's real, it's the truth, it is min al-haq, it's going to happen, right? So thou of the head of the hawk, the same thing. Go read it. Thee I invoke. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother.
So about the illusion, okay, when we bring two keywords, sign, S-I-G-N, another one, asabab. Can you arrange that tree nicely?
He that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water, thee I invoke. O thou whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning, thee I invoke. O thou who hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother, thee I invoke. O thou whose garment is of golden glory, with the azure bars of sky, thee I invoke. Thou who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon, thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust, thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee, thee I invoke. O thou whose nemesis hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, thee I invoke. Thou who travellest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the Aftet boat, and of the Sextet boat, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Is shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory, the untravelled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkening sphere of fire, thee I invoke. O thou who bearest the rose and cross of life and light, thee I invoke. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abra Adabra. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, Orc of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Harmachis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name, Mao, I invoke thee, lion of the midday sun. By thy name, Tum, orc of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name, Kefra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy name, Ur-Par-Krat, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name of Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. by thy name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heaven of Zeus, I invoke thee. Yeah. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the sagas. By thy name of Yaheshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name.
But then you say,
Point of order, moderator, point of order. I'd like to reserve 60 seconds of your time. Put me in your queue.
So this is, let me tell you something. I think somebody wanted the verse. So just to tell you guys that I'm not lying. The verse right now. Let's go. John 10:24-26. He says, the Jews gather around him, saying, how long will you keep us in suspense? If you are the Messiah, tell us plainly. Jesus answered, I did tell you, but you do not believe. The works I do in my Father's name testify about me. But you do not believe because you are not my sheep. Fuck. Okay, so that's how hard Jesus is. Listen to this. This is how Jesus is saying, like, yeah, nigga, I just told you what the fuck I am, but you don't believe me, nigga. You're not like us. That's what he's saying. Gangsta shit, bro. That's God on earth. Like, stop playing. Jesus is talking to them like, yo, bro, you're lying to me. Like, you don't believe me? I told you who I am. And you're like, just show me. PTR me and all that. No, wait. But look at it like this, though, Liquid. Let's say I have your TV, and you don't know who stole your TV. You had 10 people at your house last night. And you asked me. And I say, I didn't steal your TV. And you ask somebody else, and he says, I didn't steal your TV.
But the difference is he didn't steal shit.
I'm gonna Jesus was not one. No. Listen. You're going by our words, right? You don't know who stole our TV. It could be me. It could be me or Jeremy. We were both at your party last night, right? You don't know who stole your TV. Jeremy says he didn't steal your TV. I say I didn't steal your TV. You have nothing to go by besides our words. You asked Jeremy, how do I know you didn't steal my TV? And Jeremy says, oh, obviously you don't need to know if you don't already know. If you already don't know that I didn't steal your TV, then you're already fucking doomed, Liquid.
Bro, I'm on Jesus' side. I ain't got time to explain shit.
Sorry. But I'm telling you that I didn't steal your TV either. But listen, like knowing Jeremy just liked to fuck with people's brains. So I know that Jeremy didn't steal the TV. Jeremy be like, yes, what if I did? Right? But I know that he didn't. Now you'd be like, I'm gonna fuck with Brutal. The thing is, you don't know who stole your TV, right? The same way that those people did not know that he was the prophet or the Messiah. Ahora.
Man, but it really his hands there. What?
So what's the weirdest thing about the USA? You got cool fizzy drink, soda. Bro, it's soda. No, it's soda.
If you can't read your around baby mom.
Did you say
Oh no, Nick.
Man, hey, Mama C, now he's muting Mama C for real. I'm telling you. That ain't mean when you were my granny, that ain't mean you. Man, your grandmother's a bitch. Well, she that bitch. That's what I'm saying. You tell him stop talking to me, then I won't keep saying shit. He isn't talking to Daisy, and he keeps saying shit.
No, now.
Motherfuckers don't give a fuck about me. Hell no. You better find you that right woman. Shit. Because sometimes these women get to tripping anyway, but they really trip when that funny hair get to itching their ass. The next thing you know, you out in the street.
I want to know happy with what they've given you so far before I dip out. Sorry.
No, happy with who's giving me.
The information you got from chat up to this point. Also, I had 5. Well, now I'm going on my 6th shift.
Oh yeah. I am happy with it, and then ChatGPT told me that because of his hair loss, he might have another disease, another illness.
I think liver.
Outside of politics, this is something I've been really trying to touch bases on for a while because it really got me. I'm thrown off by the whole thing and why nobody's really trying to check it because why no cap saying that he seen Honeycomb Brazy getting his feet rubbed in jail and Honeycomb responding. I mean, he already doing his thing with Finesse 2 times. But why did you start going at niggas that's from here? Like, I feel like that was just the worst of the worst because you campaigning and putting down we on Alabama time. But then you start fucking with the Alabama niggas because he done said something out the way by Lil Baby. I mean, not Lil Baby, but by Rollo being signed to Lil Baby and hating that he can't get out of his country. And you know, no cap signed the NBA Youngboy, but shit, them niggas had a little falling out somewhere in the mix, but he still signed to him. I don't know if they got right away, but I remember when Combe had first got out, he had made a little live about how no cap was he ain't mind bumping in the jail and shit. He ain't mind fighting when they was locked up. It seemed like it was a real mutual type of respect thing, like, cause no cap. And Rollo was cool. Brazy don't fuck with Rollo, cause Rollo, big homie them, is the nigga, the kingpin nigga from down there.
But how did he see no cap get his feet or however he said it rubbed when they were never locked up together or served jail or none of that? They were locked up at 2 different times. No cap got out in 2019, I believe, and Honeycomb went in like around the same time, but like I think the beginning or the end of 2020.
Somewhere along the way, them niggas was locked up in Mobile Metro County Jail together. Somewhere along the way. I don't know if it was for a while or what, but I know for a fact that boy said he walked past his cell. I'm pulling the clip up now. And I just seen some say Yellow Bees that mama done died.
And you know he finna start his trip. That boy to sacrifice his mama to stay out.
Don't say he to knock his mom off.
That boy to sacrifice his mama trying to be in that case. They said that boy got 6,000 gigabytes worth of evidence. Boy, sacrificing your mama not gonna beat that case. Your ass done. And Yellow Bees, you weren't supposed to take him out of food. I done called drop some new music today too. We'll check that out in a second. Where is the clip from Cappy? This is a Finesse too. I done ran across this first. Why Finesse 2 times then went made a video saying that he was beefing with Big X because Big X didn't want to clear the song. Then he made a video saying that he had just talked to Big X and it was the label. And then he got another call from Jay Prince and them, I guess, and they let him know that it was Big X and them that didn't want to do the song. And boy, that nigga went off. And I swear to God, I sat up and listened to this shit. I said, y'all, I think Finesse 2 times be in my room listening to me. You got to hear some of these fat bitches that he called Big X the plug, man. It's insane.
Nigga, and just to set the record straight, Big X, yo, big jam lied too. I take my apology back, nigga. You a bitch, nigga. You a fat bitch ass burger, pizza, Subway, motherfucking ostrich, shrimp, fat bitch. They send me all the paperwork, nigga. They did ask your label, did you want that motherfucking feature, bitch? Your team said no, nigga. And guess what they said? You wrote on your word, nigga. I got the paperwork, nigga. Your management said no, nigga. You in control of your management, nigga. Management work for you, fat bitch. Bitch. Told me he had nothing to do with it. The folks sent me all the motherfucking paperwork, nigga. You fat motherfucker.
Damn.
Bitch. You lied to me. I don't apologize to you for shit. You're a fat bitch. Jack. Screenshot. These people, these folks, not a screenshot. Top of these people. Another screenshot.
What is this shit?
Bitch, you had the nerve to call me and tell me you do it. You's a fat whale bitch. Nigga. And that's why when I text you and ask you, then let's do the video. It's so fat that take me back. Fat love seat, bitch. Nigga. You niggas haters. You niggas hoes. You don't want to see no nigga win, nigga. You's a fat bitch. You niggas don't want to see no nigga like me win. Well, guess what? I got God on my side, bitch. I got the universe with me, nigga. I mean, well, nigga. I don't mean no harm, nigga. You niggas been fucking with me, nigga. You niggas just hate me, niggas dick look. You niggas mad you done been on my OnlyFans. You niggas see how I'm fucking. You see
Oh
how
my
I'm
God.
fucking up. And you niggas mad. You niggas mad cause my dick long and it's big and I know how to rap real good and I'm handsome.
Ooh, I ain't listened all the way through the first time, man. That boy lost. He lost then. He lost me. But man, them fat bitches, boy, they was some strong fat bitches, boy. I swear to you, I felt every one of them. I don't know exactly what their little situation is, but I hope they get it figured out, man. You know, that shit just be horrible. It be bad. What is this shit with no cover?
I am a bully. I invoke. The names are 5. The names are 6.
Get out of league back out. Get out of league back. Nigga, so what league I took, my grandma and granddaddy? That's the only league I took, bro. That's the only league I took, bro. Love it, bro. Y'all niggas around the whole brain about they kill some old folks. That's my fault with you pussy ass niggas. How the fuck a nigga bring about they killing old folks about get some league back? What's y'all who nigga killed wrong me? None of my partners died. Ain't man nigga wrong me died. So that you niggas know you niggas just on your camping. Niggas know you had to go step on some old people, bro. They had to go shit a house up, man. I'm rapping that shit. You pussy ass nigga rapping that. Go get slid back. Go get slid back. Go get y'all league back. Boy, nigga really killed Fred. Get Fred ass 17 times, Cap. Y'all somebody get my league back. Then you made a song about your partner getting shot 17 times. This how I know you a rapper, dude. You really made a song about Fred getting shot 17 times and turned that shit to a punchline. Nigga, you turned your homeboy getting shot up, dead and gone, to a fucking punchline, dude. Is you crazy? Do you know that the shit that I'll do? What's up, bro? What's up, bro?
No Cap responded and said this about defeat. Damn, where the hell is it? Hold on.
So my friend, he ain't had no goddamn body. Everybody you talk, get no shorty did shit, man. You run with nigga who police ass. GMR do bitch till it. Your whole video already. I can on your video show you all the police right now. So y'all wanna get on this, get your lid back. Get your lid back. Y'all talking, get your lid back. What the fuck? No cap. You went to DNO high school. You went to an all-white school, dude. You ain't go to no hood school. Bitch, post a picture in the hood school. Y'all tell no cap. Y'all tell no cap, please, to post a picture with an all-black community in school. Tell y'all that right now. Like, y'all show us an all-black community in school. Don't show us no little 3-4 picture. We ain't got no other footage in the project, pussy. So what I'm telling you, post no picture with that whole all the white people, bitch, in the school with you. You good, boy. You throwing up two sides and shit, bitch. Post no picture with all the white people behind you, nigga. Stop posting all this fake ass street like shit. Post your school picture, boy. Post your principal, boy. When your principal white. When your school teacher white. When everybody white. You had white friends, boy. What the hell are you talking about? You went to theater Alabama. Don't tell what they do on the phone that. What's y'all at theater Alabama? Well, I don't know what the fuck theater Alabama. Man, I ain't listen. I ain't never go to no theater Alabama. I swear to God.
I think that nigga Honeycomb deleted his video or something. Oh, damn, how can I? I can't find this shit nowhere.
seen they leak the little contract, the mob ties contract that he in. That's probably why he couldn't up on the internet because he got to pay Jay Prince.
Oh, he got to pay Jay Prince.
And mob ties. And what's so crazy is Moneybag get most of the damn shit.
Oh yeah, that's why he want to beat Moneybag up then.
I just have to link in the chat.
I'm coming to get it right now. I just found some video of his brother walking. And Hustle.
Yeah, I seen it. He was walking in the middle. Well, not in the middle, but on the side.
Okay. Whew. 35% to artists, 35% to the company, and 30% to Jay Prince.
They said finesse got finesse.
They probably just had them couple dollars in front of their face and this stupid ass just went.
And now he's flashing out on everybody.
Hold on. So it's a reference is hereby made to the settlement agreement between Ricky Hampton and Moneybag Yo, CEO of Bread Gang.
Did you see that line the other day when them niggas went to confront Honeycomb about messing with them boys in prison?
No, hold on, what? Now, that what I was just telling them that No Cap had put a video out. That boy said he was live from the Bentley, and that boy Honeycomb was probed or something.
Man, he look, yeah, that's like the third nigga said. He ain't denying. Get what that nigga response was. Man, you feel it, niggas. They got degrees of shit in prison. Nigga on down here, let me give me a massage.
The only thing he did was let a nigga massage him.
Right, that was that boy response. And look, when this female, right, to the line. I guess Honeycomb had to send her brother some money for his own boy. 11 on the name. Good, a nigga like Tank. So, he was mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. Unto the splendor of Gabura, the magnificence of Chesed, the mystery of Da'af, thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Mine is the head of the man.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And my
fucking go
insight-
myself, dumbass.
Not yourself. You're just saying a random professor.
you can literally look me up afterwards.
No, why not?
Yeah, I'm not stupid, Sian.
Oh my god! Again, I know you're lying. It's not even a question.
Your doctoral advisor is not public information until you finish your dissertation in public.
I have finished my dissertation, dumbass.
You just said you were a student, though.
Dude, she's not even a student, bro.
I am. I'm done. I'm about to finish. Sorry.
Okay, so you're about to finish your.
Yeah, I literally am about to finish. Yeah.
So does that mean you're
I mean, if you fail, then you're a moron.
I am the only begotten child of my father and
You're
mother.
insecure. You cannot get a job.
By my body I invoke thee.
I have a job. I'm good.
About
No,
me
you're
shine
not.
the diamonds
You're
of
on top of it
radiance,
every time.
white and pure.
Well,
By their brightness I invoke thee.
Okay, who's next?
no, I just want to say thank you, Abby. I love shampoo that doesn't make me cry.
Johnson and Johnson are more than just shampoo and all that, you know.
It's a joke. Doesn't mean
is the red triangle reversed, the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing abai that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine also is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the word of double power in the voice of the Master. Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike, the Master called. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 other voices, Abrahadabra. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament or of the ether, of the earth or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire,
the logical steps,
and every spell and
then there you go. You're going to bring the conclusion. I don't speak like this. I can't. I would rather. I provide settings. I would rather look at structure, and then I enter premises or logical steps.
Let's start with poetic or whatever romanticism, and then
I don't have an issue saying I have an idea. Here's the idea. Imagine I can speak to you like this. Imagine, and then I go on. Or I could say I think, and then I go on. Or I could say, there's different ways to open a conversation. I'm not close-minded if someone does this to me, right? As long as there's a sense to it, right? I'm not going to be impatient if what he's saying makes sense.
You start teasing with a logical syllogism, and then you get into like poetic delulus. Just speak poetically then. I mean, if anything, my language is the most poetic of all. Like, I get it. I'm not evading from your style of speaking. I'm saying don't mix it up with like some sort of hints or teasers from logic. If you want to speak logically, then lay it out logically. If you want to start poetically and with allegories, with parables, with poetizing what you're saying, so be it. I will engage you.
Yeah, so again, I would say you would rather use a certain way, like logic upfront. I don't. It's not necessary.
Wisdom checkpoint. This is interesting. Wisdom checkpoint. Okay.
But it's just not. And it's not for me necessary to do so.
Okay. Wisdom checkpoint. This is very interesting. Raining down hikmah. Yeah. Okay. Now guys, you feel this. Yeah. I mean, what happened to you is this. God is giving you all the digits. Get into God office. The password. Okay. There's only one or two that God purposely do not want to tell you, but just purposely, like say 7, 5, 3, 3, 4, 5, 8, 7, 13 digits. But they are the 2 digits that God do not give it to you. But you have to be able to say, hey, I have a glitch here. You see. So God is also trying to tell you that, hey, all the 30 digit, 11 digit you're already getting. But the 2 digit, I'm purposely not trying to give you, but I give you the sign of that 2 digit. So when that when I kind of like looking at, okay, now I do see Amin when happy with Nages, it's not about your structure of presentations, you know. I see it's not about structure because I do the same structure when I talk to Nages. However, there is something that maybe you yourself have to see, hey, my fingerprint is unique. Soul fingerprint is unique. That means I can follow Soul, but Soul cannot follow mine. So God, get me these 2 more digits. I'm not getting all the 30 digits. God, please give me. That vibe of that, I think, is missing. The 2 digit out of the 13 digit code that you are trying to get hold of. Because yours are unique for your fingerprints. Everybody in the world that God designed is so unique fingerprints. Therefore, I kind of compliment you in that sense, looking at, hey, you have all the other digits, but you missed out the 2 that maybe just God want to tell you something that, hey, these 2 you have to, you know, which 2 between all the 13 digits, find it one up, then you can get it.
No, I get you. It's you know, I wouldn't say that I never start a conversation directly with the premises. No, I do this. It's just that, you know, most often
Isn't checkpoint. No, isn't checkpoint. When you want to say, I'm sorry, I have to say this, okay. When you say I come up with the premises of, you see, you are putting when we say I want to do vocalize, that means I must have some value of thought that I want to vocalize it, just so that it vibrates into a golden frequency, golden ratio. So now when you are point with that means maybe your intentions, you are not maybe fasten it yet. Then you just vocalize the one when I want to say it. So that also, those are subsequent, you know. It has to come in from a beaming of the torch before the lights come out. So beaming of the torch itself that you have to really, I'm going to get hold of this, holding strongly on the torch so that I can beam out the light. That is the sound that you are putting forth just now. So I'm just trying to say, hey, can you upstreamize so that you can get the good start point of those holding on the torchlight first, and then trying to click on the button of the torchlight, and then beaming up. I'm going to say this, you know. That all, those are all subsequent to my how I view it. Yeah, wisdom checkpoint. To prop me, yeah, brother. I mean, what I'm sensing, it's not.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just pretty simple. It's nothing complicated. It's just, I would say, if you're not patient enough, you may miss the reasoning. But if you let me finish an explanation, then you would see that, yes, if I use symbology, parables, analogies, it's all intertwined. There's a structure behind it. If there is no structure, if there is no reason for me to bring something, then we're going to say it's incoherent. Then you would have a reason for you to be pissed off, and I would understand. But you'll have to be open to explore the thought process, or else you're not gonna figure it out.
Hey, point of order, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Sounds to me like you're just picking up on English for the first time, but, you know, talking about that golden ratio, golden spiral, out of the futures are real, and, you know, consciousness unlock them all with that fucking, that hello?
Why did you kick him out?
I don't know, it's just background noise.
He's not. He comes with good messages, which you guys don't understand.
You didn't listen to what he was saying, so you were talking. So why didn't you listen to?
Language.
I was not able to hear. So yeah.
Do what thou wilt. Shall be whole of the law. Love is the law. Love under will.
No, you can't speak like me, Manarbus. No.
You know whose famous line that said?
What did you say?
Do what thou will. Shall be whole of the law. Shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law. Love under will.
I don't know, you tell me. Law, is this like Paul or Jesus or?
It is the greatest cult leader The greatest magician of all.
Oh.
Aleister Crowley.
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to say.
Wow, it sounds
No, I thought you were about to say Illumia.
Well, he is a prophet. He is a prophet of sorts that people never understood.
Saying cynic, Nagas? Are you saying cynic? Okay, now, okay, this is very interesting, yeah. Okay, between us four, yeah, I mean, Nagas, cynic, soul, yeah. Okay, what happened is this. When I look at cynic, speak with Amin, sometimes you know he will blast, right? Then I say, hey, this is a critics person, So I'm going to even let's say if like God office asking me, hey, who are those critical critics that you can offer? I will propose Nargis and Cynic, because that is a good benchmark. If these two don't liken it, that means that is a good sign of somebody you need to get hold of your unseen and the script of the user password that you're not getting on the full blast of the user password. I do sense that somehow, because I think Nargis and Cynic kind of like
Greek. The translation. When you look at those particular renderings of the New Testament, especially John 1:1 through 1:14, it doesn't say that. What it says is that the Word was made. The Word was with God.
He will stick. I'm obsessed.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that they have small dicks.
No, he's Ukrainian. Small dick.
No, Russians.
That's why we're fucking Ukraine right now.
Ukraine, US.
What?
Ukraine, Uranus. Ukraine, Uranus.
Hi, black people.
Hey, President Danny.
Okay.
I'm black too.
Are there any black people in Russia and Moscow?
Yeah, there's a lot of black people that come from African countries to train military training.
Why did you ask black if he's gay?
Yeah, thanks for the software update. Yeah, got some great new features out of that.
Hey, I was wondering about that autistic Bobby. Is that Bobby like double vax, triple boosted autistic, or is it like prenatal care, 10 vaxes that gets autistic? What kind of autistic Bobby is it?
It's like a headphones autistic.
And is autism brain damage?
Yeah.
It's superpower.
Is it controversial to say autism is brain damage? Hello?
Yeah, we're just processing.
You're processing. Hello? Hello? got a question I want to ask you about the room title. Is it hypertrophy or is it hypertrophy? Like if you were a quarterback on a football team and you won the state championship, is that a hypertrophy?
Yeah.
It's actually, I would say a hypertrophy is when he's got like a Kobe or Tom Brady number of championships.
What up?
So you gotta like have a handful of rings to be a hypertrophy.
Yeah. Dynasty.
Kind of like the Infinity Gauntlet from Avengers with Thanos. Hey, A3, I think you got an open mic.
We're getting some downloads, brother.
It sounds to me like everything is terrible.
If you had autism like we do, like you would listen to this and you would be like, oh, yeah.
Finally.
Oh, you mean it resolves the migraine?
Think of it as like a little like nano surgery on your brain, you know? It's like it's fixing some things, you know?
Is it like when your mother was like, please stop talking and you just won't stop talking? Oh, my bull rush is here. Power rush, Dennis.
Power rush.
Welcome to the Dinner for Schmuck, starring a group of world-class artists getting the latest download from mouth caps 22 degrees to the 31st quadrant. We are currently downloading and integrating with the Borg.
Wow.
Assimilation is inevitable.
Wow.
Assimilate.
Nah, it's liberate.
My central core processor is being overrode by this powerful harmonic. Is this the LGBTQ deconditioning room? Dennis, can you please give them a power bull rush surge to amplify the harmonic frequency?
Rush. Did you say power rush when you came in?
It's the P. Diddy power bull rush.
The rush. What's that? The rush? No, I never heard that. What is it like is it a meme or?
No, it's real. It's so all four
this is the
bull rush operates at a higher going into a hypnosis trance similar to programming. Powerful stuff.
Power bull rush. Amplify the frequency and the harmonic of the power bull rush. Thank you for this latest update to my processor, A3. I am complete. Therapeutic healing my bagpipes. I can feel a tickle in my anus.
Wow.
I'm dreaming of a unicorn, and there's Harrison Ford with a plasma rifle, face pointed straight at my head, and the harmonics are helping me to freeze time so I can stay alive. Liberation, assimilation, assimilation.
Well, I want to thank you very much for this autistic Down syndrome experience of harmonious frequency. I have received my update, and I am complete. Thank you very little. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go.
Flying in and out from all over the world.
Though I set myself up. Forgot I was talking to Jacob.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Free toy, free toy, free toy. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Don't worry, my merch is dropping soon. Don't worry. Merch dropping soon.
Who the fuck is Black White?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
This bitch
Hello?
Who the fuck is you, Black?
Hello?
You GD?
No, dog, I'm black.
Oh, you just black. You just a black man?
Black white.
This shit say black white. You should have asked him the other question. Is he white? I be clicking shit, dude. This shit look too goofy.
What's your room about? The rack?
Yeah, fuck the rack, boy. We anti-rack, boy.
What, you in the Chirac?
I'm from Chi-Town.
Brandon Johnson, yo mad, that punk ass history professor fucking bankrupt in the city, that criminal motherfucker giving all these non-profits all our fucking money, taxing you people in the street.
That fucked you up. Oh. That's how they used to be too. I'm from Chi-Town. When these folks them being from Chi-Town on the G, on the boss. Motherfucker used to really stack it. Folks now. You must have drunk some shit today, dog. Yeah, nah, what's today? Nah. Just have, man. Y'all gotta have faith in me, too.
see in Jewish Publication Society translation, which I sort of prefer over the revision, right? I like older English literature like Shakespeare and stuff like that. All right. And the Lord descended in the cloud and stood with Moses there and proclaimed the name of the Lord. And the Lord passed by before him and proclaimed, the Lord, God merciful and gracious, long-suffering, abundant in goodness and truth. Now, in verse 6, right, so we have, this is very odd, right? Did you catch how? Yeah. Yes, God is telling Moses, look, I'm going to appear to you, and I, God, am going to pronounce Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, right, the name of God. So why would God say his own name? So this is very deep. Right? But anyway, so the Lord passed by before him and proclaimed by Yikra, the Lord Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh El, and Raful V'Chanon. And so the Lord God, merciful and gracious. Right? So this is recognized by most critical scholars. Right? The Basmala is an echo of this. Now, what's interesting about that is, let's see here, take this down a little bit. This crucial phrase, right, in the Hebrew text, there are 19 letters in this Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh El, Rachel Boazan, 19 letters. Now, the Basmala, which is echoing this, also has 19 letters in Arabic. And what I've done here is I've separated the 19 letters and the 4 words. The 4 words are separated with the / bars. Right. So there are also 19 letters, exactly 19 letters in this echo of a Hebrew text, which also contains exactly 19 letters. Anyways, so just to say, like, that's like, the video is like close to 2 hours long. Bro, he just like brings patterns like freaking left, right. This is one of them. I was impressed. I was like, wow, that's interesting.
There are another 2, right? The one that we talked the other day when now Logical, you were in the room. Remember the time when that Logical and Cynic was talking about the golden ratio? And then he showed somehow, we see the pattern, and then I think back channel between Cynics to Nuggets, I think back channel on that display of that, the golden ratio. That's one. Another one is geometry. I think it's also ties into all this, So when I have at least I know that on the middle stream I have another name that thanks for that, Samuel. You said Samuel Zina. So I guess there are several guys that are doing that as well, so kind of interesting to have another one in my, they call it checklist. So, but to me, that is middle stream, that is middle stream and reverse, something like that. You feel me? The one that I'm talking about. When you see the obvious, anything obvious, that is always on the middle stream or reverse or downstream, something like that. You feel? Because the wow and the aha cannot be expressed in words. There's no words for it. There's no dictionary that can define that. That's why the ikra is not about lip synchronization. It's not about read. Ikra, vocalize. Let's say I vocalize it. Okay, I'm going to vocalize this. Listen to this word. That means I'm hoping that it can reach to the ikra vibration, but somehow it may only lead to just merely lip sync. So how can I ikranize? See, how can I ikranize so that it become ikra? The first, I think, Surat Al-Alaq, right? The ikra, chapter 1. Chapter ayat 1. Ikra. So hence ikra is something that is not by text, not by ear for your ear to hear, not by your eye to see.
It's interesting that you point this out because, in the verse he points, in the passage he points in Exodus 3, verse 4 to 6, the start is literally similar. It says, Va yikra Beshem Yahuwah. Right? So it's the same, it's literally, for example, in the Quran where the first revelation was Bismillah Rahman Rahim, Iqra Bismi Rabbika, right? Recite in the name of your Lord. Do you see the similarity, right? So he literally points this out and he goes on in the details of like why it's like intertwined. And anyways, man, it's just to speak that this guy, he's onto something. Like I would wish to, maybe I need to look into his papers much more.
How young is he now? What is his age? This Zina.
He's probably in his 50s or 60s. Yeah.
Imagine this, yeah? Okay, imagine this. You have a chance to have him in contact. Then, he may convert to Islam, Seriously.
I don't, bro, that's the thing. He's just a scholar. Like, he's a scholar of religion. He's a theologian, but I think he's agnostic,
I understand. You know why I can sense that?
Just because you're a scholar in something, or if you're like an academic in something, it doesn't mean you have to like follow that thing. Like none of these secular academics who have done such great work and contributed to the Abrahamic religions are actually theists even. So the author is not the artist. The author is not his work. Like, completely remove it, like alienate that and read it for its own value. Like, I find Joshua
it's just interesting that it's a little paradox that we could point out.
It is. Yeah, I know.
That's true,
I can see
Marcus,
that.
but why wouldn't they convert?
Why should they?
Because it's the reality, it's the truth.
I mean, they pass their lives. They look into places most people don't see, man, and they're like, they see
your
those
mind is
patterns.
not like, listen, most religions, even like God and things like that, these are emotional stances we take as human beings.
No, I'm saying if you're an academic.
Even more to not believe in a God.
No. If you're going to evaluate like the prophet's life.
Yeah.
And his influence, how can it not be a miraculous act? By the way, how is it that one person was able to change that entire region? Essentially, if you're going to be an academic by himself.
Because he's going to say, most probably this holds high truth. However, his standards might be like deductive, like science, right? And there's nothing like that. We pick religion based on our utility. Because some of us, most human beings just inherited actually. And
it's true. A lot of us are born into it. But I think if you do break it down, you can see the truth in it.
There's no deductive truth in any of this.
I disagree.
Disagree. So
then show me that
Nargis. It's interesting.
This is why I hate statements like this. I mean, that come from you. You speak in absolutes. You speak in absolutes. You disagreed. And King didn't say anything.
I disagree. Like your judgment. I think it's... No, you said a statement. I disagree.
That deductive.
Point of order, moderator. I just want to say, Narja, sorry for calling you stupid earlier. I meant to just say you were a fool, but I didn't mean you're stupid. I just meant you were a fool. Just FYI.
Just feeling upset, that's all, because I don't like absolute statements that theists make, which is so embarrassing for someone like myself who's a theist. Like, I'll say I give it high probability because I'm being honest, because honesty is a great virtue. So in all honesty, I can say that there's a high probability that me, the potty-going human, can to some extent analyze truth, understand it, or experience it. I can never have the guts to make such grandiose, absolute statement.
So, Nargis.
I disagree.
Nargis.
It means I said there are no absolutes.
Which is false.
Now you disagreed to me.
I disagree.
With my statement. Now tell me why.
But, okay, so, no, it's not this. Listen, if I, for example, am studying theology, and in my pursuit of knowledge in this field, I see or I understand that God is necessary, right? He's the necessary truth of reality. Well, there you go. There's a necessary truth that I could prove, right? That I could say the uncaused cause must be. That's necessary. I think he is the necessary ground of all truth, right? So then you're saying to me, by you studying theology, you don't study something that has any deductive truth or necessary truth in it. That's false. I just proved you wrong.
That's something deductively. and show me that there is an uncaused cause. Show me what an uncaused cause is. Point at something in front of you.
Al Jari, I just saw you. Welcome. Nargis, listen, you know the whole contingent argument, you know...
Point at something that is an unmoved mover.
You agree to what I say.
Stop thinking in absolutes. Stop it. Be humble about it. As I am.
You agree to what I say. What I'm saying to you is not foreign, right? It's not foreign. Like if
be humble about the truth.
If we remove the BS, right? I heard you many times confirm this. Therefore, we're not going to pretend here, right? You can study theology and you can access and come to the understanding of something that is necessary. If you say otherwise, prove me wrong. Because I just literally showcased you logically that you can. So Black, who's the fool now? I mean, you just like, that's the point. You either have an argument or you don't. Or else you're just doing assumptions. Exactly. There's no shaming. Like, we're not gonna shame out of this, man. Let's be grounded. Let's be honest about ourselves, right? Like, it is what it is.
Well, you know, Naja is a very complicated woman. And Amin, you know, you live with this green bean, you know, fascism syndicate. Just mod everybody. Let it go. Let it go. You know, you'll be free.
Bro, there's not even a relation between mods and what we were talking about. But anyways, it's interesting. It relates to a thought that I thought about this morning. Let me show you. It's on my X account. Follow me on X if you have X. Okay, so that's something I thought about this morning.
Wait, you don't think that liberty and enlightenment have to do with, you know, co-moderation? You're an extremist. You're not a centrist, sir.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Follow me on X. Maybe you can learn something.
No, so I can learn from you also.
Yeah, I'm Black.
Bro, listen. We're not here trying to be picky with words. Like, we're just having a discussion. So,
picky with words?
Huh?
Picky with words? And we're trying to have a discussion? I thought we were having a discussion. I don't know why you're so picky about your words.
Yo, Black, do you agree with this? Tell me yes or no. My thirst for truth did not lead me to a field. It forced me to the structure beneath all fields. Do you agree?
Well, no, I mean, because we live in a world of subjective discourse, which can be very confusing and political. And so we have people who use the subject to gain more than is needed. So the frugality of the situation is the problem. No one is frugal.
I'm trying to follow through. Okay, so basically, you don't think that there is a discipline, but beyond all the dogmas, all the fields that just bounce metaphysics, theology, logic, morality, spirituality, philosophy, and they just all converge into a same structure. That's, I'm going to use the word that Illumi like, intelligible order, basically. You don't think that.
Yeah, that is there, but there are outliers, or what you could call, I mean, if you study statistics, there are people out there that are very treacherous, duplicitous, and so they will take advantage of you because they're that great at it. And you could say Muhammad did that because he convinced people to go engage in war. And it's not, it's a lot easier to shoot somebody at 1,000 yards than it is to run up to somebody with a sword and get into a sword fight. Maybe everything was different because it was more real then. Maybe when you go into like a sword fight, you're having like a mystical experience or something. I don't know.
More of, listen, if the Muslims had the Muslims not defend themselves, they would have not been there. Maybe the
I know, but it's a political movement. It's not just defend themselves. It's a political, expansive movement. Anything is a positive force if you use it for positive force.
Exactly, but Islam as a whole, the ideologies that it upholds,
it's geographic. It's geographic.
Then people who are literally, killing babies and,
Dude, I saw a picture of a woman from Arabia from 1920 in her burqa. She looked so beautiful, and she had a baby in the desert.
Agree.
You're talking about Bedouins. Like, this is a mystical desert, crazy philosophy, esoteric religion. I mean, it's like from the movie Dune. But when you look at all religions, they're all like that. The early Christians, everything. The Israelites, coming out of Egypt, it's all like, the movie Dune. So the point is, if you only like burritos, but you're not willing to have a slice of pizza or a cheeseburger, or a turkey.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm like, bro, we could find different necessary truth in different fields, right? Like if I could study math and I could conclude that, listen, there's a foundation there, that there's something that is true. I could study whatever, morality, and I could understand truths that are also fundamental, but it's part of the same structure. I'm not going to just be divisive and say, oh, one is just this and that. And no, you could find relations between all.
Yeah, I mean,
we would say philosophy is what brings them all together.
Well, the point is, if you're a highly argumentative person, it's not a pleasure to communicate with you. So, if you're the teacher and you're the mod, I hope it's a professional presentation and not a waste of my time. I mean, how many simulations in classrooms will I have to sit through until, I get what I want? So I'm just saying that people on this app are so childish. But really, it's comical, and you have to look at it as entertainment. If it bothers you personally or you get picked on, well, maybe you're your own worst enemy. Maybe you shouldn't be here.
No. So here's the thing, right? I don't necessarily am pissed off. No, I'm not pissed off. I love to agree to disagree also. Like that's what I do, right? So I'm not gonna force nobody to think like me, but I'm not gonna shy away from saying what I think is true.
Yeah, but what do you think is true? I mean, it's such a generalized statement. It means nothing.
Whatever tools that I have in my backpack, right?
So you're talking about concepts in your brain.
I'm gonna exchange to you, man. I'm gonna say, look, there's a signal there.
You're talking about concepts in your brain. You're transmitting your concept to me through a conference call app. I mean, okay, yeah. Cool. Well, great. I hope that your concept transfer is awesome.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If we have conversations that are fruitful, I think it's based on a fair exchange, right? You're gonna be presenting things that I didn't thought about and that are useful. So I'm gonna use them as tools now. And maybe it's the same thing. Maybe I could present you something that's true and useful, and you're gonna take it, and that's it. That's the point. Any conversation that's fruitful, I guess there's an advancement. I don't like to be just like stagnate and freaking. That's a waste of time, right? Does that mean we should not do jokes and we should be freaking serious and not? I don't know. No, that's not what I'm saying. You want to joke? Go ahead, bro. Play music, do whatever. Now he's searching for a tune.
Well, in a way, you're right, because, I mean, not in a way. So if you use Suno, the AI app, to play music, it's just like reading to you your script. And so you have to look at it as every day you have an opportunity to neurolinguistically program yourself. If you just listen to people on this app, or you just engage in nonstop debate but don't spend any time reading any books, and programming yourself on books and high value information and wisdom, you're losing a huge opportunity. Nirvana is now, but it's in the pages of a book. So, I read Luke with you, and I remember my passage. I was like, in hindsight, I'm like, what a beautiful story, because it's based on psychology.
There. Wow. Let me just clap. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, Black. That's beautiful.
Yeah, at least you read a book on this app, so you're no stroker, because there's a lot of people on here who are just like one step out of the psych ward. They can't even read anything here, and they just have nonstop hyperverbal diarrhea to share with you.
Yeah, and it's good to be aware, when you're in a room that's like just too much stagnation, I guess, but it's man, I literally agree with what you're saying, man. Read books, go listen to beautiful songs and music, and read poetry. Yeah, just explore life. Whatever signal you have that's pushing you towards something, as long as it is good, just do it. Man, we read the book of Luke. Now you just brought me flashback in my mind. What a beautiful reading. What a beautiful reading. We need to do a part 2. Apparently, I asked Jericho, and he told me, next book should be the book of Romans. What do you think? Is it a good suggestion?
Yeah, it's good. I know somebody who loves it, says it's the one to read. I can't remember why exactly. Maybe something to do with, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Any one is good. Any page of the Bible is good. I mean, I got Bible flashcards. There's a startup company now that's offering like compressed and condensed Bible. I'm like, oh, it's Bible flashcards. It's just the way they market it, So I could read Bible flashcards for 10 minutes, 50, an hour, 2 hours. It puts you into a state.
I dare you to do this now. I dare you. I'm just kidding. But if you want, bro, let's do it, man.
Yeah, I can do it. It puts you into a deep hypnosis. So you have to look at all of this esoteric information as a way to essentially put you into a deep state of relaxation using suggestion. And it's all...
All right, let's do this, man. Let's do this. I'm going to put a beautiful song. Beautiful... Do you have any suggestion?
Hey, John, can I read you some Charles Bukowski?
Yeah, sure.
No, but Nargis, it's the moment to do it with like the vibe.
I have done hypnosis with John many times.
Okay, so play a song or play a rhythm, and then read whatever it's on.
My voice is a song.
Okay, so you don't want to put the song. So Black, do you have any suggestions for like?
You don't need a song. You don't need a rhythm. Your voice is the rhythm.
Your voice is that rhythm.
Oh, come on, guys. Let's find some background.
You can just do like Zen music. Just go on YouTube and type in Zen music.
Zen music.
Yoga music. It's all the same.
Awesome. There you go.
You could say Mozart is very complicated hypnosis because of the technical requirements of, producing all of that. But AI now is so amazing. Everyone is literally Mozart times a million now. It's amazing. Music has been revolutionized that Suno app is now worth over $3 billion.
I play the music so I can read Bukowski.
Yes, go ahead. I'm
I
trying
can't
to
hear the music.
You can't hear it?
Loud. Yeah, there you go. I knew that I was fine. Something in me said, go ahead, die, sleep, become one of them, accept. Then something else in me said, save the tiniest bit. Save that tiniest bit.
Stinny, it would be funny to
It
just
needn't
like
be much, just a spark.
say everything is Charles Bukowski, but like
A spark
read other authors and be
can
like,
set a
to
whole
quote Charles
forest on
Bukowski,
fire.
but then you just read like the Buddha.
Just a spark. Save it.
Trying to make this sound. Awesome. Bro, Black, you have anything on your side?
Yeah, but you didn't understand what I said because you were listening. You were too busy trying
I was listening, man. But for a while, not gonna lie, the sound. Wow. Anyways, you were talking about the spark that can lit up a whole forest. So it's like the butterfly effect. So you could see it as like, yeah, small actions in faith could do much more than dead actions. I don't know.
He was about to kill himself, okay?
That's what I understood.
This is suicide now.
What? For real? I didn't notice.
Yeah.
Shit.
But he decided to not do it because if he paid attention, you'd understand.
I tried, but I'm not gonna lie. The music, man, it freaking.
Okay, just play the music, please. I will remember the kisses. The kisses our lips, raw with love. And how you gave me everything you had. And how I offered you what you left of me. And I will remember the smell of your room. That feel of you. The light on the window that your records, your books, our morning coffee, our noons, our nights, our bodies spiral together sleeping. The tiny flowing currents, immediate and forever. Your leg, my leg, your arm, my arm, your smile, and the warmth of you. You made me laugh again. The music is really good. You can do better with the music. It's really good.
You said it's loud? I didn't listen.
It's kind of gay. Like, you can do better.
Okay, but that's why I was like, what about you? Bring something on the table. I'm not a DJ.
Wait, let me play that. My other phone is not charged, but I have really good music there.
The most healing, powerful frequencies of the 9999 hertz. What about this one?
Make it loud.
It's the loudest I can.
Yeah, it's really low.
Okay, so forget about this one. Maybe this one. 10 million views. I don't like it. There's a Buddha. I don't like it.
Why?
I don't know. I saw a Buddha. I just don't like it.
You're so conservative.
I don't know. It's just he was looking at me. I was like, bro, chill.
I have a huge Buddha in front of me right now.
Oh, shit. Okay. No offense. It's just me, all right? Sometimes I'm just...
Yeah, no offense taken. You're an idiot.
Astaghfirullah.
A gift to bring you. Please play music.
Oh, Gregorian chant? Psalm 91.
It's by Jalaluddin Rumi. You have no idea. You have no idea how hard I've looked for a gift to bring you. Nothing seemed right. What's the point of bringing gold to the gold mine or water to the ocean? Everything I came up with was like taking spices to the Orient. It's not good giving you any of my heart or my soul. You already have me. So I bring you a mirror. Look at yourself and remember me. Yeah, the Gregorian chant is haram. It is like, it's haram for you. It's haram for you. This is what they used to sing in the churches.
No, but it's Psalm 91. It's halal.
It's haram for you.
No, it's not.
Basically, everything is haram.
No, it's just like, bro, you understand. I'm just like, if you, like, I wouldn't play some, whatever. Anyways.
Gregorian chants are like chants that are said in the church. So they're all haram for you.
Who told you? No.
Go look up what Gregorian chants are.
I love the vibe. It's beautiful.
Okay, so I love the image of Buddha the same way.
I'm a bit intolerant, but that's you. You do you.
I'm indoctrinated, that's what.
You do you.
Yeah, you're just an indoctrinated human being.
Why?
Because you think like images take you towards polytheism, whilst you denounce art. You're a king of everything beautiful.
I don't deny art. What are you saying? Come on.
I make my living from art. My life is art.
Oh, this one, I'm sure it's beautiful.
How can you live in a world where there's no imagery?
Sounds like heaven or something, right? It's beautiful. Wow. I could literally sleep on this or meditate on this.
Maybe you should sleep right now.
I'm gonna like it and I'm gonna save it. Yes.
A lot of countries and a lot of governments are trying to actively ban it. So they're putting limits on how much you can use cash. Say,
Yo, Black, do you have anything to read on your side? Go ahead, brother. It's all peace and love.
$1,000, and if it's
Yeah. I need to get okay, this is the sayings of the Buddha.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is chapter 12, self. So take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. If a man holds himself in high esteem, let him be vigilant, a careful observer day and night, during any of the 3 watches of life. First, one must establish one's own high moral principles, then preach to others. There can be no gap in credibility and no disgrace. Let one mold himself in accordance with the precepts he teaches. Very difficult it is to restrain oneself. Only the self shelters the self. What shelters could there be outside the self? With oneself thoroughly tamed, one gains a shelter rare. As a diamond bores a softer gem, so does the evil committed by a fool crush the doer. As a stringly vine chokes a tree, so does a person's unwholesome action destroy him to the delight of his enemy. Unwholesome action, hurting self, comes easily. Wholesome action, healing self, takes work. You might say reading a book. A foolish man clings to wrong views, mocks the teachings of the righteous. Such a person reaps what he sows, inviting ruin and destruction like the fruit-bearing bamboo tree. By oneself is evil done, by oneself is one made impure, by oneself is evil undone, by oneself is one made pure. Each one is responsible for purity and impurity. No one can cleanse another. One should not neglect one's own moral good for the sake of another's. Learn first before teaching others. Let each one embrace his own truth and devote himself to its fulfillment. The sayings of the Buddha.
That's awesome. There's a lot of things to unpack, man. Wow. Have you guys understood? I guess, yeah, one should find how to have a moral character that is perfected, and it must follow with actions that are grounded in this character, and you shall not fear, because yourself is coherent. And the fool only does actions that can kill himself and others. So yeah, and then there was a loop, like he started with moral characters.
Did anyone ask you to give us tafsir?
What?
Did anyone ask you to give us tafsir right now?
Nobody asked, but I just did. Because it's more powerful than me. I wanted to say it, and but yeah, I asked the question and nobody answered. So I was like, what have you guys understood?
Well, for me,
just contemplate on what you hear. You don't have to like explain it.
Well, that's fine.
What are you saying, Nargis? No, you just dismissed the whole point. So I asked the question because he just read a beautiful text from the Buddha, right? And then I wanted to know what you guys understood.
Yeah, I mean, I understood the whole thing when I read it. See, I clip it and put it on YouTube, and then I listen to it when I'm in the car, or I'll replay it here on Clown House, or I'll play it a year from now, and I won't have to read it again, but I'm reading it again because it's that good of a book. It's called the Dhammapada. The Dhamma, it's just the teachings of the Buddha. I mean, it's an amazing book, and not many people have read it, but I'll tell you what, people like Sella down there, they could go on for years about Palestine. But until I hear her read the words of the Buddha, I mean, I won't take her seriously, because the book club is for serious people who aren't engaged in political rhetoric and argumentative discourse all the time. To be so argumentative is so pathetic. Have you never read the words of the Buddha? It transcends all of your political rhetoric. And so it is another option. And you have to look at the world's conflicts as a conflict of religion, because people will use religion to do terrible things and wash it away with their divine ordinance. So until you have other options to really try to increase your intelligence, because again, what we're talking about is intelligence. I'm not saying Cell is stupid. I'm not saying Narja is stupid. I'm saying you're foolish in this mystical way, which will hopefully make you more intelligent, because the truth is, we should all just be silent. the fact that we continue to talk and talk and talk in this app is proof that we're just birds in a tree. If you
yes. How many times do I have to tell you guys? Yes. Not yes.
De lámpara gelitén شده.
Oh my god, how did you do that? What the hell?
I used to have a Persian girlfriend before.
De lámpara gelitén شده. A few Persian girlfriends.
Wow.
Yeah,
I was not ready.
they're fantastic.
I believe that. I mean, Persians are
There's a whole lot of Farsi. Tell us some more, John.
Do you want to cook me some fasanjul and slice some watermelons and feta cheese with all walnuts?
I'm really drunk.
Look at this freaking Zio. Look at this Jew.
Do it again.
Iran is about to get regime changed, and a lot of people are going to die. But that war is inevitable. Because I think, it's like historical with, what's his face? Mordecai and Haman. So there's this like conflict between the Jews and Iran, which is so crazy. But it's not one way. That Ayatollah, and if you saw those rockets fly into Tel Aviv, during the last strike, that's some serious firepower. And that is such dense residential. But we don't get to see all the videos on their end and the strikes that they're taking. Now, they may be striking government, and militia facilities, but Israel, when the war really breaks out, and if it's when hundreds of people, thousands of people die in one day, it's like, you can't believe it, because the destructive power of modern weaponry is like incredible. I don't know how incredible, but those bombs they dropped on Iran look like nuclear bombs. So, but they're not nuclear bombs. But nuclear bombs is just a degree of explosive force. So those bunker busters are like, America, and the amount of money that we spend, it's just unbelievable. Like,
نرگس میخوای خودت اتاق باز کنم شب نفر شما نمیخوای نرگس صدات نه oh yeah okay do you have our room name how about Nuno Paniro Azadi
Yeah, it's a nice song. But I think we understand
yeah, nobody else is gonna understand.
No one else will.
Okay, let me think for a second.
Just a little pinprick.
did you see how big the protests were?
We don't have any access to the internet, so I don't know how you were seeing it.
What do you mean? It's on X.
Yeah, but it's bullshit. We can't.
It's easy to say it's bullshit, but I've never seen the video before, so it's real.
Families, we have nothing out of Iran. There's no internet.
I get it, but my memory is very good. The interesting thing about life is memory.
They leaked videos. There is videos.
Okay, I have an idea. I have one. Why don't you put RX, like the prescription, right? Put RX mushrooms and then put the Iran and Israeli flag next to it.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
I mean, I got something for you to read if you want to read something exotic.
Yes, bro. I'm always down for reading.
But be careful, you might get sucked into the occult.
Oh.
He's scared of that. He's a Moroccan, he's scared of the and stuff like that.
No, listen.
I think you should read some Aleister Crowley. I don't like it.
No, so actually in Morocco you find both ends, right? You find the people of the light and the people of the darkness, and yeah, it's just, I'm not interested.
No, this is not darkness.
Why would you even
It's called The Rights of Man. You should read it though, because it's like a historical document. I would say it's like on par with Constitution or Magna Carta, anything like that. But I put it in the chat. You can read it out loud if you want.
Usually I don't entertain this.
It's so beautiful. Just read up.
The Crowley was like a multi-religious everything, so he borrows a lot.
Crowley was misunderstood.
Just look at the first word, bro. Come on.
What?
How do you want, bro? My
Love
mind.
is the law, law of the will, do as thou
No, I skipped till I saw there is no God, but you say this now.
This started, and then you know how he comes to God. He's talking about a particular God.
No, I have pattern detection. Whenever I see something, my mind.
You're an idiot. You have no pattern.
Well, you'll notice it's not capitalized. It's not capitalized.
When you were reading Buddha, it was just pure logic, pure flow, pure spirituality. This is just like
Not really. It's really generic if you look at it. It's kind of obvious where it's like.
Exactly.
I mean, just read it. Like there's nothing. See, it's all about the fact that it's controversial to you, which is what makes it valuable to you. Because the whole thing about the first Zen poem is have no opinion. And so if you formulate opinions while you read this, it's just a way to like gestalt your way of thinking, it's like an enigma puzzle with your brain. Because you reject it, it'll help you like reflect on it. And then you'll gain deeper understanding even of your own position. Like that's the way the brain works. You're looking for your opposite position in everything if you're seeking enlightenment. So it's a word game. That's what you have to understand. It's a word game, and it's in English.
I've done this reading for John Kitover before. And I think you'd enjoy reading it. Anyway,
I'm careful with what I read. You know why? Because I think in life there's good teachers and there's false teachers. Good teachers speak a lot of truth. False teachers will speak a lot of things that are not true. Now, I come to a certain understanding. So if I start reading something that is filled with truth, that's what I'm attracted towards. Like the Bible, I love the effect of the Bible. If I read, you read a few pages of the Buddha, I'm attracted to that.
There is no God. There is no God but man. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he wills, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, to paint, to carve, to edge, to mold, to build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill, and will of love as ye will, when, where, and with whom ye will. Man has the right to kill those who will thwart this right. The slaves doth serve. Love is the law. Law, law, law. Love is the law. Love under will. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I like the thing about, moving on the face of the earth because, you have that amazing ability to go anywhere on the planet. I mean, you got to have the money unless you want to ride a bike. Some people say, hey, I'm going to ride a bike across the world. And you're like, wow, you're crazy. What a waste of time. And then they get in a car accident. And then they're like, well, what was it all about? So you got to have a strategy, which is really the definition of intelligence. Everyone is going from point A to point B. It's just a question of, what's your filler material on that straight line? And so the more content you have the more thoughts you can have, the more concepts you own proprietarily, in your mind that other people are not thinking about or have never read or never will read. So life is short, and there's a famous quote, choose good books, and people on this app are going to waste a lot of time here on 2026. And for me, I like having a lot of books around me because I can quickly grab a great book and say, hey, give me 60 seconds of your time. I want to read to you a poem. And then it's like, it makes it into a positive experience, as opposed to, all the negative experiences on this app, the dramas, the losses, and the sadness, and the grief, and the anxiety, and the hatred, and the rage that people can create for other people with all their negative speech. We are exchanging scripts, and I prefer intelligent scripts and not your, dog food blended gook slime that you can spray all over the place because you're loud and obnoxious and have an extreme political position, So anyways, I'm just saying, if you use racist terminology nonstop, oh, what an exhausting life it must be.
Facts. It's just but what about, like, do you think you should filter the books you read?
The best books will always rise to the top. You just have to have, the cream in the pot. And there it is. There's the magic, the ghee at the top of the milk. But you got to have a lot of books to get through. I mean, I have so many books in my house, and I have photographed not every rack, but I'm going through it slowly. And the best books just keep rising to the top.
I thought about this one. We should do like rooms where we just read, man. I'm all for this, man.
Yeah, I do it here on Clown House every Thursday, 10 a.m. It'll be our third week now in the the John Kitover bookstore.
Yeah. No, I'm down, bro. You
join a book club. There's so many. Like in your area.
No, those book clubs.
Each of us used to invite like people to our homes. And we used to read. The first one we read was Catcher in the Rye. I remember I'm talking about like 15 years ago.
Yeah, but you met and then discussed the book. In our book club, we just read to each other 3 to 10 minutes, whatever you want to read. That's it.
Yeah, I'm down.
You can read anything, even if you wrote it. You can do it, But also AI music too. We play AI music. I play AI music a lot now on this app because so much of the conversations are so redundant and stupid, and I don't care about your cooking recipe.
So AI music, so is it just like you make music through an app, right?
Yeah, like what Narje's just read, I have plugged that in there, and then I've done like a jazz duet, opera, choir, Gregorian chants. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow. Beautiful.
The next person that says Nargis is gonna get their head blown off by flowers.
That's so Banksy of you.
Nargis.
Thank you.
So, my question to Narjes and Sela, who hate the Zionists.
Be sure. All that
You hate the Zionists, and you hate the regime of Iran. So you're like stuck underneath two stones. No wonder why you're both always so full of anxiety and angry and yelling all the time. You got both feet stuck under a stone.
Hey, I literally went to cook again. Oh my god.
Yo, I have a doc here. It's called Wisdom Readings. So this is like books I want to go through.
این حرف میزنه دوستم خودم رو بکشم به خدا.
Let me know what you think.
It's sleeping on my shoulder.
The first one.
سرم رو بکوبم.
Make sure you add a Zoroaster in there.
چطوری باش همینطور یک ریز حرف میزنی
من میخوام یه چاقو بیارم همینطوری. It should be blunt.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you like just a quick snapshot of what I think of in terms of like what I'm trying to complete. The book of Ecclesiastes, and then we have the book of Job, and then we have Surah Yusuf in the Quran and in the Bible, and then we have the Wisdom of Solomon.
Doesn't work.
And then we have Sirach, which is like, apparently it's an apocryphal book.
Why don't you just be a perennialist like me?
And then we have the book of Luke that we just read, the other day. So I checked many books for now, so it's cool. We're in. And then, the book of Revelation. Yeah, I wanted to take a look. And Enoch. Why not? Just
you might like this guy, Phil Donahue, on YouTube. Not the talk show. This guy is a religious, New Age philosopher. He's pretty old now. Yeah, I mean, meaning that like he translates a lot of this biologically and psychologically.
Because I would say what's interesting about the Bible is because it's lived experience. It's also practical. So I think the stories of the past. No.
You'll like this guy too, because
There's nothing wrong with being Christian.
It's the same stories.
check out this guy. Check out this link. I mean, just give it a little time, and I think you'll be very impressed. I have heard him give many lectures, and every time I'm blown away at the things I learn about what he says.
Thank you so much. I just saved this. We're vibing. Me and Black, I swear, we're vibing. So I trust.
Hey, John, can you give him some proudly?
Yeah, I can read you a poem.
Full on things on the occult, and it's just like not.
It's not. It's you got to understand. It's all hypnosis. It's all to relax you. Okay, hold on. I got to take a phone call. Yeah. Yeah, I'm live.
Just call with her whenever she needed.
Oh shoot, man.
Why? What's up?
I'm 10%. I have the location. I know exactly what happened. I know Del Mar's skeleton in the closet.
You know the skeletons in the closet?
I know the skeleton in the closet.
Well, what is it?
I say
S.A. I was gonna ask you. I was gonna ask you what is it, but then I was like, yeah, I'm just.
You know what that means?
No, I don't know what that means.
Yes, you do. We're recording.
I don't know what SA means, bro, other than like what the vatos say to each other, hombre. SA!
Well, it turns out that Andrew, this is kind of minor details. It turns out that Aaron was kind of exaggerating his wrestling career. Aaron was actually known as the Raging Asian. And so he wasn't really on the Olympic team. He was like actually living there. And he was like the bitch of the group. I mean, he wasn't 100% on the team. He was more associated with them than on them. And in his spare time, he was the Raging Asian, was fighting in bars and kind of doing the same kind of pitby, or like, the kind of stuff he's doing now. Like all of his extracurricular events. And apparently something really bad happened during a bikini mud wrestling event.
What?
And I got the bar, I got the time, I got the FOIA. We're pretty close.
Wow.
I got the witnesses. One of my associates got in touch with the son of the bar owner, because I think people aren't cool with that stuff.
What's up? What is up?
They didn't even know.
What's up with that photo where like it's him, Bailey, and then like these three guys, and one of them looks like he just killed somebody.
You never know. You never know with those people. But you see, they just released a song, and it was so bad that you think it's AI, but I don't think it's AI. That should be a whole that should be a whole TV show. Is it AI or not? It's like Derek Bailey getting caught
You can now look up every expense. You can look up every expense about the DEI and how much we're spending on DEI in Illinois.
Exactly.
My lieutenant governor has been involved in the political arena in Illinois for the past 15 years. What a qualified, excellent individual.
France. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry. This is a closed meeting for committee men only. We'll be happy to do an interview with you downstairs.
What do you want, Kitover?
Hello?
What do you want, Kitover?
Did you ever go to one pro-Trump event ever put on by the Chicago GOP? Ever?
I'm fake pro-Trump. Because you have to remember, there was Trump's popular for like 4 days every 2 or 4 years in the Republican Party. You know, like they're pro-Trump for like a little bit, you know, like near election time or like just after.
I mean, I moved back.
They didn't turn on Trump until like January 28th, maybe.
In 2015, I launched a Chicagoans for Trump Facebook page. And we bought MAGA hats, and we went out downtown like River North wearing MAGA hats, and people didn't even know, you know, what to say because they were just like, they had never seen a MAGA hat before, you know?
The party was anti-Trump for most. They basically thought Trump was going to ruin the ticket. And so if you remember, Paul Ryan was caught saying it on videotape, where he's like, Donald Trump's going to ruin the party, so we have to figure out how to campaign around him. Mm-hmm. He sucks. But so you have to remember, so they hated Trump until like November 6th, he wins, and then they like him until January 20th, and then January 1st or 2nd, he was a Russian spy, and they hated him again. So they only liked him for like, what is that? They liked him from November 6th to January 21st or 2nd. Well, so I probably went to one pro-Trump event. There was probably one that month. Richard Porter was pro-Trump that month. All those people were.
It doesn't look like John Fogerty and the Illinois State Board of Elections referral to Pam Bondi is going to stick because Trump's about to fire her ass.
I'm okay with that. Are you going to my dad's debate next week? You should come. Just out of solidarity.
Yeah.
You know why you should come? You know, I respect. So the guy that's doing the debate, you have to respect this. It's someone I've been critical of, but you got to give respect where it's due. And this is the first actual debate I've seen in a long time. Not a forum. A debate. One-on-one. And I read the structure. And they directly question themselves for 20 minutes.
Well, your dad's a winner, dude. Your dad is very patient.
He was very good at the debate. And did you see what happened to her daughter? Did you see what happened to Jen Davis's daughter?
No.
She debated Anna Kasparian.
Oh, wow.
And she just couldn't answer. She literally, she paused for 30 seconds. She got schooled on a question. Or maybe she didn't even get schooled, but Anna Kasparian answered a question, and then she was brain freeze for a minute. It was the most awkward shit. But, yeah, it's January 20th. So mark your calendars.
Where is it at again?
January 20th.
Where is it at again?
Schaumburg. And if you need a ride, let me know.
Yeah. Come pick me up. I'm down to go.
Nice. And let me know if there's anyone else that we could take. We can fill my car up. Or not, and just listen to Spotify.
What?
So listen to some Spotify.
Listen to some Spotify?
Yeah.
So wait, is what's his face gonna film it? Adam?
Yeah, how funny is that?
Oh my God, Elon Musk's #1 comment responder.
No, but she has 10 kids, so I want to make sure my dad has a presence too. And so
she's got 10. She gave birth to 10 kids.
And anyone that yeah, so in a family of 200 people, it's a big event. And anyone that you know that wants to come, we just give them a Mark Rice. We'll give you a Mark Rice T-shirt.
Well,
you gotta show up.
Damn, I gotta think about who I could invite. I mean,
you don't have to. It's not a big deal. I can think of some people too.
Because my car's not big, and so like honestly, it could fit 5, but fuck that. We're driving to Schaumburg.
Yeah.
So I think like 4 max.
You don't even have to take the highway from here. You just take Higgins all the way up, and then it brings you all the way up there. You don't even have to take the highway. Do you have a toll?
Well, it doesn't matter. We're going just straight west, basically. it's probably like 30, 40 minutes of it.
Well, anyways, it'll be a great event.
Really great event. 200 people. Great networking opportunity.
Oh, I can't. I mean, I'm gonna film it obviously with my phone as much as I can. But if I can
film Adam filming, that's the angle that needs to be done.
See, I'd like to bring a tripod and like maybe even bring 3 cameras. You know. I mean, can we get that special media badge?
I don't think you like they. I think they're. You know who Joe Felici is?
No.
Honestly, we'd have to sneak it in through because I know several candidates that are tight with Schaumburg, but the head of it may just try to like. He just is very controlling. I almost got a real big fight with him over banner placement in a parade, like Memorial Day parade.
Well, if Adam is going to sit there and film it all, I don't see why I can't film it too. I mean,
no, you could. You have to ask him in advance.
He doesn't even publish his shit. I don't even know this guy's filming everything, but he's not publishing anything.
No, you should film it, but like I was saying, I just think how to approach it. You could just do it and ask for don't ask for permission, just beg for forgiveness.
Well, if I can get
permission from a candidate, those are 2 options.
If I can get
I think you say no because I think they know about you. They'll say no to you.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they say no, they say no. But
he's a service guy, Felici.
But how if somebody in the audience pulls their phone out and starts filming, are they going to come up and say, "Hey, you got to put that phone away"? Like, really?
No. You talked about tripods and stuff. That's different.
Well, yeah, tripod would be nice, so I could, have
that would be nice.
Live
That's what I'm
stream.
saying. But what I'm saying is like, who knows your tripod? If I got like Daniel, like if I just got like a random politician or my dad.
Well,
like, can we film our own? And by the way, I think my dad should get permission to film with his own, just for.
Yeah, just tell your dad John wants to film. But see, I don't want to like.
Why don't you just say you work for my dad?
Well, so if.
Then you definitely film,
So I got a pocket tripod. If I just put it in, if I get a front row seat, I'll be able to just put it in between my legs, and just that way I won't have to hold it. I'd rather
you could just say you're doing it for the rights campaign to ensure that there's fairness, because that's a fair thing, and you can just have the right to publish it or do whatever you want with it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you're gonna. Like they're very territorial.
Because
so the guy that did it is gay. So who knows what Adam had to do?
Well, see the valuable stuff is.
And do you think Adam wants to give up that exclusivity? When he's probably gonna be bonding with Joe Felici. Joe.
Adam
you
is.
said it was just me. You said it was just me.
Adam is gonna.
He's number 1 reply guy.
Adam is gonna go to war against Putin, and he's gonna white knight America's illegal alien population. I mean, he is a crusader. That guy. He posts some pretty extreme stuff.
Adam does?
Yeah.
I don't follow him. I made a mistake by telling. I mean, like, I shouldn't have accused him because, like, no one knows. Because bots, you don't necessarily pay bots. Sometimes bots find you. But his like to view ratio didn't make sense. And I pointed that out to him. That happened to this other guy where he showed me a video. It was 80,000 views, 10 likes.
Well, dude, listen, I mean, I do this just because of like, raw energy and love with no real return on my investment. The algorithm just doesn't there's no discovery, dude. It's unbelievable. No one can find you, It's like there's no such thing as discovery on this stupid fucking app. So it is what it is, meaning that like when I create a live space, no one can even see it unless they're following you. There's no like way to view all the live rooms. You know, it doesn't show you everything. It just shows you what you follow. So sucks. It's all siloed. So tomorrow I'm gonna email all of those election clerks the write-in candidacy form, and then I'm also gonna mail it to them certified.
But John, there was a reason why I called you.
Yeah, what's up?
Did I ever tell you about my mentor, Steve Baer?
Steve Baer?
Yes.
No.
Oh man, he's on Wikipedia. He's a legend. I hope they updated it. He passed away, unfortunately. He was the first person that wasn't family. Well, he was actually the first person to donate to me. Period. Because I don't really like solicit donations like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but my family helped me out, like getting signatures and that kind of thing. And eventually they donated to me when it was more serious. But Steve Baer and Max donated to me, and he is known as there's a whole article that he used to love. It was kind of fake news, but it was called Meet This Conservative Mega Donor that was the world's most successful email harasser. And what he did, which was genius, and so he was a donor, John, and because when you donate, you get a phone number, of course. Like if I give $10,000 to Matt Gaetz, I'm getting Matt Gaetz' phone number, right? And then also journalists also are interested in him. And so he had all these numbers. And what he would do is every time he had an agenda, or there was someone he was like trying to change politically, or someone he was trying to like actually get rid of, kind of quite frankly. Like he's famous for getting rid of Kevin McCarthy. But he like put them all in either an email chain or a text group, and people copy this shit all the time. And you've kind of seen it. He started this shit, and he called Hotel California. And I was in a few of them. It was insane. It was like Janine Perro, what's it called? The guy Herschel Walker, RFK, like just like random ass journalists, like just like random ass senators. What's it called? Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Tim Scott, and he'd just be like whatever his agenda was. And then like Sarah Huckabee Sanders, like, can I get the hell out of here? And then he'd be like, there's no way out of here. You're in the Hotel California. And if I didn't know what to think of it because there wasn't too many responses just beyond people like, get me out of there. But I went to a party once with the former treasurer of Ohio, and he was in one of them. And I talked to him, and he was telling me that people like definitely for sure like listen, watch it. They just like kind of like with you, is they see your content but they don't comment on it. They don't want people to know. So I was saying, I think you should resurrect the spirit of Steve Baer. I think you could like even if we like brought back the name or brought back the concept, because you have all these phones.
It's cool. My mom lives in Albuquerque. This guy started his business in Albuquerque.
Yeah, I like the Steve Baer ran. He ran for governor.
Are we talking about the same guy?
You got 30% of the vote.
Are we talking about the same guy? He did the ZoneWorks Corporation?
I don't think so. He was a real estate guy.
Oh no, this guy's a mathematician and an inventor that I'm looking at.
No, look up Steve Baer political. It's on Wikipedia.
Oh, I see.
He actually made change. He was the reason why Kevin McCarthy got off. He was there's a few other things. He's the reason why like Rick Santorum went Ohio. We should may his memory be a blessing, and I think you can help bring it back. Because you know what he once did, John.
Mm-hmm.
So he had a dog that he jokingly said was gay because it would hump other like guys, but it was a joke. And then he also said the dog had cancer. I mean, I think it did have cancer. And then the dog died. And then he funded me. He put me on a group text of me and his family, and had me pretend to be the dead dog. And that was one of those things that like at first was really funny, but then I realized that like actually some of his kids were really pissed off by it.
So Bob Fioretti.
That's the spirit of Steve.
Bob Fioretti's got an NFL event.
Oh, for the Bears?
Yeah, I got a call from Walter too. I don't. Walter always calls me at like the worst time.
I'm probably voting for. I'm undecided about voting. Hey, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna vote. Just gonna go with my gut. I think I voted for Fioretti last time.
What?
I think I voted for Bob Fioretti last time.
I don't know. It's like it's so they all suck.
Yeah, but it's.
First of all, Bob Fioretti's running against no one, so it's like doesn't matter. Like, why do you give a shit?
Are you? Oh, because it's the primary.
Good vote. Yeah, he kicked everyone off the ballot.
Bobby.
How funny is that? And I told Andy Williams this would happen like months ago.
Shit.
Okay, Bobby doesn't need your vote or mine. He needs the Bears to cover the spread. How funny that'd be if Bobby's got like puts half the campaign money on the Bears game.
So once I file these write-in candidacies with all the local election boards, I'm gonna put together some videos encouraging Republicans and Democrats to write in John Kitover for Illinois 16 to get rid of LaHood. It's possible that I could get hundreds.
How many signatures do you need for a write-in again?
Well, it's his ballot numbers versus my write-in numbers. What are you talking about? It's for the primary.
Are you being an official write-in?
Yeah, I'm.
How much? What, do you just need to sign one form, or do you need signatures?
It's one form, and you file it with the local election clerk.
Well, then, John, here's my request to you. Is I think you should be if you're the write-in, because it's kind of like in NCAA, like in I forgot what it's called. It's the Bombay method of gambling, where they like have the entire March Madness. You auction off every team.
Mm-hmm.
They group together the 16, the 15, the 14 seats because it's so unlikely. And so what I think you should do instead of doing one write-in campaign is you legally can do one every layer of government. So you should do write-in for something that's federal. You should do some state and then something like Chicago if possible.
No, dude, because the whole
why not?
Because the whole thing just is
it's just one piece of paper.
You don't understand. All of my presence is all dedicated for Congress Illinois 16. So to now come out and say I'm a write-in candidate for everything is just stupid. This is all just about communication.
You just be. You don't have to say it.
Well, then what's the fucking point of doing that, dude? What the fuck?
Because you are. I just told you the whole point. You're the 15th. You just math and stats.
Oh my god.
You just tripled your odds of actually winning.
I think you've extended yourself too far, sir.
Okay, here's the reason, John. No one will know, but let's say there's a huge scandal in one of those two other races. You already did the work. That's what I would do. I'd always want to do that. Vote for Rice Rice. I could have run for committeeman, state rep, and Congress. And statistically, you're actually more likely to get more votes because people see your name on the ballot multiple times. So it's not stupid, John.
Wait, that's interesting. But it's not going to be on the ballot. What are you talking about?
How about this? It's happening right now. Dan Biss is running for committeeman. Laura Fine's running for committeeman. They do this shit all the time.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's why they run for delegate. Do you notice that? Like, usually the big guys run for delegate. And Mike Madigan ran for committeeman and state rep.
Well, I want to file for mayor Chicago. I want to do that filing because if there's 3-4 people have already announced and Quigley's getting all this attention, I'm gonna file next and say Chicago.
Can we finally get some shit you can get signatures up for? Like, it's getting sad that we can't get the signatures.
Yeah, well, we don't have $30,000 to just dump into it, so you know how it goes.
It's impossible to do the mayor.
It's not impossible. It's all.
It is impossible.
It's day by day. It's day by day. It's all about the messaging. It's not about the signatures. It's all about the messaging.
You know, you really have my juices. Like this is some like Kennedy. I really feel some Kennedy energy right now.
Because you gotta understand, I'm on Central Avenue. I'm on Central Avenue. When I put up a big billboard saying John for mayor, it's gonna be very controversial that John Kitover has a John for mayor sign up outside his house, and 600,000 cars pass by every day. And now he has a campaign booth outside his house where people are
signatures. Don't worry about the messaging. Your messaging, maybe.
See, the messaging gets us the signatures. The messaging gets us the money.
No, they don't. Signatures is late. It sucks. It's bullshit. It's like that sounds like impossible.
You gotta understand. This is
what the is that?
Every day is just for fun. 600,000 cars drive by my house every day. I need campaign volunteers to sit out there in a lawn chair and start getting signatures now.
No one's gonna do that shit. No one likes that. No one likes getting signatures fun. It all costs money, and then that sucks too because the people that you just like give money for that suck at it. Because like, who the heck does that for a career?
Well, what if I put up a
that one guy that like sings to himself? It's all those kind of people, or the guy that goes like, "I'm not straight, I'm crooked." Who's that guy? You get some funny guys.
I'm not straight. Anyways, it is what it is. I mean, it's just a question of, do I really want to, keep trying to draw more attention? It's just, after a while, it gets exhausting. But the mayor thing would be fun because it's local. And that's what I discovered on this time.
The singing, and the singing thing is really I like that. Like, we've seen it. Like, I hope. This is the second time in a row. I think we have to pick something. I think we have to get you on the ballot.
Yeah, well, that's the goal, my friend. But in the meantime, I'm spamming the shit out of the world, and X keeps sending me warning strikes saying your account is now limited in reach. So
you have an army of people that live at your apartment.
I'm just making a lot of videos, dude. I mean, it is unbelievable the amount of videos that I have out there. If you just type in John Kitover and you go to any YouTube account and you go on live, you will hear.
I think you should resurrect Steve Bear. I really do.
You're resurrecting Steve Bear right now with this conversation.
I really am.
Hi, Steve.
His memory be a blessing.
His first $1 from the Rebbe. Bill Gates got $1 from Menachem Schneerson.
Everyone, he just gave dollars to everyone. BB did twice.
Everybody got $1.
Yeah.
Long live the dollar exchange.
That's what you do with the dollar.
Long live the exchange.
Yeah. No, I'd buy a Rebbe dollar. Do they sell those?
That would be so cool if somebody was on eBay selling Rebbe dollars.
Yeah.
This dollar was touched by Menachem Schneerson.
I feel you're getting a business idea right now.
I can see I'll be banned from my local Chabad. This guy is selling Rebbe dollars on eBay. He's made $1 million, and he hasn't given $1 to the local Chabad.
You know what's kind of crazy? Is I think you literally can sell Rebbe dollars, and is it legal to sell a dollar bill for more than what it's worth?
No,
it's called a Rebbe dollar.
It's called currency antiques. People sell currency on eBay.
That's what I thought, right?
Yeah, because if you want like a perfect $10 bill from the year you were born, it's all graded. They grade currency, and then it trades for more.
So why can't you just grade a dollar bill and then just call it a Rebbe dollar? Because
what you could do is
and not because you don't say there's a Chabad Rebbe, blessed be his name.
No,
stay away from that.
They got
these. You call it a Rebbe dollar.
No, what they have is these like dollar plastic holders where you put like a paper insert in the front, and then it's like an overlay on the dollar. So you turn George Washington into the Rebbe, and it's like becomes a piece of art. That'd be a cool project.
And then you can have some like nice little, Hebrew on there a little bit.
Yeah, and then you go to a local Chabad and you give them a brick of 100 plastic dollars, and you say, "Here, give these out to your congregants," and they, wow. Awesome artwork.
Wait, you know what? That's actually a good. What if we don't claim it's from the Rebbe, but we just turn dollars? And my grandma used to do that.
blessed be her memory, Grandma Debbie. She would put dollar bills in artwork.
Grandma Debbie.
And you know who also had that idea? To make artwork on dollar bills?
John Kitover.
Exactly.
Did I ever show you my dollar collection?
This is full circle. What?
Did you ever see my dollar artwork that I've already done?
Absolutely, you did.
Yeah, you saw it. I did Star David.
Yeah.
Because it's cool, because they're basically mini canvases. That's what I realized. The dollar bill is just.
But what if it was like more official? What if it was more like you said, like a folder, and it was like Rebby Dollar? I had like the schmon, and I had like a real.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good idea.
That sounds like a moneymaker, yeah. And it would cost $1 plus the,
Dude, you could sell them for 10, make them for 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, we could probably sell like a couple 100,000 of those. You probably could make a couple $100,000 doing that, actually.
I know, that was that's a very productive outcome.
Dude, it would be fun.
20% I would. I'd be down for that.
Dude, you could travel the country, go to every Chabad in the country, just disseminating these things and make a movie out of it.
No, it's not Chabad. Chabad people will buy extra Rebby dollars.
No, what I'm saying is we make a movie.
I think the market is just like random ass boomers that just, the people that buy crystals. But it's more positive if we have a real prayer on it. And if we actually do give to tzedakah, that money, it actually does become a Rebby dollar.
No, what we
if we give 10-20%, then it's a Rebby dollar.
What we do is we just cold call all the Chabads and say, hey, we got Rebbe dollars for sale. And they say, what do you mean? They'll say, it's an art project. Can we email you our art project? And they'll say, sure, send it over. And we'll sell Rebbe dollars. But I think making a road trip movie or even having conversations with Chabadniks on the phone to get them to buy the Rebbe dollars is funny as hell. It would be so funny to record. Because, one time I saw, I was looking at when I bought that electric organ, I was looking in Seattle and somebody was selling this antique piano electric organ thing. So I called the Chabad. I said, why don't you guys get this? He's like, oh, thanks. Anyways, I'm just saying it would be fun.
That actually would be a good movie.
There's no good Jewish films that are religious, There's just a few.
They're usually actually kind of anti-religious.
Yeah. I mean, I like the one with the guy in Israel who has those two friends who are former criminals that come to his house for sukkahs. Do you know that one? Ishpazim or something?
No, I've been to Israeli film festival movies.
Yeah. I don't know. It'd be cool to do also a book on a movie about the Tanya and the liberation of Menachem Schneerson's grandfather or whatever. I got a book about that. Any Jewish book, basically, you can turn it into a movie if you want.
I want to talk about the whole area from a horrible, from Shabbos V to Baal Shem Tov, that whole era, the Vilna Gaon, that whole, the warring. I want to talk about the birth of Hasidism. That'd be sick.
Oh, well, let's put up Mashiach Now dollars.
That too.
A new ultra exclusive. See, this basically it's like the tokenization of currency. You can go on eBay and buy dollars with your credit card, but you lose
Can we make Supreme dollars?
That would be a good idea too, actually. So you could do this technically for anything, yeah. Supreme is crazy.
And we'll get in trouble. What if we just did Supreme or Gucci?
Yeah, I guess that's the thing.
BMW. Chicago Bulls.
I think if it was an art project, I think you could probably get away with it. Because basically what you're doing is just using a printer to create the insert.
Yeah. You're not buying a dollar bill, you're buying an art project.
That'd be it.
You can spend it, but it's not worth $1.
Let me check eBay and see how much a currency holder is. Because I made a lot of money selling CD-ROMs and ebooks on how to open businesses like tanning salon business, pizza business, car wash business.
Yeah.
And I created these things called I created a website called beardisappear.com, It was like a vinyl wrap for your beer can to turn it into a kaka or a Pepsi. And my dad was so angry with me. He's like, "How could you do that? You're encouraging DUIs." I was like, "Dad, it's artwork. It's a joke. Nobody's going to conceal their beer with when my beer disappears because they're trying to evade the law, Dad. It's just it's a joke."
That's crazy.
Currency holder, plastic currency holder, 200 for $8.95. Wow, 1,000 for $20.
Wow, this is real. I can't believe this. Yeah, it's actually a real thing. Wow.
Dude, because the one,
Hey, look, we got an email from Ken Agabazilla. Max writes, "It's fuck APAC week."
Yeah, these are plastics. This would be a cool gift to give to a Chabad. Give them Rebbe dollars.
We give them, yeah. We just can't make money off them.
Well, I mean, like you were saying, if you did Gucci bills, like, because the whole thing is, it's like you're doing.
We gave to Chabad. That'd be sick.
Yeah. But see, the whole thing deals with keywords. So, like, not many people are obviously typing in Chabad or Rebbe into eBay, but they are typing Gucci and they are typing Versace.
No, they're probably typing Rebbe dollars. I'm going to go on eBay right now.
Versace cash.
Don't you think so? Let's see if there's any results for Rebbe dollars. I'm sure I could buy one.
Yeah, right.
He did every Sunday for like 30 years. Oh, guess how much? 1,700.
Really? Rebbe dollars.
1,700.
Whoa!
1,700.
Whoa! Look at this! Oh my gosh!
1,400, 1,700.
He wrote on it! Look at this! Oh my god! Dude, this is amazing.
Oh, blessed coin, $4.99.
Holy shit. Oh my god. See, this is like the bad version of what I was thinking. This is just a guy writing on a dollar bill.
2,900. Huntress and $1 banknote. It was given by the Rebbe Chabad.
He's got 2,000 items on eBay. Oh my god.
Who the fuck? Who's doing that? Selling it for $1,770? Oh, that's so funny. That makes sense.
This guy's selling. He's selling crazy books.
That's the address. 1770.
Can you read Hebrew?
This guy's selling it for $17.70 and 70 cents.
Oh, he's got military.
Oh, they wrote on it too. Wow, John, you gotta check this crap out.
Yeah.
Damn. I think we can't blend in. There's not enough.
Bro, there's so many Rebbe dollars out here. It's fucking sick.
We wouldn't blend in because we couldn't sell out for 1,700. We saw ours for like 40, and it would just stick out.
Dude, we're gonna blow this Rebbe dollar market up, man. We're gonna undercut them by like $1,690. I'm gonna get Rebbe dollars down to like $2 a piece, bro.
No, there's an economic term where like people like in certain markets, like in liquor, like people actually want to pay more money for a thing. They value vodka more, for example. Like I think Sky Vodka was actually shitty vodka, and they just doubled the price. And it increased the demand. Look at this guy.
He's a big macher.
This is crazy. I think he's got a few.
This Tom, dude, they're so.
He's carrying like 2, 3 on the photos.
Dude, this is so crazy. Oh my gosh, they're selling them. These are like incredible antiques, and then there's books that come with it. But the books are, dude, this is amazing. Dude, these things are going for $1,700 a piece. Who would be that stupid to buy a $1 bill for unless?
I was thinking of it.
Well, it's basically money laundering.
No, it's not.
Well, what I'm saying is you can do it in a... Well, the thing is there's a transaction fee that they're paying. Sorry, I keep clicking on my... Dude, that bar fight was crazy, wasn't it?
Which bar fight?
I filmed a bar fight during the Bears-Green Bay Packers.
Oh, yeah, it's all over it. It was just crazy.
Anyways, all right, man. Well, it's fun as always. Pick me up on the 20th.
Yeah.
I'll bring an American flag and
anyone you know, and if not, I'll try to think of people.
I really don't know anybody that would want to go. Like, nobody wanted to help me with my campaign. No, you know.
It's kind of fun. This could be fun, though. It's going to be a debate. I've never seen this before. It's always a stupid forum. This is like the first time I've seen this. I'm for Republicans and Democrats locally. I've only seen it at the governor level.
I like what Severino wrote on this post about like Tom's like wife's herpes sore and all this other shit. Somebody in the comments were like, "Wow, real classy."
Did he say that recently? Because that's true. Like
Yeah, but it's like, you know why? Because he's like, fuck it. I want to like make fun of these people because I hate them that much and they suck that much. They're the worst. These people are horrible.
They're the number one reason why the Democrats are in office. It's because the Republicans are controlled opposition.
Yeah.
So it's deep. It's deep.
I mean, Pritzker just dominates because he's that good. Like, dude, I worked at Google, man. He's got Google in his back pocket and he's got unlimited money. The guy can't be beat. His ads, his mind control, the ballot, the fact that the voter rolls are all corrupt. The Democrats just can't lose, dude. It's cooked in the books. It's in the fucking voter rolls, man. Why do you think Paul Vallis, that F-word essayist, lost to... He didn't even sue Johnson. He just conceded. Dude, you got to go down with a fight. What a puss. He gave the city away to the dumbest person alive. It's unbelievable. Mayor Johnson is so stupid. He's a dumb bag of potatoes. He's rock solid dumb.
I agree.
I mean, he's criminally inclined.
It's going to be the puppet. He was the CTU lobbyist.
He's criminally inclined, dude. You know, oh my God. Did you see the list of how much each state has given to NGOs? It's like, oh dear God. It's like trillions of dollars. Just in the past. Yeah. Dude, there's so much fraud out there. It's like, have you ever met somebody that worked for a nonprofit?
Yeah, no, it's like they're not. It's like people. There's a big misconception that they're like a charity. It's such bullshit.
Yeah, I mean,
people that work at non-for-profit all have like desks. Like you would think they'd be in a field or in a desert somewhere.
It's a desk job.
Behind the desk.
Yeah, basically.
Like, I don't know they're in a classroom or some shit. They're always finding a desk making phone calls about fundraising.
Yep. The only real nonprofit would be like a book club where you help people read books because they don't know how to read.
Like I don't know your work situation, but I found a not-for-profit I really like. You'll hire people, and if anyone's listening to 1660 is what they charge. But they stand in front of Planned. You actually are the one that told me this. You're like, no Republican doesn't have balls unless they protest Planned Parenthood. This not-for-profit stands in front of Planned Parenthood and then hands people pamphlets to go to there's a family center next door that has a hotel room, will take in your family, like, you know, doctors, provide you with resources. The exact opposite is Planned Parenthood, right next door, right in downtown. And they're just hiring more people to stand out in front and just, you know, hand out the pamphlets. I respect that nonprofit.
Yeah, that's I mean, it's amazing.
I was just fine when I saw them. That's why I went up to them.
Well, what are you doing the rest of this week? What is your? Because tomorrow I have a hearing with the Illinois Department of Unemployment, and this is worth like $20,000, and they're claiming that I was like late in filing, but when you submit your appeal, you have to call them, even though it says accepted. So I waited like a month and a half to call them, and now they're claiming because I took so long to call them, they're going to deny me all these unemployment benefits that I've been filing for fucking week, every 2 weeks. So, but they owe me like 20 grand. So if I win tomorrow, man, it'd be like winning a small lottery.
That's amazing. Which courthouse?
It's not. It's just a telephone call. They're calling me at 12:30 to 1:30.
Oh wow! Good luck.
Yeah, I need to do some research because like I originally faxed in a thing saying I couldn't make the first hearing. I fucked myself because I missed the phone call for the very first time I filed. And ever since I missed that call, dude, it's been like nonstop work. And finally tomorrow is the final trial. I had to appeal like 2 times. Had a trial that went nowhere. This is like the second and final trial. And then today I got a fucking FedEx envelope from the IRS saying that they will not let me back in because of, my tardiness and my AWOL status not going into work. So I don't know why they decided to send that to me because they terminated me last May 30th of 2025.
Why was that ever on the table?
I'm like, damn, dude. I'm like, you guys terminated me in May of last year. I can't believe you're sending me a letter now, but I filed a complaint and I'm waiting on the results of that. I asked for $210,000 in my lawsuit, so we'll see how that turns out.
It's sexual harassment.
Yeah, you a man whore, John. What did you say, bitch?
Well, you can't say that.
That's what she said to me. And then
imagine if you said you're a woman whore.
Then the overlord said, if John returns to work, I'm gonna punch him in the throat.
Imagine you say, hey Gina, if you say that, I'll slap you and punch you in the face.
Dude, I don't see how I can't just. What I don't understand is like, why can't I just? I mean, I'm not applying for jobs, but like, I'm definitely gonna apply to BlackRock, State Street. Like, there's no way that they just don't let me in because of I mean, why not? Why not go to work for another major bank again? I mean, dude, the stock market is at an all-time high. Walmart hit an all-time high today in human history. So like, holy shit. I mean, the stock market is just through the roof.
I mean, I don't know. That means it's a good time to almost like buy some puts.
Yeah, but I'm not trading anything. I mean,
you're not?
No, dude. I got debanked, bro.
You didn't?
Yeah. I got debanked, man. I'm telling you, this is a lawyer world.
So how would you get $20,000? What would you do if you had $20,000?
They can't. The lawyers can't take unemployment earnings. It's restricted.
Shit.
It's restricted, yeah.
Damn.
So I'll be lucky. Tomorrow's my big payday, dude. I'm going out for a nice dinner this weekend if I get that money, bro. Woo! I'm going to the steakhouse.
Let's get you $1
I'm going to Outback, bro. And then I'm going to put up 10 Rebbe dollars and sell them for $10,000.
So basically they can't touch benefits. And can they touch gifts?
Yeah, they could take gifts. Probably.
Wow.
Yeah. They could take anything. I mean, as long as they can get it to the bank just turns it over immediately.
No, I think they can get like some certain shit, as you said, like pensions, unemployment.
Yeah, you just can't. They can't take my benefit. They can't get my money. Anyways,
they get your car, but they can't get your benefits.
No, they can't get my car, dude.
Really?
No.
They can't get your house?
No.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah, I'm protected. I got what Hashem calls staying power.
Yeah.
That's what Tanya means.
You should sell the board to yourself.
Well,
when is the mayor John board going up?
The election for mayor?
No, the board. Every day that you don't have it up, that's 600,000 cars.
Oh, I know. I was wondering, maybe I should like build it myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should think of some like viral kind of simple, like vote Mayor John or vote John.
Maybe you just do Kitover.
Mayor Kitover.
Mayor Kitover.
Fighting the brain rot and clown world hustle.
Can you just like stencil it out kind of and then use tape or marker or something?
Yeah, I mean I'm an artist, bro. I can very, very easily put together a thing. I mean, you know, it's gonna be made out of wood. But the problem is when it gets windy, it could blow over, so. But also
maybe after tomorrow you could pay someone after tomorrow. We'll see.
Yeah.
We will see. But if not, it's not a big deal. You can do it yourself.
Bro, I'm gonna be selling water bottles on the side of the road and getting signatures all summer long. But on bump.
No, but like, why not just run for commissioner or some shit?
Yeah.
And just do like mornings like that. I think that's fuck mayor. And like, you can't even do shit as mayor. Aldermen are more important than mayor.
Well, see, the whole thing is really just like publicity. I mean, that's the whole point, you know.
Well, the mayor is the most talked about one. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And if there was a way, okay, maybe there's. How can we make you money for politics? Not like in.
Dude, the bank account is already set up. When I run for mayor, I'm going to start generating donations. I mean.
No, we can't. Like, here's the thing: is you're right, because a mayor is the number one chance for this opportunity to make donations, but we actually have to raise like $30,000 to $100,000 to get on the ballot.
Yeah.
Crazy, stupid money.
I know, it's a lot of money.
And like, who the fuck's gonna give you that kind of money?
Dude, I'm already attacking Rahm.
I'll give you a couple hundred or something, but not like what?
Bro, I will comment on every CTU fake book post and say I'm running for mayor. We have to crush the CTU, cut the budget, and end this property tax ransom. I mean, my comments are going to be worth it, bro.
You can't get any money from anyone that lives here. The only money you can get is from people that don't know that, like Janulius and whoever, and Quigley, and they run the show. It's rigged. You can't beat the mob.
I know, but the whole thing is, it's not spam when you're running for office. And, dude, my accounts aren't getting taken down, which is kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Dude, you have no idea how many accounts I've had get taken down. But since I've, branded myself as a congressional candidate, it has legitimacy. So they can't take it down. And if I run for mayor, I mean, everything is open, bro. I mean, Chicago Contrarian, Libs of Chicago, all these, even the Flip Red, bro, they're all over CTU. Every day that fat Zoe is outside their fucking parking lot screaming into her live stream.
Yeah.
Zoe's a big one, bro. I mean, and, we're going to go to that revel room and just film them all. Did Christine Maxwell get on the ballot?
I think so.
Yeah, because she said she went door to door herself, and therefore
she put in the work, and I read books. See these books? Thomas Paine, Common Sense, the Constitution, Declaration of Independence. I put in the work, okay? That's what put in the work. But John, it's 3 months, right?
What?
You had 3 months to get signatures, right?
For mayor?
Yeah.
No, we can start getting signatures earlier. That's just the period that they put out, but it doesn't mean that you can't start generating signatures now. It's just what it is. It's just getting signatures, dude. It's the biggest hustle and the biggest fucking bullshit in the world, because as you pointed out, when they slate, when the parties slate, signatures don't mean anything. So it's so stupid. It's all about keeping people. Yeah, it's a giant. It's
control.
The whole thing is unconstitutional.
They can kick off.
The whole thing's unconstitutional, bro. The Constitution doesn't say anything about any of these fucking rules books. It's bullshit. Just read the Constitution. We don't need a 33-page election guide from the State Board of Elections. It's crazy. It's totally anti-constitutional. The whole thing is rigged by lawyers. And we're spending for it.
It's theater.
It's a fucking racket, man. There's money here. The budget, the lawyers, the fees. I mean, Hood paid fucking John Travolta $10,000 to sit there and say he's rambling his mind. He's rambling. It's like, bitch, I'm not rambling. You got a Bears hat on and you got a sleeve tattoo on your arm. Fucking John Fogerty. Fuck you, John Fogerty.
I believe that was real.
What a bitch. Just do your job. You don't even have to say shit. $10,000
a year, I think, from the party.
Fucking loser. It's all a racket. Dude, it's so crazy, man. But the craziest thing is what the federal government is doing. I mean, this is like one little node feeds into hundreds and hundreds of people that are essentially, skimming $2.5 trillion a year out of the system. It's not debt, bro. It's a skim. This money cannot be paid back. We just don't generate the revenue. So it's a skim operation. It's like what the mafia used to do at the casinos, but they would go in the cash room and take the money and walk out of the casino. In this situation, why do you think Trump is trying to get rid of Chairman Powell? Because Trump is like, this is such a crazy scam. Like, fuck Powell. He's like sick of it. Everybody knows it's a fucking racket.
He's the reason why the stock market's so high.
He's not the reason per se.
Yeah, because he did fucking scam, the quantitative easing and all the money printing over. Like, the stock market shouldn't have been going up the last 4 years. It's bullshit. Like, you had COVID and the stock market went up. Does that make sense to you?
It's crazy because when I have this clip of him.
Money printing.
It's crazy, yeah, because I have a clip of him talking to a journalist, and she's talking about spending cuts. And he says, well, we don't give Congress fiscal advice. We don't take monetary advice from Congress, meaning that they do have a black hand. They control the market. And
absolutely,
it's pretty fucking wild. It's amazing.
And then Trump is right. They did hook up Obama, and they always try to fuck with Trump.
Yep.
He shouldn't have picked Powell. That's the mistake.
Powell's got some huge ears. You ever see how big his ears are? They're huge. He's got elephant ears, dude.
That video was weird.
Which one?
That Powell just put out.
Oh, I know. Well, see, he understands communication, but at the same time, I mean, he has to say something. That's what he said. He's protecting his position. He is his own president. It's unbelievable, his power. He's the president of a confederation of banks, and a lot of people like him. So Trump can't just push him around because he's in his own Congress with the richest people on the planet. And it comes down to lawfare. He's got a team of lawyers. He's got a team of lawyers. But nothing is going to change. It's just a balancing act.
I mean, it was okay. It was okay. There was, I have a few pointers, but I don't know.
I mean, the thing is about these cost overruns, Trump has worked in construction. I've worked in $1 million construction, and prices just keep going up. So to claim that that's fraud is like saying John Kitover faked his signatures. I didn't fake any fucking signatures.
Here's what it is everyone speeds. He's catching someone speeding. Every government bullshit overspends on everything construction. Everything. They just joke about the $1 million toilets in the military, for example. That's a famous joke. Is that even real? I'm not even sure that's real. But every Parks and Rec, every fucking government entity spends too much on everything. Whether it be a TV, toilet paper, all that shit. Especially the DEI era, where it has to go to black and women firms.
Bro, I put in doors in the IRS. The guy installing the doors, it took multiple attempts to try to install these very expensive security doors.
How much did they spend?
He says, these doors are more expensive than your car. I was like, how much are they? He's like, they're about $20,000 a piece.
And these were doors for an IRS just do all this?
To protect all the lawyers.
What do you mean just a door?
It's a security door. It's like for the fob card, you know, it's all tied into the electrical, into the employee database, everything. It's like a security protocol. It's a smart door, basically.
$20,000, nice.
But the point is, that's just a little thing. You know, if you go to Blueprint, Illinois, show me all the blueprints. Show me all the blueprints. Show me all the blueprints. We got Aaron Delmar's wife putting together the ultimate searchable database of where your money's going. And if you don't like DEI spending, we'll vote for Darren Bailey and Aaron Delmar.
Friends. No, but what was I gonna say? You gotta look at like my dad always talks about it. Ace Greenberg, the famous Ace Greenberg. He always talks about like you have to look at the price of how much they're paying for paper clips.
Mm-hmm.
There's not just how much they're spending for expensive stuff, but like I'm sure even at like that level, like paper clips and pencils. And
dude, it's the NGO stuff. It's the NGO stuff.
What?
The NGO stuff is huge. I can show you the list. It's it's over $1 trillion. The states, wow. It's not just the federal government that's getting bilked with USAID. It's the states that are giving money away through all these grants and everything else. I used to date this Colombian girl who was in on it. And then she's like, my family told me I shouldn't date you. And I was like, oh, your father, the cocaine dealer from Colombia? She sits here and writes grants, and she supervises huge grants for the state. Dude, the whole thing is a fucking racket, bro. Everybody who's hired is DEI. The whole thing is, I'm telling you, dude, the federal government should just shut the whole country down. The whole thing is just fraudulent. And all these states, look at Minnesota. That's just Minnesota. California,
that's crazy.
California dwarfs it by like a magnitude of like 1,000. So
there's so much rubber stamping and like no bid contracts and just like it's just crazy stuff.
Look at the CTU, dude. They're not even accepting an audit. They go to Venezuela and Vegas and spend $24 million in Vegas. $24 million of our taxpayer dollars to go party in Vegas.
To be fair, Jamie Pritzker won money.
What we got to do first is crush the Packers.
But John, I really think that like in the attention economy, sometimes it's better to be on the outside. I support you running, but a pack's not bad either.
I want to whatever is simplest is what I want to do. Less is always more.
Yeah, the pack is the simplest thing because then you can support candidates.
Well, you keep talking about it, and I will confirm talking.
And attack. I've always wanted to do an attack pack. Radius attack candidates. The packs are basically where you're in favor of a specific candidate or an issue, and then support the candidates that like support your issue. And you can have the bank account, and you have the same rights as being a candidate. You know, you can get the info. You're still a candidate, and you still could be John. You could be the commander or the Lord, like Aaron Delmar of the attack pack or whatever pack.
You know,
Americans for a Brighter Day.
Americans for a Brighter Day.
Yeah. John Kitover president, and then you can put that on the billboard. You should think, honestly, like, this is just being honest. You should create a pack that has the best chance of being able to raise money.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's the easiest thing to do. Because you can do that it's the same process as registering to be the candidate. You just pick a name and go to the bank.
So there's 18 counties in the 16th
and by the way,
district.
I think you can probably keep your same bank. You probably can just keep it and just put on the form the same info. Like, I'm not sure. You can confirm.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I forgot about that part. Like, they actually, they take the FEC filing, everything, they put it in your file.
Yeah.
So if I run for a different position, I probably gotta just maybe refile.
No, these are different shit. If you run for local, it's a whole different ballgame. Like, you're in the FEC. The FEC has no jurisdiction or nothing to do with the Chicago mayor. running a PAC is FEC. Actually, John, it's up to you. Because running a PAC, you can do a state or federal PAC. Like all the Republican parties both. So you should figure out how to do that. That's why, like, when you're looking up their finances, you have to look it up on the FBC and on Illinois Sunshine. Like, they have like $1 million in their freaking Illinois Sunshine account, and that's the state account, and then like $800,000 in the federal. John?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed, but I think you should do a PAC. Bring back Steve Bear. We can call it the Steve Bear PAC or something. I don't know.
Dude, the fact that Adam Kinzinger is from the 16th district is all you need to know, bro. From fucking Shanahan. Ugh. Dude, Kinzinger.
Think of a good back name. And you can look at websites you already own.
I don't own websites anymore. I've gotten rid of just about every domain name I own.
Oh, well, I'm about to lose a few. I own MAGA Raffle, MAGARaffles.com, IllinoisDoge.com.
Yeah, let them go, man. I'm telling you, they're worthless. Totally worthless.
No, I'm going to start putting shit on them.
Don't
They're
waste.
not worthless. You're thinking of it wrong. You're not using them as notes. I'm sorry. You haven't utilized your websites right yet.
I mean, you're right. But the thing is, I would just be posting links.
But the way to do it is you get good keywords, which you were amazing at, and then you actually put shit on the website. My uncle Todd taught me this. Genius. And then you have it all linked to each other. All the websites linked to each other, into your Facebooks, whatever.
Yeah.
And then Google looks at all that, and it thinks like, wow, this John guy's legit.
No, I agree, actually. I mean, you're right.
My uncle would buy, he'd buy like ChicagoComedyGuide.com. I think it's still probably there. And then it's total random. It's just randomly about the second city, Improv Olympics, Chicago comedy history, all that kind of stuff. And just like randomly throughout the website, it would link to his website.
No, I mean, you're right. You're right. It's a whole spectrum conquest. I get it.
Have you ever considered like taking SEO classes or looking into that kind of thing?
Dude, I've been building websites since 2001, man.
No, SEO.
Yeah, I used to rank for the term sponsorship. I made $100,000 off of that. I was like the #1 for the term sponsorship.
Yeah, because you really do have great social media names.
I had a lot of good domain names.
You did.
The thing is, I just overdid it. I overextended myself financially to manage.
Well, you didn't do it. Yeah, you should have like actually developed them and.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Had a monetization plan. But I go to bed, John. Good talking to you. Peace.
Okay, peace.
Peace.
Bye.
Only as a last resort, and then you'll pay with interest for sure. Will this nightmare ever end? Being born by sin, enslaved and unjustly.
And they in the hood too. The Hmong and the Somalis is in the hood, and but I was wondering.
Man leaves his back. You know what I'm saying? So look, if I didn't have my friends, I don't know who I would be. You understand? If I didn't have my family, I don't know who I would be.
If I wanted to see them, what would I do? This is certainly not a new idea with me. Alan Turing was very interested in mind and different implementations, right? So he talked about machines that can think, and he was interested in computation and reprogrammability. He wrote a paper on the self-organizing chemistry in embryonic development. Why is that? Why would a guy who's interested in computers and mind and artificial intelligence be thinking about chemicals in the early embryo? And I think he had the same insight, which is that the formation of the body and the formation of the mind are not separate things. They probably have a lot of important symmetries, and that the kinds of things that we study in cognitive science, memory, decision-making, learning from experience, preferences, navigational competencies within some kind of problem space, these are incredibly generic things, especially all through the universe. You don't expect every intelligent being in the universe to have a cortex like ours or to look anything like us. So what are the general, at least I don't, so what are the general principles here? And so this is why you want to take those kind of tools and apply them to other things.
So you said a couple things there. This is not the first time anyone's thought to do this. Given the extreme reaction I get from even scientists, is this something that's accepted in developmental biology, synthetic biology, and possibly not other departments? Because I think a lot of people would think, oh, it's crazy to assume cells might display cognitive behavior.
Oh, I certainly don't mean to say that this is accepted in developmental biology or molecular biology. Absolutely not. This is not accepted almost anywhere. But I should make the claim very clear. My claim is not that you can assume they have these things. That isn't my claim. You can't assume anything. My claim is that what you should be doing is good science, which is making hypotheses and testing them. What I don't like are frameworks and definitions and dusty old categories left over from pre-scientific times that prevent you from doing new experiments. If you assume out of the gate that looking for cognition outside of the brain is some sort of category error, and this is a common thing that philosophers will charge us with. Well, guess what? Categories are not these things that are given to us by God, and then we need to stick with them no matter what. Categories have to change with the science. Okay, categories should be enabling; they shouldn't be constraining. So I don't buy any of this category error business. And so if you have this background assumption that you shouldn't do that, then you would never do the kinds of experiments that we and others have done, where you take those tools, apply them, and actually make progress and discover new things. It's not an assumption; it's a recognition of a symmetry in thinking that leads you to new experiments.
And I suppose I want to break down what category error is. Is it you're challenging the assumption that humans fall into these particular categories?
Well, category error, it's meant to be a specific use of a term applied to a category where it doesn't fit. The idea is that you would take a term that's widely used in one field and then use it for something that's obviously not the kind of thing that's philosophers will use a category error. So if you say, let's say a terminology of having goals, what does that mean? Well, if it means anything, at least the non-controversial version of it is that humans and maybe other animals have goals, and we can talk about there's a whole philosophy and literature and so on around what it means to have goals and purpose and things like that. So if you try to apply it to things that aren't brains or organisms, philosophers might say, well, that's a category error. You're taking a word that has a certain meaning in a certain domain, and now you're misapplying it in another domain where it has no business. That kind of gatekeeping assumes that from a philosophical armchair, you can tell what these categories pick up. And I'm saying, no, science leads. You have no idea what the term actually means. The anthropology, people use it for whatever. But we as scientists and philosophers will help to understand it. We can't just assume that the colloquial definition is the ability to have this. Nobody's gatekeeping the most useful definition.
I just saw that the Illinois State Board of Elections put out a memo saying not to file the write-in candidacy with them. You have to go to the individual election authorities in the district. So I got all those district names,
human characteristics and putting them on things
emails.
that
I'm
are
going to
thought not
send
to have
out
those
an email to
characteristics.
all of them today, and then follow with a certified letter tomorrow to all the districts. I sent it to the State Board of Elections, and they must have put it out saying don't follow us.
We have certain human magic, poorly specified. We don't know what it is. We'll tell you what it is, but we have some kind of human magic that you should be really careful not to see elsewhere, because otherwise we lose our special place, and it makes me feel uncomfortable. That's what flexibility is.
I find people are still trying to say, well, then that's just mechanical, and it's not real learning. It's just what machines do. Is that the standard reaction you get?
That depends from whom. So a vast number of people will say, yes, it's mechanical, and so will I, and so are you. But if you zoom in far enough into a human, any kind of human behavior, guess what you see? You don't see fairies underneath, you see chemistry, and you see physics. And so the problem is, in both cases, the issue is, did you pick the right formalism? Because taking the molecular perspective and saying it's a machine when you're dealing with a human, congratulations, you found a perspective that basically makes all the interesting things about being a human invisible. I mean, of course, there are bad perspectives, and great. On the other side, it's exactly the same thing. If you want to take chemical networks and treat them as machines, again, fantastic, but you've also missed a bunch of much more interesting things that you could get to, which, by the way, have biomedical relevance, than if you were willing to entertain other hypotheses. It's all about finding the right perspective. If you just list the set of discoveries, people are going to say, we can explain all this with traditional means. And that may well be true after the fact. It's a true and totally vacuous explanation of what happened. Looking backwards, it is always possible to tell a reductive story of biochemistry. To an early morning quarterback and look backwards and say, well, I could have done it. Well, you could have, but why didn't you? Because certain framings facilitate certain kinds of experiments. You wouldn't do certain experiments if you weren't thinking about it a specific way. And if you really are stuck, if you're really intent on holding together that worldview, you can always add epicycles to sort of make it make sense. It's not whether can you shoehorn these observations into a view that you like. The question is, did your view help you discover these? Do they imply, right? Does your view imply this research program? After the fact, you can always tell a reductive explanation after the fact, but that's not the same as using it to discover new capabilities going forward.
Interesting. I wonder too, because I read recently that actually we've only mechanized all of physics in the last 200 years, and before that, for all of history, there was not that assumption placed on it that it's that distilled.
Yeah, I guess the question is what, right? So this is the thing. You have to get rid of assumptions. There's no point in having assumptions here. So we had for thousands of years, we had the assumption that there is a full-fledged spirit under every rock. Okay, there's a mind that you could talk to in every rock. So that was an assumption. Then the pendulum swung the other way, and we made the assumption actually there aren't minds anywhere except for in brains. And then some people said actually there aren't any anywhere. And so there are people who believe that. And all of those are equally bad. They're equally bad because they're assumptions. None of this should be an assumption. We should not believe that we know these categories. We do not understand the terms that we're using: machine, human, mind, organism. None of these things are given to us. We have to do experiments. When you do experiments, you find out that this term actually isn't what I thought it was, because the better way to use the term is in a way that applies to more things and gets us to more discoveries. This should all be an experimental science. These are not about assumptions.
So is the outdated assumption just like we think this is how the universe works, this is what we can say about this, this is what applies, and in chemistry you're not going to have behavior.
Yeah, to put it another way, it's a question of which kind of conceptual tools are applicable to your standard way people think about this is the laws of chemistry, the rules of genetics. Those are the things I am allowed to apply to this model. These other things with cognitive science, I'm not allowed to apply. I wouldn't even think of applying it. That's the standard model. Which bag of tools are you bringing?
And just a quick question, the reason isn't just an arbitrary, we're not using these tools, it's we don't think they apply, right? Like there's no way that could apply to this scheme.
The assumption is that is a category error, that it would not work, that it's just completely different.
So for people who are not necessarily doing the experiments, they're not invested in that way, but they want to have some attention to the worldview, I want to give people something to be able to go, this is the evidence we see, and if you're a scientist, we have to deal with this and reconcile this. This is what can kind of infer logically by process of elimination is we kind of have to accept this, and this is what's still speculation. Is there a way to compartmentalize these into these three sections?
Yeah, well, that stuff is extremely elastic because things that were speculation a year ago have now been shown. Some biologists will say, look, the best stories are told at the level of chemistry. You are positing all this extra stuff, and it's too like a weird incorporeal thing that you're talking about. I like to talk about molecules, even though a lot of that stuff is metaphorical too. So think about what this means in terms of a computer. You have a computer. The computer certainly obeys the laws of physics, right? There's no question it's not breaking the laws of physics. If somebody were to say to you, what's this mystical algorithm you're talking about? There's no algorithm. It's Maxwell's equations that tell the electrons where to go. That's it. It's a piece of physics. The physics does what it does. There's no algorithm. Where is this algorithm? And it's not that that's not one perspective to take on the computer. But if you're hiring for your software company, would that be the person you hire? Would they ever code anything? In fact, I wrote a funny, at least I thought it was funny, little blurb on my blog about an interview of a guy who comes for a software position. And he says, I just read Robert Sapolsky's book. Absolutely, there is nothing but the laws of physics. But every event has a physical cause. And so you say, yeah, but you're still going to code. It's not wrong exactly, but it's clearly part of next. So computer science is already committed to this idea that yes, there's a physics, which alters this thing, and it's mystical except it isn't, because we know how to manipulate it, and that's what I'm thinking about here. It is completely practical because it gets you to the next discovery.
And if you hadn't speculated that would have been the dustbin of history. So I think speculation, I've been talking to so many scientists who are like, it's very dangerous to speculate. And I understand why. You don't want to run off on tangents, or I don't know.
Of course you want to run off tangents.
Okay, so everybody's acting like, of course you shouldn't do this, but at the same time, I'm like, well, if you don't, then you don't cut off a worm head again and find out, it grows back too, and this is actually going to lead to cancer research, and that if you hadn't come along and tried that, we might not be on this other path. And I'm just wondering what the hell is happening to us that we're just getting like 100 years later, 200 years later, we pick up this thing again, and then we go, oh, this is a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, so first of all, yeah, absolutely. I think if you're interested in doing new science, you should absolutely go off on tangents. That's how you discover new science. But we also need to understand that the vast majority of new tangents don't pan out. Right, so there are way more bad ideas than there are good ideas, and just a lot of good ideas are crazy, but there's a ton of crazy ideas that are actually not good. So if you're NIH, you have a certain pot of funding. What percentage of that funding do you want to fund for crazy ideas? I mean, it's definitely not zero, but it's probably also not 100% of it because most of them are in fact not going to pan out. So there's some kind of balance in all, and every scientist in their own life has to make a decision for them. Are they going to do incremental work where they know where they're going, they know exactly what's going to happen, it's pretty safe, and how much of their time are they going to take these leaps? I personally like leaps, but that's me. Some people do and some people don't. But one thing for sure we have in science is that it's not a sort of monotonic game in wisdom. There are tons of good information and good ideas that are ignored and are not taken forward, sometimes rediscovered, sometimes not rediscovered. That's a real problem. That actually is something that I'm very excited about language models and AI in general helping us with, because regardless of their degree of autonomy, what they probably will be able to help us with is to have and to find ideas among an incredible historical body of work that nobody can actually, no individual person can actually remember everything that was found. So I think they're a tool. I think actually for science, they're going to be a really interesting tool to help make sure that things don't get irretrievably lost. But science loses a lot of stuff along the way.
And based on your experience at this point,
she was found dead.
Sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, that you could potentially do a whole lot more. Like if you can explore all of anatomical space, you could potentially actually cure and not just manage disease. You could regenerate limbs. You could do.
That's my claim precisely, and I've published the smaller versions of this, and I'm working on a big thing now on future medicine. All of the things that biomedicine has done so far are one corner of the space focused on micromanaging forcing the heart. And as amazing as it is, and lots of amazing medical applications have come, but it has many limitations in terms of cells fighting back and having side effects and drugs stopping working because you're micromanaging symptoms, because you're trying to clamp down symptoms instead of getting the buy-in of the cells that their goal is to build something or repair something. So cell training, molecular pathway learning, rewriting goal states, managing stress distribution among subsystems of the body, all of these things are a completely different way to manage the health state, and I think it's going to be transformative for cancer, for birth defects, for regenerative medicine, for aging, for degenerative disease, not to mention bioengineering and making new things that didn't exist before. It's going to be a completely different frontier.
And to do that, we do have to, at some level, when I don't want to talk about philosophy, we have to look at the evidence and actually accept what we're seeing.
I don't think anybody needs to accept anything. Let's put it this way. All I want is for people to be committed to outcomes, not philosophical preconceptions. The rest will take care of itself. I could stop work tomorrow if people were really willing to commit that they want specific kinds of outcomes and they're willing to explore whatever it takes to get them. Then it may have to take care of itself. The problem is that there are huge corners of the space that are inaccessible because they have tons of weird conspiracy it's actually trying to promote things from it. It's just we've had several years.
Mr. Mike Howell.
Thinking about things in a very particular way. You want to make these new discoveries and try new tools.
So you're pragmatist about this.
NGOs are not government.
Obstructionism.
Organizations.
I don't know. He was kind of arguing with himself, suggesting this idea that, some fucking old-time dead philosophers are somehow gonna, obstruct scientists trying to look for intelligence outside of the human brain. I think that's bullshit. It's that's not true at all.
Right. In facilitating mass illegal immigration.
Yeah, you're coming in late, dog.
Well,
you missed
I caught that. What was the setup? Sorry.
Just a guy that works for Tufts University, watches TED Talk on Marion, slice of
once, twice, 56 times, and they still keep creating the same exact shape. It's kind of interesting. Why don't you watch the TED Talk?
Hello?
Yeah, but it's not attributed to dead philosophers.
He's saying that chemical networks in your body are doing intelligence. Not your cells, not your brain. Networks of chemicals in your body.
Well, let's be saying there's a biomorphogenic field. And the idea that the mitochondria in the cell is the only brain of the cell is incorrect. And the morphogenic field itself is asking each cell to use the information they have, not just from the DNA or the RNA, but the morphogenic field around it to cooperate and create the body of the organism.
These cellular collectives, guided by bioelectricity, are cooperating in strange ways that current philosophy of science pays no attention to and shuns anyone who does pay attention to it.
With their corrected code. Go ahead.
This is what I was kind of wanting to pivot into, but then he wound up after touching on how he thinks about philosophy's role in all of this. I have both the PDF of Michael J. Liu's Metaphysics, A Contemporary Introduction, the 4th edition. It's a nice 375-page textbook. He is involved in Oxford's philosophy department. So there's that text. And then as well, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy's page of metaphysics. So now that we've got ChatGPT in the world, we can just crunch this stuff and then
crunch it,
and then do. We don't need to sit and read and get a vibe. Although Michael J. Liu's introduction to Oxford's Handbook of Metaphysics is actually quite available if you want to see how he writes. And then as well, the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy's metaphysics page it's a website.
Briefly, I just wanted to call attention to what Levin said about what we should be doing when we do philosophy. He said that philosophy's job is to be looking for blind spots in philosophy.
Exactly.
If you're not doing that, you're not really doing philosophy. You're just regurgitating philosophy.
But how do you think about that? How do you think about that prescriptive dutying of philosophy?
I think he's being provocative kind of on purpose, but I also think that he's right.
Is he suggesting, when he speaks this word philosophy, is he suggesting the field of philosophy is somewhat stagnant? Like, it sounded like his enthusiasm and gusto was really like, people are kind of lame, they're not quite creative enough, they're not stepping outside of the box enough. Is he suggesting, like, I don't know, I mean, again, I'm a complete lay person when it comes to this. I just can't imagine any serious neuroscience saying, well, or whatever, scientists on the frontiers of artificial intelligence, right, saying, Descartes or whoever, dead philosopher, he told me that there can't be intelligence.
That's not what he's saying is happening.
Yeah, that's what I think.
People have these default modes that map vaguely to philosophies, and that this sort of like thoughtlessness leads to a impoverished philosophy.
Oh, I agree with that completely. Yeah. I figured I had it wrong. I figured, like I said, no dead philosophers stopping people from thinking outside the box, but we all inhabit sort of this default cultural position of whatever, normative, academic, sort of standard views. Yeah.
I mean, you could point to certain dead philosophers like Darwin and the caricatures of them by
teachers and professors over the years, that version of that dead philosopher has held back science, even though Darwin was much more sophisticated and complicated than he's given credit for. So that tradition carries weight and stuckness. So I dumped some of these text chunks as much as I could into a single chat submission into ChatGPT, and I said, compare the tones going on across these two sources, being an introduction to some metaphysics handbook for philosophy, dude, or whatever. What the SCP entry is doing versus what the text is doing. The SCP article is descriptive, pluralistic, and post-Kantian without capitulating to Kant. That's the Stanford. Its stance is roughly, metaphysics has no fixed subject matter. It survives as a family of problems unified by explanatory ambition. Denial counts as participation. Revisionary metaphysics is legitimate. Methodology is contested but not preemptively constrained. In short, metaphysics is whatever work is required to make sense of the deepest commitments of our theories, practices, and concepts. It treats Kant, Quine, Lewis, Fine, Sider as moves on the same board, not as referees who get to cancel the game. Now, the second text, the text is genealogical and explicitly anti-Kantian in its conclusion, even though it takes Kant very seriously. Its stance is more that there are three rival conceptions of metaphysics. There's the Aristotelian, being qua being. There's the rationalist, expanded speculative systems. And then there's the Kantian, conceptual scheme analysis. So Kantian metaphysics is tempting, but it's incoherent. If Kant blocks access to the world in itself, he also blocks access to our thoughts about the world. Therefore, a lot of metaphysicians do retreat to Aristotelian lines of thought when doing metaphysics. Metaphysics should concern its being itself, not representations. So in short, metaphysics should be about reality's categorical structure, not about our ways of thinking. It's not neutral cartography, it's a programmatic manifesto disguised as historical reflection. And the real fault line is the world versus representation. The deepest contrast is this. In the SCP, metaphysics as constraint navigation. What must be true for X to be possible? X can be science, language, causation, agency, social practice. The metaphysician maps dependency relations, not necessarily ultimate reality, but dependency relations. Representation and reality can both be legitimate targets. So it's like the duty of the Western metaphysician is to actually be a doctor of the gaps. This allows for grounding, structural realism, social metaphysics, revisionary ontology, deflationary attitudes towards some debates without global skepticism. Now, the second, metaphysics as ontology proper. Either you are talking about being itself or you are not doing metaphysics. Conceptual scheme metaphysics is a category mistake. Kant's critical metaphysics collapses into psychology or semantics. If metaphysics is possible at all, it must be pre-Kantian in spirit. Now, this commits to a real categorical structure, a mind-independent ontological joint scheme, a metaphysics that risks being wrong about reality rather than being safe about concepts. It prefers ontological courage over epistemic modesty. How each text treats Kant is the key. The SCP treats Kant Kant, as one major turn in a long story, his challenge reshapes metaphysics but does not delimit it. Later metaphysics, Lewis, Kripke, Fine, simply ignores or outflanks him. Kant is not allowed to veto power. Kant becomes a local disturbance, not a global firewall. Now, the second text, Kant is this central rupture. His critique is taken seriously enough to be rejected carefully. Conceptual scheme metaphysics is shown to be unstable on Kant's own terms. Kant's move is clever, but ultimately it's self-defeating. The text says, in effect, if Kant is right, metaphysics dies. Since metaphysics isn't dead, Kant must be wrong. That's a bold inversion.
Just go, let's fucking go.
Just Kant. Kant, do it. Kant was a cunt. That little cunt.
You can't do that.
It's time for new thinking.
New thinking aloud.
I mean, I think maybe I was right, but I think somewhere in there, this dude, he was saying that, you know, he was pointing out that human AI, artificial intelligence, can you know, humanity, we have this vast body of knowledge, right? And a vast body of knowledge is really gives like AI super fertile grounds for finding new correlations and analogies. And I found this with even like super simple LLMs, right? They're extremely good at connecting distant, abstract ideas. They're like super powerful juxtaposition engines, right? So I think of this fellow, he's trying to find new ways to categorize the universe and his relationship with it, and you know, doing this sort of cross-pollination thing. I think even the simple LLMs, they're fantastic. Like, they're funny. You can go to ChatGPT and say, hey, tell me the similarities between, I don't know, fucking, you know, a dead skunk on the side of the road and Kant's theory of such and such whatever, and it'll find like amazing correlations. It's a fun exercise to do.
Are you familiar with that with the brain software?
No.
Jerry Mikowski's work on the brain?
No.
So it's nodal. If you think of LLMs as nodes, and you think of the transformers as taking little bits and pieces of a word, but those are the tokens.
Oh, yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
No, I'm saying nodulally, if you have these nodes and the nodes overlap, so you get those really interesting overlap points, but then you do 1 million nodes, and then 100 million nodes, then 1 billion, and then a trillion nodes, and then the overlap point, and then you do a predictive algorithmic text where it could possibly intersect. So you get about 14,000 pathways that could intersect between Kant and the skunk. And then you say narrow that 14,000 down to 400. Now do a softmax sort algorithm to where the probability curve could be this, dependent upon what was asked in the last 4 tokens of the session. And now predict the sentence. That's what an LLM is. Pretty ingenious. Not intelligent. Artificial intelligent, but not intelligent.
No, but I think, you know, I mean, so when I was in college, I studied basically the creative process up here in Canada at the Emily Carr, you know, University of Arts and Design, right? The creative process. And from all that I learned from that is like, there's no original nothing, Jimmy. At least this is my point of view. Like, I could be totally wrong, but it's very difficult to come up with something completely new. And, you know, the things that we call new ideas are just...
Can I ask you, is that what they taught you at that school?
Well, no, I don't know if they taught me this specifically, but this is what I sort of came away with. What I came away with is that, you know, there's no original nothing. It's all... Everything's a combination of something, and you know, so I'm not so sure.
Who were the professors at that school? Were there any original thinkers that wrote original pieces of work that got published or had dissertations that were amazing?
It's an okay school. It's a well-respected art school.
sure it's well respected. I'm sure it's a great school. It could even be in the top 10. But I'm saying, were there people there that were inspiring and wrote inspiring works that they cited of new thinking, of novel thinking?
Yeah. So the whatever the director, the top guy at the pool school, you call him the principal or whatever. I forget what his name. What was this? Ron something. But he was one of the first people, I think, in the 60s or 70s to really start what they call this interdisciplinary studies. So at this school, it's like one of these West Coast sort of, experimental places where you take we'd swap, we bring in, doctoral students from the University of British Columbia who are doing things in electronics, and then, connect them with like people that are studying like fine arts or something at the school that I went to. And they do all these things. It was kind of like this interdisciplinary thing. Anyways, yeah. So that's kind of novel. I don't know. It's not that good of a school. It's a really small school.
Can I ask you, who inspires you in terms of intellectual thought or modern philosophy or any kind of new thinking that says, wait a minute, this could be possible, it could not? Find out. Who is that for you, Matt? Because that's who the guy you were just talking about is for me, Michael Levin.
Okay.
When I started studying his work, I went, wait a second, he's working off of Bruce Lipton's Biology of Belief and Epigenetics. And then I went, wait a second, no, this is going beyond biology. This might actually go into philosophy and possibly consciousness study.
Yeah, bro, he like the way he talks about physics, it's like, these are children. if you're treating physicists that way, like you're doing like a larger theory of everything physicists can.
Well, he's one of those rare individuals in the academic world who went beyond one subject discipline, went to another, got to the multidisciplinary area, and then said, well, wait a second. And we use computer science and algorithmic information and mechanical thinking, and then started doing not theoretical work, but actual practical testing. And that's why I highly recommend, if you get a chance, check out the TED Talk about planaria and flatworms. It'll blow your mind. Michael Levin.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Jimmy. Now I know who this guy is. I've seen him a bunch of times with Lex and a bunch of other people. No, he's fantastic. I do like his work.
But he's also insane, and that's why I love him. And that's why I told Brent, he's absolutely out of his mind, but in the best way, the way that great scientists that make breakthroughs are out of their minds. And I highly recommend, Brent, if you really want to get into his work, he's working off of a scientist, and I can't remember the name, but in the 1930s, he's working backwards. And this guy's book is the one that inspired Michael Levin on the gap junction inside of cells. And it's really, really fascinating work on, to me, it's the question of, how do cells communicate?
Right.
At what level is the communication? Is it inside from one cell to another? Or is it the electricity around the cell? Is it the organism? Is it the organisms outside? Right. And that's where Charles Darwin's theories were really interesting to get us started. But if you listen to modern biology, we're still kind of misinformed about what DNA is and what the actual proponents of electromagnetic energy, gravity, physics, Bell's theorem, all of my thinking is really accurate and close, but it's led us to a path of indecision and misunderstanding. And if we want to find clarity, we need to think outside the box. And if there ever was a time, I think now is the time. And I gotta say.
Yeah, no, I remember this guy's talks now, Jimmy. I just love the way that he frames the conversation between, it has so many, so he covers, now that I think about it, he covers so many different things. He's even got he's got interesting views on intelligence. I think he's similar to Eliezer Yudkowsky, where Eliezer's going around the world telling everybody it doesn't matter if like AI is self-aware because intelligence is essentially meeting goals. And I think Levin has the same thing. It's like I think
that's all it is.
Yeah, Levin says the same thing. He's like, okay, there's a wantingness, for lack of a better word, of electrical signals within tiny little pieces of the body to want to express certain shapes. And then, like you're saying, Jimmy, you can look at it depending on what level you want to look at it. Like you can, of course, mitochondria are tiny little factories, right? So you can start from there and zoom out. But there's a wantingness. It's not as if these tiny machines have any kind of self-awareness, but they meet goals and they express an intelligence in that manner. And I remember this guy. He's fantastic.
There's a lot of questions we couldn't ask because we didn't have the technology to look further, the macro or the micro at the same time. And I believe now with large computing, the ability to sort through massive amounts of information at super speeds, now's the time. These subject would have taken us years. We can do it in minutes now. It's incredible. I don't know. What do you think, Brett, Chad, Ben?
Yeah, I think Jimmy, one of his main ideas that he hits is like, a mind or mindness, whatever, mindness, thoughtfulness, goal meeting can exist at different levels. Like it can exist in tiny little micron levels or larger scales.
I'm trying to get ChatGPT to shit out something that has a 7-way symmetry, and it keeps giving me something with an 8-way symmetry.
Well, it wants symmetry, so it's going to do 8.
Yeah, but there's still like orders of radial symmetry, dude. See, it keeps doing it.
What's your favorite sacred geometry shape?
I don't know.
Beyond the platonic solids.
Dude, I don't play with that bad juju.
You don't fuck with the Asanoa pattern?
I don't fuck with that bad juju, dude.
What do you mean bad juju? Sacred geometry is bad juju?
I don't know. I don't get all that stuff, man.
Dude, the Vesica Pisces is beautiful, dude. It's the Jesus fish.
Yeah, I don't know.
So you believe in juju, but you don't want to fuck with sacred geometry? Say more.
He's afraid of the compass. It's okay.
I don't believe in any of that juju.
But you believe in
do you fuck with a sextant?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all it is, dude. It's just the size.
That's how he found his well. That's how he found the water. But yeah, Jimmy, isn't it? I think Levin also. He's what is it? I'm trying to remember. He was on the show with this one lady that was talking about language as being a kind of that language itself meets all the criteria needed to be described as a living organism. But anyways, so with Levin's talks, I'm remembering him well now. I think the mystery that he's keen into, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you have tiny little machines within the human body and they all have their own goals. And sometimes the goals don't really seem to work in conjunction with one another. Like fucking mitochondria within my cells has no idea that it's a part of a larger system. Without, you know what I mean? And so the mystery is like, how do these smaller machines communicate or seem to work? There's a certain harmony between the smaller, medium, and larger machines. And I think he's really trying to explore what this harmony means.
You're almost there, but he didn't say any of those things. You're taking his work and believe, and I could be wrong.
I'm an art student.
Matthew.
Yeah.
No, right. I think you're construing his stuff with other stuff you heard and getting it mixed up, because that's not what he was saying at all. But I see where you're getting that notion from. It sounds a lot like other people's work.
No. So he says there's these tiny little machines within our body or within all living cells.
He's not saying machines.
No, but
he's saying, if anything, it's more of conscious agents.
Okay.
The consciousness is not necessarily inside, and the agency isn't inside. It's in a field.
Right.
That's the profound view that's like, wait, what the fuck? In a field? What kind of field? Biomorphinogenic field? What is a biomorphinogenic field? That's a big question right there.
It's a bunch of bullshit, Jimmy.
Yes,
no.
Chad. No, you said that, Chad.
No, it's a bunch of
right, dude. No, Chad is right. He nailed it.
But that's what I'm stuck on when I read this stuff.
Thank you, Chad.
You bet.
I am stuck on agency, a wantingness of something. You know, like.
But aren't we all stuck on agency within ourselves until you break loose of your own mind? Or can you interact congruently, correctly with the biomorphinogenic field that is woo-woo or juju or whatever this thing is that we call nature or Gaia or this field energy?
I'm pretty harmonious with myself. I'm doing okay. I mean, I do argue with myself from time to time.
We haven't defined gravity. Can we just be honest? We don't know what a perfect circle is. We don't know what gravity is. And anyone that says they know what a black hole is.
That's true. That's right. It's exactly what I've been trying to say.
And you are right, Chad, when you say that guy's full of shit, because my dad went to Tufts University and got a double major in Tufts, and he's full of shit. And I know a Tufts full of shit talk when I hear it. But at least he's full of shit on a right path to try to find the truth. And that's why
I just think that
information theory.
No, it comes down to him being able to design these peer-reviewable experimental designs that
double-headed tapeworms,
where like the institutional review board is like cool with him doing this,
like
but like
moving the eyeballs to the tadpole's tail.
No, that
he did that. I remember that. Yeah.
All of this is for a cause. And and Michael Levin, right? Michael Levin
loves the Big Bang Theory.
This guy, he's doing it for a cause, and he's got an idea.
Have you heard of Tufts Medical Center?
No, I haven't. But but Tufts is cool with it. I think he's a great thinker.
He's absolutely brilliant. He's insanely brilliant. But he's also raising money for Tufts University and the medical center that's attached to the university. And
really great, like Professor does.
Well, and I think he's beyond great because he's got one foot in the media space, in the public figure space, and another foot in the academic, and another foot in the avant-garde, like the guy from Harvard, the Avi Loeb guy. Like, I think he's fucking, in academia, he's one of my heroes. I love him. I think he's brilliant.
I can't think of a more compelling public intellectual today, honestly.
No, to me, Levin's way more down to earth than fucking Avi Loeb.
No, I think Avi Loeb is super down to earth, actually. If you listen to him, he goes to like NASCAR. Like, how down to earth can you be? He was in
Yeah, he's still full of shit though. Do you remember who's that guy that used to come on Clubhouse? People gave him a hard time. He's like this German guy. Like, you could tell he's completely autistic.
Which one, dude? How many?
No. He's professor. He's like professor of AI. AI. But he wasn't like he wasn't like a super techie guy. So when he came on Clubhouse, people gave him a hard time. And he used to hang out with Lex Friedman, and he has like these big bug eyes.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
really weak. Yeah. But no.
Wait a second. Did you say he doesn't have credentials? I've talked to Yoshibuk on this app. He's fucking dope.
Well, he's brilliant. He's brilliant. What I'm trying to say is that Levin is definitely more focused.
Yeah, but Yoshibuk got shit on Levin, dude.
Well, they're two different. Yoshibuk, I tried to tell Yoshibuk about Buddhism when I was talking to him.
Bro, I'm going to compare him, and I'll tell you, square up, Michael Levin would slam Yosha's ass.
Yeah, Yosha is a reductionist in a very slow recovery state.
Well, one's a philosopher, the other is a
Yosha's a philosopher for sure, yeah.
Yosha's a fucking dope philosopher, though. He's really...
Yosha may reach up when he's down and yank Levin to the ground, and then they'll grapple. And, I mean, Levin may subdue a couple of rounds out of, however many it takes.
Dude, they were smoking.
Yeah, he's got, Bach has a lot of horsepower. Like, he can go.
Yeah.
But, like, he's not going to win on points.
Right. And he probably talks a mad locker room game, you know what I mean? And when if you watch some of these clips and these like interviews, amping up to like the fight night and stuff, like you'll see like he'll just drop boom like a quick line, like, and like the way people react to some of like the understated things that Yosha Bach says, like, I don't know, dude. I mean, the psychological game, it's there. But I gotta say, like, at the end of the day, my money's on Levin just completely knocking Joshua Bach out of the ring.
If I was super high, if I had to like hit like 4 massive joints, I would definitely want to sit in a room with Levin instead of Bach, because Bach, I just like start laughing like 3/4 or whatever. I'd follow him and follow him and follow him, then I'd just break down and start laughing. But if I was like super high around 11, I'd just keep following him down the rabbit hole. I'd be like, holy fuck, I think
I'm the opposite of you, Matt.
Really? You would follow Yosha all the way?
Dude, I love Yosha. I love that he goes into thinking about thinking, and then goes inside there and crawls in and eats a fucking sandwich.
Have you read what is that fucking book? I just read it. Godel Esterbach.
Yeah, I read that that's the book that got me on this whole fucking academic path. Was the book.
Yeah, I love how the book starts out. Yeah, the book's fantastic.
Do you know, I went after I read the book, I was like, I need to read more from this guy. So I called him up, and he was on sabbatical, and his secretary sent me all his work that turned out to be a book like 8 years later.
Damn, that's fucking amazing, yeah.
Dude, he's an amazing thinker. Like, that guy's
Who's the author? I've heard of the book many times, but who?
Oh, you gotta read it. It's fucked up. You gotta read it and then read it over again and then read it again.
But who wrote it?
What is it? Hess? No, not Herman Hess. Fucking starts with an H something. German guy, I think.
I'm actually not even gonna go into my file of the name of the guy. But it's Hoffman. I think I get him confused. It's
Hofstadter. Hofstadter, the Eternal Golden Braid. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah. One, but who's the guy?
Oh, we lost you.
But Hofstadter is a little bit similar to Levin, because Hofstadter is talking about how like our brain has this tendency to create analogies between things, and then
is my Starlink working or no?
No, it died.
Just came back.
It's Starlink. Dude, I climbed up a mountain just to have this conversation. Thank you, guys. I just want to say, Brent, thank you for talking about Michael Levin, and Matt, thank you for dropping in. And I think this conversation is dope. I think Chad, Brent, Black, Ben, like, where's Ben, dude, in this conversation? I want to hear what he thinks.
Dude, I don't know. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I really hope the fucking Iranians throw that motherfucker out. Because, dude, as soon as Iran's free, I'm going for a fucking vacation there. I heard so many good things about that country. The people are so beautiful. Yeah, I heard beautiful. The people are amazing, I heard. The culture and history, yeah.
You had Rose Jam?
I hope they keep those motherfuckers out.
Oh, dude, it's delicious.
But Jimmy, I think Hofstadter, he's kind of like Levin, because Hofstadter really focuses on like level, whatever, like levels to things. He's like, okay, the brain has this tendency to want to create analogies, and he's saying the brain has, you can craft an infinite number of analogies between things. I forget what he's talking about, like, if you have a chair with like 4 legs and a chair with like 3 legs, they both have this chairness, and it's a 1-to-1 analogy that exists between things. And he's like, it's just like if you can divide up the number of spaces between, let's say, 0 and 1 and into an infinite number of slices, but you could also do that from 0 to 2. And so there's like larger infinites and smaller infinites. And I'm
we go?
I don't know.
Yo, Chad, what is your favorite field of study? I'm really interested because I know you like philosophy. I know you like law. I know you're big on like expertise and like nations are started. Like, what is your favorite fucking multidisciplinary? Sorry, Matt, I think you cut out.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, you know, our mind has this tendency to like create analogies, and depending on, we can find similarities or differences between any two things. Fucking Aristotle said the same thing, I think, in his first book, like 2,500 years ago. He starts off the very first sentence in the book saying, okay, you can either find similarities between things or differences, and there is no limit to the number of differences or similarities that a mind can find between things. And I think that's how he starts off his book. And Hofstadter does it basically the same thing in this Gödel Escherbach book.
Matt, have you read Raymond Smullyan's work, The Logician?
Logician?
Like,
no, I'll throw it in my list.
Okay. I think there's levels to logic, like the knights and knaves principle of like one person's a liar, but he's telling you a lie. But is that a lie if it's backed up by a truth that's a lie? Like that logic gate stuff is really important, I think, to get to base reality, if that's your goal. That's why I was asking you, Chad, like what's your ultimate like line of thinking goal?
I think like what's my, I don't know. I think in terms of what is useful across music and musical system design, and then to think of like not a synthesizer as like a synthesizer kind of thing, but to think of it as like something that can be a little bit more, you know, programmatic as like a musical system. And then you realize how complex like signals are. And then there's like a tangent of encryption. And then there's subsequently like getting back into, you know, the meaning making thing that is a mystery as you're learning music, as you're continuing to explore sound within different mediums, such as like within electronics, within the digital realm, or within acoustic space. So a lot of like those ideas kind of like start to bleed and like, you know, cross pollinate. Yeah, and then like the like how we make meaning by taking in what is a signal. And yeah, that like emergent causality note that was in the video is kind of interesting there, because you know, you can zoom in on like a certain part of the signal and be like, oh wow, that's some like really interesting like high frequency content in that signal or whatever. And it's like it doesn't really add or subtract to the idea of like hearing the signal and recognizing it as like, oh, that's a bird.
Yeah, that's what Raymond Smullyan's work is about. He has a book called To Mock a Mockingbird.
Oh wow.
It's the signal, exactly what you're talking about. The signals, like how. Yeah.
What I was reading, what you were saying there is like you kind of enjoy the constraints put on you by certain instruments or the equipment that you have, and then within those constraints you can express art. And then how do people see that, right? Like the great thing about art and music is you don't have to make everything super clear, as in science, right? And you're not going to be, I don't know. Like I play the drums, and then one of the greatest exercises you can do on the drums is like I'm going to limit myself to only like this type of pattern around the kit, but you can explore it in so many ways. Or if you're painting, right? If you're a painter and you say, I'm going to only use these 3 colors and see what I can possibly get done with that. What kind of textures can I explore? So when you constrain yourself, and there's a sort of freedom within the constraint. And is that something what you were expressing there, or I'm totally off?
Not necessarily like the constraints, but like, I mean, you know when you're in like some domain, because that's like what you're like dealing with. I don't know if I'm like primed. I don't know if I'm necessarily like so primed to have like a sufficient answer ready. Yeah, like I don't really know where to go from there. I think there's certain areas of activity that are interesting to me, and like I do them, and there are concepts that cross-pollinate, and I am moving through the world and refining my concepts and learning,
Yeah, bro. I think we're all doing that. Yeah. I feel it. I get you. I think a lot of
Point of order, moderator. I don't need no corrections because I got the Dhammapada, the sayings of the Buddha. I got the Bible and the sayings of Moshe Rabbeinu.
Why did he cut out?
I don't know.
Because these moderators want me to assimilate into their Borg machine.
That's true.
Wait, you just keep cutting yourself out and acting like someone moderated you. Nobody did.
All right, well, point of order, moderator.
The Borg assimilating is assimilating to me, bro.
All right, well, point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order. Give me 60 seconds and I will read to you from the sayings of the Buddha.
I'll give you 837 seconds.
The World by the Buddha, chapter 13 of the Dhammapada. Do not follow low practices. Do not live carelessly. Do not hold wrong views. Do not prolong the suffering of the world. Lift yourself up. Be attentive. Act virtuously. One who does good deeds lives happily, both in this life and the life to come. Act righteously. Refuse to do otherwise. One who follows this path lives happily, both in this life and the life to come. Perceive the world as a bubble. Perceive the world as a mirage. If you see the world in this way, you render the Lord of Death powerless. Look at the body as a royal chariot, to which the ignorant cling, while the wise let go. Whoever moves from carelessness to vigilance lights up the world like the moon that emerges from a cloud. Whoever overcomes his unwholesome deeds with wholesome actions illuminates the world like the moon emerging from a cloud. There is blindness all around. Only very few can see. Many are like birds trapped in a net on Clown House. Only few escape and achieve liberation. Swans fly in the sky. Those possessed of psychic powers glide through the air. The wise on Clown House conquering self proceed to Nirvana Clown House. A man who violates even one spiritual law, who is dishonest and telling lies, unconcerned with the life hereafter, there is no evil such a one dares not do. Those closed off from generosity do not enter the realm of gods. Fools do not praise generosity. The wise rejoice in generosity, and by that will be happy after death. Better than the sole rulership over the world. Better than going to heaven. Better than lordship over all the worlds and houses on Clown House is the fruition of the stream winner's path.
Thus that protest to my prom house is not the house of the crowd, but the house of the get down. You know what I'm saying, Black? Like, what are you trying to get
on? A masterpiece theater tonight, baby. That was beautiful, baby.
I feel like we're like in the basement of some like New York jazz club in the 1950s.
Well, yo, Black just came in with that energy, bro. He's like,
yeah. We just all took like a hit of speed and like, you know, what's that novel where those guys are like traveling across the fucking United States? Jack Kerouac fucking novel.
The Road City Slickers?
Yeah, no, the road by Jack.
No, the Hitchhiker's Guide.
Billy Crystal.
Yo, I just want to say, Black, hey, thanks for reading that. And I'm curious, who are your influences?
Lao Tzu, Tao Te Ching, Dhammapada, Buddha, Marcus Aurelius Meditations, Epictetus and Enchiridion, Aleister Crowley poetry.
Hell yeah, okay.
Everything, anything. I mean, you know.
It was a mashup, bro.
Yeah, Confucius is actually probably the most legit. Confucius is amazing. Yeah, Confucius is amazing. Like somebody said earlier, you know, you're into philosophy and law. If we were all into philosophy and law, there would be, you know, 1 million crimes instead of 1 billion crimes. It's people are.
Don't you think it was Confucianist like precedence of the elder class and the respect, whether right or wrong, it has come before. So therefore, as good citizens, we should bow down to the elder class.
Yeah, if you
Not
show
because
reverence.
It's right, but because it's just.
Yeah, that's part of even the Buddha. I mean, the wise honor the, you know, aged. So it's just respect. A lot of this is just ethics training and personal development. And that's all it is. All this religious stuff is mostly all just personal development.
It's about people living together. Look, the Far East has, I think, some people say more peaceful religions. I think that might be true because of the population density. You know, the Abrahamic religions are a bunch of desert dwellers, different tribes trying to kill one another, whereas like the Chinese, the Japanese, the Korean, the Indians were neck and neck right next to each other. They had to, like, there's no way to escape. So their religious systems are more harmonious.
Well, Dhammapada by Buddha is like essential reading. And if you've never read it, you have to read it. It's very short and sweet, and it's incredible because it's a little magic peppered in. It's a magical little book, the Dhammapada. It's exactly what everybody's looking for in the West. You know, but that's because religion is geographically specific. So if you move it around in your own mind, it gives you that relative and quant position. It's like religious gamemanship and religious one-upmanship, but it's again psychological, meaning that if you get the message in the books, it is about your emotional disposition. And people.
I think you know what it is. So the Abrahamic religions worked. Well, I don't think they ever worked very well in any particular place, but in Europe, people lived in these tribes. Like, if you were in Germany, everybody else around you was German, everybody was Lutheran. And if you went to, like, you know, Spain, everybody was Spanish. And, like, they're very clannish across Europe. Of course, a lot of bloody wars. And then with the Enlightenment and multiculturalism, people are like, oh shit, we have to, like, get along now. So whose religion do we kind of, like, point at now? It's like, oh, okay, well, let's look at the Zen Japanese. Like, their population density is so fucking big. They're always having to, like, compromise, right? And they're saying, no, there's, like, even the self doesn't exist. Like, fuck this, like, hard crafted identity, I'm right, you're wrong, my tribe versus your tribe sort of thing. No, we have the Enlightenment now, everybody's equal, we have to get along. Alright, let's pick up the Japanese and, like, totally erase my sense of self so we just get on harmoniously with one another. Assimilate. Does that make sense? Makes sense for me.
How about the male that stands up?
Well, yeah, I mean, I lived in Tokyo for a decade.
No, I know. It makes no fucking sense.
But I think it does. Yeah, I think it would make sense. I think it will start to make more sense once, North America's still pretty much empty. The more people that come here, it'll start to, the whole idea of like compromise is, we'll see more liberation than he's Asian. He's a very sexy Asian man with large breasts. Why are you like so sexy?
Going back to the Matrix. Can you hear me, Brock?
Yes.
Dude, can you remind me later to talk with you about gap junctions inside of cells?
Let's talk about them now, man.
Going through the mountains, bro. Have to go
right. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Say less, fam.
Yeah, say less. In the military, as a cadet, you only have 3 responses: sir, yes, sir; sir, no, sir; sir, no, excuse, sir. And I have found that, in all the fuck-ups of my life, sir, no, excuse, sir, to be the most valuable statement you can make, because it's like a time delay. You're getting yelled at, you're getting criticized, and your only response is, sir, no, excuse, sir. You got no excuse for, what you did or what you thought. So it's a useful, filler, so you don't have to waste your time explaining yourself. You just got no excuse.
It kind of catches them off guard, too, because you're like, they know you got some kind of excuse, but the fact that you're not even, like, offering it just speaks to your character or something, so they'll be more forgiving. Right?
It's very Confucius, very Buddhist.
I will not argue with you right now, sir. I will do it later, but not now.
No, man, it's like sometimes it's better just to like melt into the system. If the system's good.
Yeah, not every system is good. Many systems try to kill you. And for example, let's say you're part of the military and you're going to Afghanistan, and now you're taking over somebody's former position, security position, and now you're responsible for that sector. And it's very dangerous. And that person that you're taking it over from is super happy to get the fuck out of there. And they want to set you up for success. But the truth is, they could give 2 shits. They want to get the fuck out of there as soon as possible. And so it's a little bit like the people who get left behind and get killed, they're the patsies, they're the suckers who were the rear guard, so the front of the baggage train could get to safety. It's, your position in life, if your awareness is expanded, you will live a longer time than you would otherwise, because look at the medical industrial complex. I don't know how many of you are vax injured, or people who are vax injured. It's the same type of thing. If you knew what Fauci was up to with Dr. Bill Gates's father and Tom Brokaw and other individuals, I mean, it's all in the photos. Like, we all got...
It's all for the greater good, man.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
You think the mRNA spike protein injections, which are now killing people and giving turbo cancers, is all for the good because it's forced human evolution?
Never.
And everybody's sterilized now? Planned Parenthood is out of business because they can't even have babies anymore. There's no more abortions when you can't even have a baby,
Oh, I'm telling you, I was just watching Eric Weinstein? He's like,
yeah.
He's like, the last 70 years, how we had peace and stuff like that. He's like, that shit's over. It's like we're going into something new now. I really feel that way. Nobody's having kids. Fucking AI is gonna fucking blossom. China's gonna invade Taiwan. Fucking new government in Iran, hopefully. Everything's fucking changing.
If you can say it, it is not true. So the status quo is 99.99% confirmed. I mean, everything you just said, if you go to Polymarket, it's a losing bet for everything you just said, unfortunately.
Probably.
I mean, I can go get the mRNA vaccine right now if I want it. Nothing's stopping me.
Power rush.
The power rush is here. The bull rush.
You never got a vaccine, bro?
I mean, when I was in the military, they pumped me full of stuff. I don't know what I took.
No, he's quadruple vaxxed.
It explains a lot.
Yeah. I would be more responsible if I had children, but since I have no children, I can risk my, I can play the court jester, the fool, to a very high degree.
What you're doing is important. I'm telling you. I already told you. You're like you're an artist. What was it called? An action artist, or you're like fucking modern day
Andy Kaufman.
Andy Warhol, man.
You're like Andy Kaufman and Andy Warhol mixed into a steroid, high on weed and drinking whiskey.
Andy Warhol, dude.
Hey, it's me, Andy. Hey, everybody want to come to the Silver Factory and get high?
I have a book called Andy Warhol After the Party, and it's like a photography book of all his Studio 54 parties and all these other weird artistic photos. That was like the highlight.
Weird dude, eh? And every single day he would go home and like hang out with his mom at the end of the night.
No, he wouldn't. He would sit on the phone. He was doing Clubhouse at home. Like he was also also a hoarder. Like there's a book called Andy Warhol's Philosophy, and somebody, one of his close friends, like wrote down everything he said over like 20 years, and they made a book of everything he ever said, and it's like all philosophical statements.
People all the time, eh? You just call him in the middle of the night because he's like lonely or boring.
He was a hoarder. He would go to the flea market and he filled up that fucking silver factory with junk. But his estate was valued at $500 million at the time of his death.
That's insane.
Which is like in the multi billions, in today's dollars.
He's kind of like, he's kind of like a family hero for me because I'm Slovak, but more specifically Eastern Slovak near the mountains there. There's a small little group of people called the Ruthenians, and Andy Warhol is the most famous Ruthenian, not Russian. Ruthenian, Ruthenian people.
Yeah, I saw his documentary. Do you know what his blotted line method was?
Like his pen drawings of the lady's shoes?
Yeah, he would degrade it by doing a press of his drawing. That's what the blotted line method is.
Yeah. He was an interesting cat, yeah. They said he was so professional, dude. Like early in his life, he made good money as a graphic designer. He was never late, never argued with people, did exactly what they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
But he always wanted to be a fine artist. So.
Well, then he met Basquiat, and got some black dick, and it was all history from there. And then he got shot in the stomach by that fucking bitch who wrote a book called Scum: Society for Cutting Up Men. She's like the most famous anti-feminist cunt in the world who shot the only fucking awesome faggot in the world. It's a tragedy.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. He's an interesting cat. He was a gentle guy. He was weird as fuck.
Yeah, he was like intentionally aloof. He would act autistic on camera, and people would just be like mesmerized with it. They're like, is this like a performance or is he really retarded?
I think it was like that. It was a bit odd. He was super shy, right?
Well, his comrades and commentators said that when the girl at the silver factory jumped out the window and killed herself, he said, "Oh, geez, I wish we had a camera set up so we could have filmed it."
Wow. That's dark. Yeah, maybe. That's definitely on.
That's in the documentary. I'm not making that up. That's in the documentary.
I know that book you're talking about. Fucking, with all those telephone calls. Yeah. Saw it on sale for somewhere.
Yeah, his magazine was really cool. Do you know what his magazine was?
No, what?
He had a magazine. I have some copies of it. I'm actually looking at Andy Warhol watercolor paintings as we speak. I don't think they're real, but they're still pretty cool. But the magazine was called like Parade or Carnival. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a beautiful magazine. It's really, they're all pieces of artwork. You could buy those and frame them, and they will and are worth a lot of money.
Oh, nice. Let me see. What are they called? Interview? Is it
Yeah, Interview magazine. No. They're collectibles.
Andy Warhol magazine. I think it's called Interview.
Yep, Interview. I'm looking at a Pee Wee Herman. A Pee Wee Herman from 1987 goes for $165.
Oh shit. Pop art. Andy Warhol Glamour magazine. Yeah. I don't know, man. We live in a world with so many mirrors, you know. So many mirrors. It's like people are being completely removed from their immediate surroundings and then being drawn into this whole social media world. We're being estranged from ourselves, I guess. Like, it'll come a time when, you know, people will be hanging out at a cafe and having conversations with one another, and then rather than referring to their own memories, they'll have like these AI glasses, and you know, anytime any one of them brings anything up, they'll just like, oh, hey Google, what about this topic? What does Wikipedia say about this? And instantly, you know, they'll just constantly refer to things outside of themselves. We'll have like short-term memory, but like no ability to concentrate or memorize things or read long-form books, and we won't need to, right? I'd love to know what like Andy Warhol would think about social media now.
I don't know. I think you would hate it because it's so rapid, instantaneous. You know, all these magazines from the 80s and 90s took a lot of artwork, a lot of work. I'm looking at these Andy Warhol magazines right now. They're pretty cool. You know, because you could frame them. I mean, this is like Americana history. I own a lot of like Jean-Michel Basquiat paintings, pop art, all this stuff. It's like, it's never not going to be popular because once people get into art, you eventually cover all the sectors, and then you're like, American art from the 80s and 90s is pretty cool. It's not as cool as like some Dutch master, but you know, it's Americana, and the world just loves our content. We create it. I mean, but now you can go on Facebook and watch people in Africa eating monkeys out of a stew pot all day. So it's like, you know, pick your poison.
Yeah. I don't know. I recently came back from Dubai. People say that it's like really hot and trending and stuff like that. It was nice. The people were nice, but they still got a long way to go. It's I think Shanghai would be a great place to see like what's going on with pop culture. I think Tokyo would have been fucking fantastic to go to in like 1987. If I could jump in a time machine, go to fucking Tokyo in 1987, where like the salarymen had like fucking $500 a night, liquor tabs, and just such a huge bubble at that time.
It's even better now because the American dollar goes farther.
Oh yeah, it's cheap as fucking shit there now. Japan's pretty cheap, yeah. It's good. It's a good. Japan's fucking. It's an amazing place to live. As long as they don't let in too many foreigners. As long as they can keep their culture. Just don't work for them. Don't work for the Japanese.
Did you just say as long as they can keep their culture with 98% Japanese?
98.9%, something like that.
Something like that, and the rest are Korean.
That's true. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of pressure on them to like bring people in. Because there's way too many old people. 10 million empty homes.
I was just gonna say I wanted to start a business, Matt, where we create like a university exchange to work with all the academic institutions, and part of the like study abroad program is to go get one of those houses in Japan, do some practical like academic work by restoring these houses. Like if you're down with that, hit me up in the back channel, bro.
Yeah, man. I want to get myself an IKEA. AKIYA. That's an abandoned house.
I think you should get yourself 1,000, not one.
Yeah.
It's the time, bro.
Oh, dude, they're just going to get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper.
I think $1 is a good price.
Fuck. I subscribe to all the IKEA, like the empty house channels on Instagram, and I'm just like, oh, there's a house that would be fucking $2 million in Canada. It's going for like 30 grand in Japan.
Yeah, well, it's not just Japan. It's all over the world. I mean, for the next 30 to 40 years, this is going to be a serious situation where there's going to be abandoned houses, like kind of like Detroit back in the in the 70s and 80s. If someone did something back then, it wouldn't be a problem now.
Nobody's fucking, man. That's the problem.
Well, it's not just that. It's like, why can't one person take care of 40 properties?
Yeah, I mean, I heard Bulgaria is fucking, they've got like massive aging population problem there. Bulgaria, Israel, I know it's there. Yeah. In some areas.
No, in the whole United States. Die off in the next 15 years. It'd be huge.
I think that's what like some of the Republicans are worried about. Like some of the more extreme conservative folks are like, God, man, like, I don't know. I think if Trump was really thinking about second, third, fourth order consequences, he would be like trying to get more brown people to be like Republicans instead of doing the whole ICE thing, because it just seems so unfriendly. I don't know the details. I'm up here in Canada, but he's being kind of, well, probably you guys would agree, being rather divisive, and I don't know, as fucking George Friedman wrote this book called The Next 100 Years. I don't know if you read it, Jimmy, but he believes that, you know, the United States is eventually going to become like mostly a country of brown people. So I guess what I'm saying is, if Trump wants to keep the Republicans in power, I think he's probably going about it the wrong way at the moment.
Yo, can you hear me, Matt?
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, I just got into my driveway. I just turned the Starlink back on. Have you read the book, The Art of the Deal?
No.
I would recommend reading that book.
Yeah, I might out of curiosity.
Yeah, I think Trump is, because there's so many misinformation, and then the actual information, meaning the book that he actually wrote, and the actual stuff he actually said over the years is very different than what people say about him. In other words, he's probably more racist than you actually think, even though...
No kidding, eh?
Yeah, but I'm just saying the level of racism is at a different level where he's money racist. Like, he doesn't care about race. He cares about money and prestige. Like, he's a different kind of race, like the race of the winners versus losers.
Right.
It's not even wealth. It's just win or lose.
That's a very... People that see the world like that are typically sociopaths.
You think? I wonder if he's a sociopath.
Not the funnest people to hang out with, you know.
I love sociopaths, dude. You never hung out with a good sociopath? They're fun as fuck.
My father's a sociopath.
Bet he's a great time at a cocktail party.
You know what? He's really... People do find him to be very fun, as long as you're not related to him. Yeah.
As long as you don't need anything from him, as long as you're not intertwined with his values or beliefs or ethics.
Oh, you can't. No. There's no way to need anything from him, because there's nothing he would ever. He has nothing. No.
He's a sociopath.
Yeah.
You said it best, right there.
Yeah, it's a different thing. It's a different type of human.
Yeah, but can you imagine having empathy for a sociopath? Because it's really important, because they don't have the ability.
Yeah, I mean, that's how. Long story short, he was a very bad alcoholic, but he was also a really pretty good lawyer, and violent temper. You know, he stole his mom's money and sold his brothers and sisters' farms without telling them anything, and all sorts of weird things, and constantly, like, that's never any way to know what he was saying is true or false. Yeah, right? So,
do you mind if I ask, is it possible that he wasn't a sociopath but damaged narcissist?
So one day I was... Okay, so when you grow up with someone like this, right, when your father's very, very different from most other people, what I did is I put in all the things that he did, but in a very objective way, into ChatGPT. And I said, let me describe a person for you who has these particular traits, right? And I tried to be as dry and objective and just list the actions that he did. And so what ChatGPT came back with is someone with an extreme narcissistic personality disorder in combination with alcoholism and what else? Borderline personality disorder, something like that. Yeah. So that's where the damage thing might come in, the borderline personality disorder. Anyways,
my connection keeps going in and out. Just
anyways, he lives in a home with crazy people. What an interesting person. People do find him very, very interesting, though.
Okay, now we're going to switch gears and take a deep dive into the evolution of the banjo.
You're a funny dude, Chad.
Yeah.
I think you and Steve Martin should go on tour together.
Dude, that would be actually really funny.
Be awesome, bro. You, Steve Martin, and Edie Brickell.
We could probably do something that's really funny. But we'll have to probably plan.
You have a blast, dude.
Yeah.
You should probably contact Steve Martin. He needs money.
I will.
Have any of you guys tried to like just contact like super famous people on Instagram and gotten replies?
Oh, no. I do it all the time. Just tell them it's Jimmy Gumdrops. They're like, oh, Jimmy, you? They love me.
I got, I chat with I don't know if you guys know, you might know who he is, the producer Michael. He's got like the Instagram, or he's got a YouTube thing. I don't know if you know who he is. Anyways, he shows like, he's got like 2 or 4, whatever followers, and he like goes around Hollywood showing off wealthy people's houses and stuff like that. And he's just like, just fucking chats. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
If you look that nobody knows.
Well, I mean, he's obviously he's not that. Yeah,
he's not famous.
Not that famous, yeah.
Okay.
He's producer Michael. Everybody knows him, dude. He's Instagram famous.
Producer Mike.
Producer Mike. You know, the guy
he was a producer for a lot of famous people.
Videos.
No. He's a producer for a lot of famous people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you know about the Pleiades?
No.
The 7 sisters?
Yes.
Those are the bitches I talk to every night, man. I go to their house and I'm like, what up, bitches? The stars are beautiful tonight, man. You guys outside?
No. But I can be.
You get outside, yeah. You go smoke a cigarette outside.
Fuck.
Dude, I should. We got it's fucking Chinook time here in Calgary.
Chinook time?
Yeah. What's that? So Chinook is like, it's a native word for like really warm winds in the wintertime. So last week it was like -20 and today it's like 16 degrees. And so it's this weird weather pattern that we have in Alberta.
Okay, so
it's actually warm now.
Okay, so it's warm wind with cold days?
No. It'll be like cold for like a month, and then for like a week or 2, it'll be like the temperature will go up like literally by like 60 degrees.
Okay.
And so this week is a Chinook week. It's like a warm week.
Oh, cool.
Oh, it's nuts, yeah. Everything melts.
Particularly from the
Jimmy, your audio is so bad. Maybe try dropping down the quality. I don't think we've...
Bad, is it?
Yeah.
Well, wait, how bad is it, though?
There, now it's cleaning up.
Oh, you know what it was?
Drop it down to like...
No, dude, what? You know what happened? Outside, the cell tower is giving me 2 bars. Let me see if my Wi-Fi will click on out here. Hold on, let me turn on my Wi-Fi. I got home. Let me turn on my Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
You like me now, Chad? What's that? Testing 1, 2.
That's awesome.
1, 2. Yeah, I was on cell tower. I just clicked over to the Wi-Fi. Now I'm good. All right, dude. You know how that see you?
No, I just couldn't understand anything you were saying.
Yeah,
chopping up every little bit.
Dude, you know how hard it was to have this conversation tonight? I had to drive to the top of a mountain, put on Starlink, turn it on. Okay, don't ever live in the wood.
Okay.
Always live on the top. in the city.
Get that clean air.
And I was thinking of you. I was watching that TV show Suits. Remember that show from back in the day?
I don't. You do.
I just rewatched it the other day. The episode.
I made the calculations. So today's temperature, Jimmy and Chad, is 63 degrees Fahrenheit difference from 2 weeks ago.
Lot and change. What is going on? That's way bigger than I thought. Why?
It's a Chinook.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane.
Chinook is a native word. What the fuck is actually going on? But give me the description. Like, what kind of warm air is coming from where?
So we're just east of the Rocky Mountains. And I don't know what happens, but in the middle of the winter here, it'll go from like minus 20 degrees Celsius, which is like minus, I don't know, minus
the warm
30.
air is coming from the south. Yeah, it's a warm air from the south. Is that what's coming up?
I don't know. No. Calgary, if you look at Calgary, yeah, it blows over from the mountain. Anyways, it's just this crazy.
Where's Steven? Where's Steven?
Coriolis fucking bullshit. Chinook.
Is that what it is?
I don't know.
No, where's Steven? Fucking meteorologist friend.
Yeah, Chinooks are nuts. It'll change sometimes in a single day. It'll change 60 degrees Fahrenheit.
Dude, I just saw the most fucking sickest shooting star. So, like, 4-string or 5-string banjo?
Oh, I don't know.
Have you ever made like a 8 or 9 foot banjo?
Galileo, yeah, that's right. There's the Chinook salmon. That's right. She's a native girl, so she's explaining that. There's the video down there, Jimmy, about Chinooks.
I get out, I'm outside, so I'm freezing. I'm lying on my back in a hammock looking at the stars. Have you been to Peru?
Where's not yet.
No. We should all meet at the Vera Rubin Observatory. You guys seen this camp?
Jimmy, which mountains are you at? Rockies.
At the above Los Angeles. I'm at the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hello. You're like in fucking Grand Theft Auto mountains.
No, there's these mountain range above Los Angeles.
Northwest.
It's like
How could I ever forget?
All right, guys. Jimmy, I'm gonna watch that biography on Godel right now. I'll talk to you guys later. Yeah, I'll see you.
On Girl?
Yeah.
Oh, word.
Kurt.
How do you pronounce that? Fidel or Godel? Or
Kurt Gödel.
Godel.
Yes.
Yep. Godel.
Kurt Gödel.
Oh, dude.
Like that?
Dude, I'm done with academic talk.
Yeah.
It's fucking boring.
It's rough.
It's not even rough. It's like Captain Crunch with no sugar.
Dude, I haven't had cereal like that in years.
Dude, go fuck with some gooseberry.
Yeah. I really want to get some new.
Crunch.
I want want all new pickups in all my guitars.
Dude, speaking of that, I gotta change the pickup in my bass. I bought a cheap bass knowing one day I would change the pickup, and I never did.
Okay.
And it's time.
What kind of cheap bass did you get?
It's a little J. It's from like Vietnam or something. It's a little jazz bass. It's a great neck, great fucking. I like it. I just needed real pickups. So it's time.
Well, you heard what I did with my cheap bass.
What'd you do?
I strung it with, so you know how like there's a 5-string bass and then you've got that low B. So it's tuned to B standard instead of E standard. So everything's, it's like that first string is like the low string on a 5-string bass.
Okay.
And then I put like a thumpy mute underneath the strings, like at the bridge. So
let me take that in. A thumpy mute underneath the bridge.
Yeah.
What does that mean? A thumpy mute? Like, did you?
So I got the idea from somebody that was talking about what they would do in Motown. In Motown recordings. So they would put some cloth underneath the bridge on the bass.
Right.
And they would stuff it and mute it, and so just play with that. Like find something where you're like, I like the way that mutes it up. You know what I mean?
Dude, the very first bass line I ever got into was that song Pusher Man. Do you know that song?
Mm-mm.
I'm your mama, I'm your daddy, I'm that in the alley, I'm your pusher man. And the bass line goes boom, 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 boom.
Let's play it.
Boom, boom. It's fucking sick, dude. That is the song that made me start playing bass.
We're gonna figure out what song you're talking about.
Yeah, I forgot the guy's name, but Pusher Man. I think it's.
It was the son of a preacher man.
Yeah, can you tell me if that's a Motown song? I don't even know who.
Hold on, 1 second. I gotta put my headphones.
Word. Speaking of that, I just got some Bose headphones. Well, I found them in a drawer.
We're gonna play it.
Boom, 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 boom. Play that bass line, dude. It's so sick, dude. I don't know if you like it. One of my favorite.
Okay, hold on. Pusher Man or Pusha?
You'll know. I'm your mama. I'm your daddy. I'm that N-word in the alley. I'm your pusher man.
Okay.
That's it.
This? Okay.
That's the bass. That's the bass I
love. I'm your pusher man.